China, they're combining two things. And I'm really fascinated by that because they published in China, um, Chinese mainland, published in Taiwan and Hong Kong, called the Dystopian Trilogy. And it's a box set where you have semi-authentic inspired folks. That's one book. Then there's Animal Farm in 1984, second book. And the third volume is Huxley's Brave New World and Brave New World Revisited. And it was published in Complex Character you can buy it in Hong Kong. But I compared it to the book you could buy on the mainland. And it's all the same, except parts in Brave New World Revisited that refer to China doubled out. This, I think, shows subtlety of the buy these books, read about them, but the parts that it really show you how to connect the dots. That gets out. And I do think the Brave New World side of things, I think with China, I was feeling definitely moving more toward Brave New World, except that in Xinjiang, or the crude put on the face, 1984 solid control. But then during the COVID lockdown, when people were being so intensely monitored and controlled, even places like Shanghai, that is much more the Brave New World kind of style, had their Orwellian moments. Now I think it's more 1984, more Brave New World parts of the country, and there are also more Brave New World, more 1984 moments.
I see why you could give us the ask thoroughly here. You have don't mention stuff. Talk about totalitarian, talk about darkest aspects of nature, just even about the government as sort of metaphorical, poetic way that's not directly. But the moment you mention the government, it's like a dumb church.
And I think it's kind of one of these really good examples of how China's distinctive, but it's not unique. You have other settings where you have these like no-go zones there. One example is in Singapore. There was the National University of Singapore has a world-class history department, but no Singapore historian. Nobody who focuses on the history of Singapore. Because it's incredibly wide-ranging what you can do, analyze. But when you're actually talking about family that's the most powerful in Singapore, then it gets to be touchy. In Thailand, which I've been working on recently, have this lais majesté laws that make it very, very dangerous to say certain kinds of things. And so in all of these settings, you have to figure out ways to work around it. There's a way in which you can say the Foreign Correspondence Club in different parts of Asia. You can have an event that's about the country won over, that you can say basically anything you want, but when it gets to things in the place where you are, actually I should give credit for that insight. Shabani Matani, who's co-wrote a very good phrase, she was talking about that. Singapore, as a foreign correspondence club, you could have an event on Hong Kong that could say all kinds of things that you couldn't say at the Hong Kong one. But at the same time, when I saw her in Singapore, that there was a Singapore refugee, a political refugee in Hong Kong, giving a talk at the Hong Kong Correspondence Club, saying kinds of things that he couldn't say in Singapore. And Thailand, I gave a talk at the Foreign Correspondence Club, and then I went to hear a talk because I was curious about what the culture is Foreign Correspondence Club. And there was somebody talking about human rights in different parts of Southeast Asia, saying things very directly, and then said, and there are things going on in Thailand that we're not going to talk about. And there was this kind of self-censorship can be very powerful.
One of the things I learned about all this thing I want to learn more is about the human psychology, the ability of the individual mind to compartmentalize. It does seem like you could not live live in a state of fear. As long as you don't mention it. My intuition would be what anything you're afraid of talking about, that you will permeate everything else. You would not be able to decide for your inspiration. That idea is the whole idea of why you don't want in the United States. You don't want to censor anything because that will permeate everything else. You won't be able to have great scientists, you won't be able to have great journalists, you won't be able to have, I don't know. And I'm obviously biased towards America and you need on speech. And that's actually something they speak about that Mao, if you were alive today and visited China, you might surprise. Give the Nanjing bookstores an example. Just probably in China. Let's go with that thought. What would he recognize? What would he recognize?
So I wrote about imagining a pre-vilified Mao, going and wandering the cool Nanjing bookstore in early 2000s and being amazed to see what books were saying. Thought about what's going on. Communist Party not control. I mean, like how hard politics needed to put together. All the he'd also was shocked by all the books about like how to start your own cafe, and sort of celebrating entrepreneurship, how to get Harvard. It's like all of these things just wouldn't compute. Although I said it would actually maybe make it nostalgia. I was participant in a horse movement, which was a time reading all over the world looking for the best ideas circulating. So I said, well, there's really love to this. So some of the coolest the things that I just was amazed could exist in 2000. You still buy copies of 1984, you can still get another thing. That was a time when more and more of those things were being translated fresh. I'm not sure you get permission to translate some of those now. It's more of a sense of cost. And when some of those bookstores would also then hold events that would talk about the kinds of ideas that then take them to the level and talk about the ability situation in China, some of those stores have closed or have had to become kind of really shadows of what they were. And one of the best ones, not the one I wrote about in Nanjing, but a similar one, Shanghai one, which was literally an underground bookstore within a metro station. It had really freewheeling discussions of liberal ideas in the early 2000s, early 10s. But then it just got less and less space to operate under Xi Jinping when things started narrowing. And it then had to close. It's just been reopened as JF Books. And it's becoming this really interesting cultural hub. And I'm really delighted. It's where I'm going to hold the launch for my next book when it comes out in June. Book on the Milk Tea Alliance about struggles for change across East and Southeast Asia, including in places that are worried about the kind of rising in Beijing. And it seems just perfect to be holding it in the kind of place that can't exist in Shanghai. So places like that, they stopped being able to on the mainland, then they could still exist in Hong Kong. But now in Hong Kong, one of the coolest bookstores has had to close up just to feel like it could continue operating there. And it's reopened in upstate New York. You have this phenomenon of bookstores. There's also bookstores called the Nowhere Bookstore that opened in Chiang Mai and Taipei and The Hague, and I heard one is maybe it's going to open in Japan too. My sometime collaborator Amy Hawkins covers China for The Guardian, wrote a great piece late last year about overseas bookstore phenomenon, carrying on the conversations that people thought they might be able to have in China and then couldn't, and imagine someday being able to.
So first of all, what you love America, and second of all, it makes me sad because there's a very large of incredible people in China, incredible minds, and maybe I'm romantic about this, but books as a catalyst for it, their minds to flourish. And without that,
I guess maybe it's a good time to something I do think about it sometimes. I think because of censorship, there's an idea of sort of brainwashing population. Well, and I periodically will get from the mainland, and I have a lot of students from the mainland classes in Chinese history, and I feel like, okay, now I'm contradicting the version of the past that it's been drumbeat. But I'll still get students who are incredible free thinkers who've come through that system, and it just doesn't hold, or there are limits to it. And this is kind of, I mean, some of them are people who just got curious by something, and it is a porous system, even more porous than in North Korea, things like that. So there are, even if there's that like fear, friction, and flooding that Roberts talks about, that ends up keeping lots of people on the same page as the government, there's still people who take the time to go over the firewall or get intrigued. They see an image sent by a friend of theirs on social media, share them something on WeChat that it doesn't get picked up by the censors, but they look at it carefully and they say, oh, well, wait a minute, that contradicts what the government official line is. So there is ways in which creativity and creative thinking persists.
I mean, that's really to hear. And fundamentally, the human spirit is curious and wants to understand. And in some, especially the young people, as we mentioned, are suspicious of authority, the best kind of way, and they're always asking kinds of questions. But we always have a child, young person that's always asking, um, that maybe I'm being lied to in all these kinds of ways. But still, it's bad because there is, if you're not deliberately doing that, or there's not a smart civilian that comes before you as a regular China, you might never really have maybe a whole different perspective on world history. To be fair, I think the United States is often guilty of this very United States centric history. Similar with Europe, Europe is a very Europe of the history. I often enjoy talking to people from different backgrounds, parts of the world, talking about World War II. Like, it's clear that the emphasis, you've read certain chapters of this story, a lot of times, not the other chapters. The Western Front in Europe, and the Eastern Front in Europe, and then Japan and China's role in World War II, the history around that before and after China is not often talked about in the United States. And I'm sure, if I could venture a guess, that the opposite of China, I certainly know the opposite of the in Europe that directly experienced France, Great Britain, Germany. They all have very different ways of thinking and feeling about war. The same goes for all of history and all culture. So, yes, it's always a question that they narrative in your country. Outside is harder in China because technological. It's all the reasons you mentioned. If I can, I just want to give a shout out. Thank you. I'll look at her, Margaret Roberts, the friction, flooding, her ideas. It's pretty tough water. Here's additional one involving overt arrests for areas that's information. However, Roberts finds that high profile journalist traffic. The average low alone is not the concern because of the friction of the flooding. The friction is attacks, like and flooding is less more friction, but it's a powerful reshaping flooding more flooding was.
Yeah, is, and I think it's the whole kind of the world of short attention spans and social media and how it works. And Chinese Communist Party leaders, I brought up Singapore, and Deng Xiaoping and some of the leaders were like looking at that, looking at there are all kinds of things that both going to Singapore can sometimes make you feel like you're in this futuristic setting in terms of a lot of things that eventually came to other parts of the world that tried out there. And I think the seductiveness, some of these things are really, they both add to convenience. At the same time, they strip away. They're collecting information about you, which can be also something that make your life easier. At the same time, it's stripping you away of I mean, we talked about the silent information, targeting of ads, and targeting of news. And so two things come to mind to mention. One is Christina Larson, a very bright journalist, a friend of mine, who's now working on other things, but was working in China, and she wrote about this in MIT Technology Review. She said you need to think about China as having the best as well as the worst internet experience. And you think about it with, you think of the worst, it's easy. The Great Firewall, you try to search what happened. Search for the tank man, you won't get it. Search for information about Dalai Lama, and you get all these lies about him. Search for things about Xinjiang, and it makes a place where people are happy rather than massive extra legal detention camps where your life can be ruined by things you have no control over. But she says, like, on other ways, when it comes to like consumer playing to your pleasures of things, really advanced. A lot of things that then come out and places are tried out there in massive numbers. And I remember around the time that I read that, I was in Shanghai, and somebody was explaining it. They were talking about like going out to eat, like got such and such. Oh, that's like Yelp. Well, yeah, but Yelp can tell you the overall rating for a restaurant at the time. We've got one that can tell you which part of the restaurant you want to sit in, because there's a waiter that's in a really bad mood, and people post enough information in this, or what the best dish there is last week. Forget about the sort of slow, and you had a lot of things that were like, okay, you smart city and control, learn things about movement, and Singapore has some of these things. So way before you go into an underground parking lot now in the U.S. and you find out whether they're in space on a floor. That was something that was years before Singapore, and you don't use money less often there because you had a kind of transponder that would automatically pay for your parking and things. And it's something that can be very. The other line that's the internet I have like is William Gibson wrote one of the other important utopian novels of the present Neuromancer. He wrote a rare non-fiction about Singapore where he referred to land with the death penalty. And there are times that but it is. It's a powerful. Yeah. He's not welcome in Florida. But he talked about how when he wanted to try to. He went to Japan a lot. Japan was a place where he got a sense of what the future might hold. The dark side of this is the surveillance state at its worst for seeing in Xinjiang. There, again, it may seem like I'm just obsessed with science fiction, and there it really is a minority. Like, you do certain kinds of behaviors that we're seeing this other places too. Versions of it in the U.S. as well, where it's like, oh, we can tell from a pattern that you're the kind of person who might have. And so in Xinjiang, when they were starting to round people up, a great book by Uyghur poet, he talks about how people were just starting to disappear off the streets. They were being accused of being radicalized, of being potential terrorists, and the case could be something like somebody smoking or not drinking alcohol, because that was seen as something that sometimes went along becoming more more devoted to Islam and a particular version of it. So he talked about how a group of the poets, when they would get the writers, when they get together, they would, whether or not any of them drank, they would make sure there was a bottle of alcohol on the table, because it's simply a way of trying to stay ahead of this okay, these kind of. So you really have this dark side of Xinjiang as an example, and that also with incredible control. And there's more of that kind of push on personal life in other parts of China as well. Um, but I think the question of whether we give up too much and who can abuse what we do give up is something that's being asked in the United States now about tech companies, as well as it's asked about governments, but it's also asked about big tech and how the trade off. But I hadn't thought about it in this conversation, which I can tell is why people find it stimulating to have these extended conversations, because you have that lines, but then you kind of conversation goes right. So what I used to always say about China after 1989 was the Chinese Communist Party wanted to stay in power. They realized the Soviet bloc was they knew that one reason why people like one way I think you have to understand why communism fell in Eastern Europe was partly about ideals and freedom that but also people knew that East Germans knew that West Germans were having more fun and getting better stuff. And when some Berliners got over the wall, one of the first places they went to was department store. The images of better food and more choices were available there, and it was true. And I think this is human as a desire. So one of the things that the Chinese Communist Party, they never articulated this way, but how can we try to get to a stage where we don't have things like that again? Well, what if we try to make a deal with people, give them more choices in their daily life, give them better stuff, we'll give them more choices at the store, we'll give them more choices about what to read, because, give them more choices in consumer goods, intellectual consumer goods they want, are to watch the movies and read the books that other people like them around the world are reading. So give them more choices. We won't open the floodgates completely, but give them more choices, but not give them more choices than and this was the new kind of new social compact. Allow us to keep ruling, and we'll make sure that you're living better than the last generation in terms of choices, in terms of material goods. Now, one of the things that's happening now is the Chinese Communist Party economy isn't booming the way it was before. The sort of sense of clearly we're living better materially than our generation before. It's not as easy an argument to make when you have slower growth rates. But the Communist Party makes different kinds of arguments now about the rest of the world chaos and table. But the thing that I now am going to think about differently is argument was we'll give you more choices and you'll have more of a private life, more of this. But now, in the period we are globally, now there's a new kind of suspicion about the degree of any kind of private choices. I mean, there was an idea that the post-Tiananmen generation was promised to have a little bit more space away from the prying eyes of the state. Now, globally, we worry about the prying eyes, whether it's the state or whether it's a tech company. It's a different moment. What does it mean to say you have more choices?
It's almost like it's more than 1984 was Brave New World. At first, they turned up the Brave New World, more choices. And now they're turning up the 19. Keeping the choices, but turning up the 1984 with the choices you have to publish. You have a sense that the thing we've been talking about, the censorship, that predates Jinping, is a part of that censorship. What is that dynamic? What role does Xi Jinping play in what China has gone through, say, a decade and a half?
that's a really great question. I was actually writing two books called The King Effect. A bunch of scholars, academic volumes, sort of looking at this topic and that topic. How much did Xi Jinping as a person really affected it? And they come to all kinds of answers. But the book I really like, Emily Fang's NPR has a book out called That Only Red Flowers Bloom. And when she talks about the changes in China as she was covering it from the mid 2010s on, and I think this really is Xi Jinping, one of his imprimaturs on the country, is there's a narrowing of spaces available for variations, ways of the country. And this goes against the grain of a pattern in sort of post-Tiananmen period, allowing more space for civil society, but also allowing sort of way Muslims felt that they didn't have to choose between Muslim identity, Chinese identity, more and more of a kind of, we see this in Xi Jinping being a nation of Hong Kong, where there was a way of, okay, that's part of PRC, but it really operates very differently. It seems to be uncomfortable with difference, I guess. It's not alone in strongman way of sort of wanting to impose a kind of singular vision, what Chinese identity means, what loyalty, the status quo means, and so there's been a kind of tightening of controls over all the borders, and even one thing she reported on was Inner Mongolia. It didn't seem as an unproblematic kind of area, care that some viable in Mongolian language, but under Xi there's been a less those kinds of differences. It's been a more urgent patriarchy, all kinds of happen. But how much is it just him, or how much is it so kind of group within the party? Some of these trends, I think, began before he was in power. Well, I think really my own feeling going to China fairly often from the mid-1990s until about 2018 was that until 2008, the Olympics, each trip it would feel like, oh, more space, more breathing room. Or, it's not becoming a liberal democracy, but I would notice things like that happened. People felt less worried about what they were saying, doing. That kind of trend line about 2008. But from the Olympics and the financial crisis after that, the Chinese Communist Party felt, I guess, still insecure, but it felt costier in some ways. And we had, like, okay, maybe start asserting more control over things. So I think that's been stronger under Xi time in power. He was already the designated successor by 2008. He was in charge of security the Olympics, and the Olympics was supposed to be a moment, possibly, for opening up. Seoul hosted the Olympics. South Korea became less controlled right-wing dictatorship and moved toward democracy. And some people were hoping the Olympics might move China that way, and it went quite the opposite.
I imagine you don't know we did or the party apparatus. That is the question. Go back to the hierarchy. How does power and very strict one-party work? What do we know about the structure of this Communist Party apparatus? Internal power struggle there. How much power do you think actually have? Is there any insight we have?
So James Palmer, who worked in Beijing as a journalist and now is the editor of Foreign Policy, wrote a piece a few years ago about just the debate about what a black box the Chinese politics and really not try to have more of a kind of ideological action, but also partly about different views of how much economy. And they were also partly based on personalities, personal ties. But we did have a sense about Bible or things. Much less of a sense of that. Actually, it's very hard to know other than the group around him, how it works. We don't have a major defector who says how Xi Jinping. We have Xi Jinping's self-presentation and a lot of things that are done said about him. There were some false expectations about him. Some people thought, oh, he's going to be a reformer because father was a liberalizing figure. It doesn't work that way. He does seem to care about orderly. He does seem to care about certain things. He wants to present himself as a dollar touch with China's behalf. He's a strong nationalist and a cultural nationalist, as well as political nationalist. But beyond that, we don't have that much of a sense of it. We get little hints. Secret speech where he talked about dealing now. We have very, very I watched my place in the world. There's something Nationalist Party, the Communist Party, predicated on the nationalist question. They journalists folks who write excellent books about the topic, a lot of travel. I think there are all kinds of things about these. The people who were most vulnerable were people who came from China, from abroad, or even people who were Chinese Americans went there with higher expectations. So you had cases, I tried Melissa Tampa's early kicked out. She was working for Al Jazeera. And one was vulnerable because of the expectations. Another kind of vulnerable or like voices and translate their work, that then it wasn't about impact, it was more these kind of. So I wrote critical op-eds about the Chinese Party, published some high-profile, a lot about the I testified. You know, now I think expectations have changed. There have been very surprisingly got in trouble. Canadian history past maybe tell us Canada. So there, like, actually, there were certain kinds of things snap out. And so I went to Canada, having written forcefully about cinema. I didn't feel awareness in some cases, giving talk awareness sometimes you didn't want to get your brought you to a university in trouble by saying something that would get them in trouble. I think it was often that you were more vulnerable if you were within China or if you were connected. For me, it's been confusing the last few years. I wrote one piece about this, but I'm not going to be part of the PRC time being. But I always thought that Hong Kong was a place that you could go, even if things got difficult. I could get it. Mainland, you didn't need a visa for Hong Kong. But Hong Kong, with the mainland, I had kept a kind of distance from the dissidents that I was writing about. With Hong Kong, I felt that rules kind of didn't apply. I was more connected to them, more friends with some of them. And then this crackdown that's come on Hong Kong, and there are exiles from Hong Kong who have bounties on their heads. And so now I feel that, it's not necessarily that anything would happen if I went to Hong Kong, but I feel I would be very close to watch. And so I wouldn't want to meet with some of my friends there who aren't profile. So I don't want to go to a place where I would feel that I was toxic.
Right. One, you're walking eggshells, and two, you get others in trouble. That kind of dynamic. It was fascinating that Hong Kong is now part of that calculus. So I've gotten a chance to meet a bunch of world leaders. I think it's possible that I would be able to.
I would be very pleased because I could watch that interview and get some insights about Xi, which have been very hard to get, and they're really difficult. But very few. He doesn't meet. He doesn't give press conferences. There's a variety of things, and this is different from some of the predecessors. Jiang Zemin, famously interviewed by Barbara Walters, asked about Tiananmen and tried to make out that it wasn't. There were a variety of things, but he had relatively spontaneous conversation. I was going to say, he's the only Chinese leader I've met, but I met him before he was a major leader. He was the secretary.
Hey, dude.
their shirt sleeve, Leland meeting, literally just them walking and talking. There's no translation image. It's been like, how are they talking? What language are they using? How does this the kind of art exchanges, Peter, Trump, friends, kinds of things where there's a language that talk about somebody actually being friends, but
Yeah,
don't
it's a part
necessarily
of
say
Masonic Tenino. How you living?
what makes a sexy person. So maybe
It's in a merchandise store. You can find it at t.me/HPOS10I. Yeah, dog. I'd love to talk with you right now. I'm watching this podcast, so feel free to watch along. I'm working on a project as well. If you want to talk to me, join my Discord. It's discord.me/rabbi. If you come there, I'll be able to hear you better and I can talk with you.
European Russian policy page in opium. How can we claim to be civilized by my creation of that kind of data long term claim pretty good reputation? But anyway, you get to talk to them and I'll be curious to see some of those things strange having the world stay aware there's a real black box mention China those things. I have to wonder how much that affects my boss like China because the difference of an influence on things that they do in China that actually cover China to some degree but when the critical order for nuance kind of ideas we have about China whether that carefully analyze carefully have repercussions and because of the five operations because it's for me personally very makes me think that it's certainly gotten perfect operate the way of it now journalists look back to the early 2000s you have a lot of listeners I think isn't that they watching what an academic writes about right? Because there are certain things that they are one is discussions of private life of families of kind of the following money trail for corruption and things. So there was the case of Hong Kong booksellers kidnapped and one of them is still in a Chinese prison even though he had been high kind of person was local. He was born in China. He was actually a Swedish citizen. He was spirited out of Thailand. And was
the Communist Party wants to make a no-go. I thought sometimes that Xi Jinping even have lèse majesté envy, but I don't think it's kind of general criticism of the Chinese Communist Party as a authoritarian structure or place that doesn't rule in kind of very general terms. Something that they then pick you up at the border. No, we can't let that person in because why let in? And it's not rational. It's not a rational process for people who've been denied these inexplicable things that now I think the rules are changing very quickly all over the world for kinds of let's stay.
Well, either way, I do know the Communist Party, like King himself, watched my conversation with the Prime Minister. He responded, and I do hope, and I will, definitely, China. And I hope King is a fascinating ancient culture and a major player on the world stage in the 21st century. And fascinating to understand the mind leader at great, you know, we understand the other thing from our current president, Donald Trump. The connection, something approximating a friendship, is spoken about, or is it just purely realpolitik, maneuvering, world leaders playing a game of chess, or is it a bit of both?
There's a degree to which I think there's some confusion about a couple things. I mean, one is when there's a sense that Trump is sort of uniquely up on the Chinese Communist Party, he has periodically said things about praising Xi Jinping as a leader, even sort of having praising Xi Jinping's strength. So I think for some ways, for the personality cult of Xi Jinping, kind of useful because the story that the Chinese Communist Party, they need to tell a story about why they keep ruling, and one of their stories is that because the world is a different place, not a lot of enough respect. So when there's very tough talk about China coming out of the White House, that's useful. And then the other part is about Xi Jinping being just the right person to have in town. And when there's discussion, when there's praise for him, that also. So I think the argument among some China specialists is to say the Chinese Communist Party likes predictability, and Xi Jinping seems to like predictability in particular. Donald Trump clearly isn't a predictable figure, so there might be a way of settling. But I think the other part of it is the Chinese Communist Party wants, for Xi Jinping wants to gain more allies around the world, be seen more respected around the world, and at the moment he's in a position where he can present himself as an orderly, thoughtful, gradualist figure. In ways I think as much as there's tension between the two capitals, the way that things are going in a way that benefits Xi Jinping and can see that doesn't explain what their personal relationship is, how they actually see each other when they work together.
Whether that matters or is part of the calculus, because after all, they are legal for power. I think for Trump, it matters. Personal relationships matter. Of course, know a lot about Donald Trump, know a lot about the White House, and actually say as a tangent, whatever you think about this White House, one of the things I really like is that every single member of the cabinet is willing to talk for many hours. Every single talk about what they think, how they see the world, explain Donald Trump's approach. Doesn't matter if you agree with what they're saying, honest, they're misrepresenting a lot of information. That's something we don't have. As a fan of history, for me, and as a fan of analysis of the world, I think that symmetrical amount of information. But anyway, let me, if I can, lay out, or let's say we're in now trade war between the US and China. Now, you're not on the continent. In fact, you think deeply about history, you think about culture, about protests and the movement. And there's some degree to which trade war less about the economics. Now that layer is also very important to discuss it. There's also a deeply cultural standoff almost, which would be interesting. So in April, as people know, Trump escalated trade war with Chinese tariffs, raising them on Chinese imports to 145%. Spain then responded by raising tariffs on U.S. goods to 125% and suspending exports of certain rare earth minerals and magnets to the U.S. Chinese government also indicated limited with those restricted American companies from operating. Now, after that, Xi Jinping broke silence on April 11th and on April 4th, saying that China is not backing down. Itself in China, that saying the promotion of multilateral global trading framework. Quote, for over 70 years, China's progress of self-reliance, hard work, never on handouts from others, and remain unafraid of any unjust oppression. Also, he said, there are no winners in a trade war. Going against the world only self-isolate. All said is for tour of on China and the defend international rules opposing the quote unilateral. At the same time, I saw that China is escalating internal propaganda. Interestingly, it would be nice to talk to you about it. The use of the Mao Zedong during the Korean War will never. My question is, this standoff, what do you think will blink first? Where does it go?
So I think when resistance, there's a lot to unpack there for of a historian too. I mean, I think that the reference to being bullied by a foreign power is something that comes up periodically and plays to the notion of the 100 years of that's been talked about by generations now of Chinese. Talk about that period from the 1840s, 40s, where foreign powers were involved in bullying China in one way or another, and you selectively pick one or another. So there is a way in which this can be. Xi Jinping gives that kind of speech in Southeast Asia, speaking to a place where there is knowledge of times of the past when the United States was aggressive force there. It's also a part of the world where there have been times when China has been. So there is a way of positioning vis-a-vis other parts of the world, the crucial part of this, that I think, I guess, I'm circling around it, but there's a tendency in discussions of U.S.-China relations to think about it in terms of a bilateral discussion view. Even though, time and again, you realize that places other than the United States are key variables. So the U.S. and China at odds in the Mao era, what changed things dramatically for that wasn't so much even a change in, yes, Nixon was the one who went to China, but what made it possible for Nixon to go to China was that the Sino-Soviet split happened. That actually tensions between China and the Soviet Union that altered equations between China. And I happened to be in China in 1999 when NATO bombs hit the Chinese embassy in Belgrade, three Chinese died, and the tremendous discontent about that, anger about that. And there were some rare protests that the government allowed to happen, but students were worked up about it, and there were protests outside the American embassy. And that happened, and then in 2001 there was a spy plane incident that happened, and so there was a lot of discussion that the next decade was U.S.-China tension being the major force. 9/11 happened. A dramatic reset for the trajectory that the U.S. and China were on, which is these are two totally different things, the Sino-Soviet split, 9/11, but in both cases, no matter how careful you were at parsing what was likely to be the next 5 years for U.S.-China relations, it dramatically changed by something that happened that wasn't U.S. China. And in the current situation of the trade war, I know that it would be very important that China can try to increase sales of consumer products to Europe. This is something that Europe's view about the United States is changing right now. These are all kinds of variables that are outside of simply Washington and Beijing. Sometimes Beijing can't control what's happening outside, and sometimes Washington can. And so I guess simply saying that when you're trying to keep the eye on the ball, it matters a lot what India's relationship to China and the United States is. So all of these are happening. So I think that's it. That it's both tremendously important what's going on between China and the United States, but it's important to remember that they're not the only players in this dynamic.
Also, on top of this, how much cultural will is there to not surrender to bullying? How much of that is there? Like you said, the century of both for Xi Jinping and the Chinese populace, like willing to go through short-term pain, not be humiliated.
Story that's been intensely told about the past, something that provides the possibilities for this to matter a lot. That is something that's just so much a part of the legitimating of the Chinese Communist Party. And then you have to look at, are there things that are happening that aid the Chinese Communist Party story? So rise of what can seem like or is anti-Chinese sentiment within the United States can feed that propaganda story. And so certainly, during COVID, way that if you're the Chinese Communist Party and you're saying you get a disproportionate amount of blame whatever happens in the world, then if there were things you could point to in the foreign media or from foreign government, then that helps you. So I think there's a setup here where certainly for Xi Jinping, I think the desire to not be seen is.
Sometimes I wonder how much leaders operate on pure ego. Because politically and on a human level, they don't want to come off in a standoff. Versus coming to a economic win-win. And I worry that there is a real pride here. The nation has saturated the populace, the Communist Party idea, where they're not going to back down. And that I think cause tremendous pain in the short term for the United States, I think for China and the world, because it transforms the supply chain of everything. There is a global nature, there is a multilateral nature of all the economic partnerships formed throughout the 21st century. And kind of protectionist, nationalistic ideology goes in the face of all of that, and it's going to increase a lot of pain. Regular Americans, but also I worry that this increases, not decreases the chance for conflict of different kinds. Yeah. Yes.
It's a hard time to figure out what you the sort of hopeful angles. I mean, I guess it's hard to even balance these things out. So one of the things that I've thought about when you talk about rising war, that often Taiwan comes to mind. And one of the things that I've thought of that for Xi Jinping, that military action against Taiwan would be increased by a sense of desperation, of popularity, not having a good story to tell about why he and the party. So then there's a kind of way of playing to national sentiments of some part of the population. So then, in a sense, it's hopeful that I think in some ways right now is not desperate. If he can focus on potentially being seen more positively in other parts of the world by seeming like a force for stability, seen as somebody supporting rather than challenging some elements of the global order, that might lessen the chances of rash action for Taiwan being a kind of desperation.
Complicated thing that gives in often the responsible person who cares about the world, or he can come off and doesn't give in, even escalates it down, so there's no more. Then he goes on strong, but also an equally unreasonable person who doesn't care about the world, who only cares about his own ego and maybe some aspect of the common point of maintaining power. It's like endless prayer and don't know once you think that how the world that kind of will become viral while telling the part. I think Donald Trump's speech was quieter, and I think a little bit less messaging of the chaotic environment. Well, this is far enough. We'll talk about Hong Kong. Let's talk about Taiwan and maybe the parallels there. Given Xi Jinping's emphasis on the great degradation of the Chinese nation, unification with Taiwan being a part of the state of China, what do you think are the and how will it, of course, annex or gain control over Taiwan?
I'll frame it in a way that I think does fit into like that Hong Kong, because I think these are connected issues. In 1984, when here, not supposed to, that's when a deal was struck between London, Beijing, what would happen to Hong Kong. So Hong Kong Island became a British colony at the end of the Soviet War, the 1840s, and then Kowloon Peninsula near there became a British colony 60 after the Second Opium War. But then there was a large amount of territory of what we now think of as Hong Kong, called the New Territories, that came under British control in 1898. So it was not a colony. It was a 99-year lease. So 1997 was the kind of expiration date. Large amount of territory of what we think of Hong Kong. The large amount of territory that the rest of Hong Kong Island and Kowloon depend on for energy, water. So it would be very hard to just give those parts, transfer those parts to China. So a deal struck of what would happen in 1990. about transferring sovereignty of all of Hong Kong, all these parts of the People's Republic of China. And I carefully say transfer sovereignty, not give it back. It never belonged to the People's Republic of China. Part of the Qing Empire, which was a different country, state, that sense. Anyway, but this needed to be transferred. And the deal that was struck was that the London side wanted to do something to protect what was going to happen with people there. And remember, this is not what usually happens to colonies. Colonies usually go from being part of an empire to being some degree of self-government. And because of that, the Chinese representative then insisted that Hong Kong was not a colony. They would have to be colonized. But so anyway, understanding that something would happen. London wanted protection. Hong Kong, they knew were living in a very different way. Party rule, law. There wasn't democracy. There was some governance. The colonial authority and the power of the British Hong Kong was London. After 1997, the most powerful person probably have to be work with Beijing. But this negotiation was come up with called one country, two systems. And Hong Kong would become part of the People's Republic of China, diplomatic, wouldn't have its own military, but it would have its own from 1997 until 2046. There was a tension from the beginning over what that other system, what was going to be part of the system. And everybody agreed to have a different economic and capitalism. So people agreed on that. But there was tension from the start of, well, what about cultural things? And things were written into this deal, which would be over time, Hong Kong people would govern Hong Kong. But Beijing thought they would govern Hong Kong, but it would be a Hong Kong person, Beijing, that role. But the reason why Taiwan is relevant to all this, in 1984, they were discussing this. The Chinese Communist Party said, and we'll come up with this arrangement, and people in Taiwan should pay attention to it, because it could provide a model for what could happen with them being absorbed into the People's Republic of China. So the idea was, Beijing said, hey, people in Taiwan, watch what happens to Hong Kong after 1997, and think about it as a model for what could happen for you, saying, like, watch how smooth it will go. Over time, when Hong Kong, people in Hong Kong started saying, well, wait, Beijing keeps sort of nibbling away at, chipping away at these things that make us separate. And especially after 2008. There were reasons why Beijing went especially late on Hong Kong early, after 1997. Beijing wanted to join WTO. They wanted to host the Olympics. Big move against Hong Kong then. Could have endangered those things. Also, at that point, the PRC was heavily dependent on economics, the Hong Kong economy. Also, just something because I'm a university person. In 1997, when Hong Kong became part of the People's Republic of China, Hong Kong universities were the only universities in the PRC that were totally world class. Hong Kong University and Chinese University of Hong Kong were highly rated institutions. At that point, Peking University, Beijing, and Tsinghua were not yet considered world class institutions because they didn't have the kind of economic freedom and humanities. At that point, they could be hired. Over time, that difference started to go away because global rating universities stopped carrying this freedom and things like that, and Beijing University passed on them. So by the 2010s, started to have these protests in Hong Kong, pushing back against what was called Englandization and down. Hong Kong protesters in 2014 put up a banner, a time when Beijing was holding the line against Hong Kong people wanted to have real elections to the second rather than a kind of one where there were elections, but only people who Beijing proved that basically could run. Hong Kong activists put up a banner saying, "Hey, Taiwan, look at Hong Kong. Taiwan beware. Hong Kong today could be Taiwan's tomorrow." Basically spinning the one country systems argument and saying, yeah, Taiwan, watch. But so one way to think of Chinese now, that now and those after wanted to make China bigger territorially than it had been, to try to reclaim land. Under Mao, that which had been not part of China became part of the People's Republic of China. Now offered something a little bit like one country, two systems to it. Bell Hilton, who writes wonderfully about Tibet, has talked about the parallels of the Hong Kong system. And some Hong Kong activists saw parallels as well. Tibet was supposed to go its own way as part of the People's Republic of China in 1950. By 1959, the center got restless, trying to interfere more. Local people pushed back against it. Kind of workable, what seemed like it might work out somehow against all odds. Before Dalai Lama goes into exile. The Dalai Lama, who before that had thought maybe he now would work. Together, that didn't work. Hong Kong, the new version of the experiment happened. It becomes clear in the 2010s that it's not really workable, that the center is less patient, Hong Kong less. Hong Kong people feel it's more of a sort of now or never period to push back. You could say that Deng Xiaoping oversaw the bill that got Hong Kong and Macau to become part of the People's Republic of China. He could point to that. He died right before 1990, during 1997. But he had achieved that kind of thing. Xi Jinping could argue he finished making Hong Kong fully part of the People's Republic of China, took away his degree of difference. And you could say that that's a stepping stone toward Taiwan. Or you could say that outside of silent build up might be enough for him to put his stamp on, having been the kind of leader who expanded Beijing's reach. He probably wants both. I mean, he probably that like Taiwan to be part of the People's Republic of China, which has never been. But the hope was it could happen through kind of more gradual absorption and people, Taiwan being willing to think of that. And yet, part because of what's happened to places like Hong Kong, there's a stronger sense of Taiwan identity now than there was at an earlier point. And less parties that are more willing to try to negotiate some kind of tighter connection with PRC are often doing badly in elections there because of this
27, 50 years from the 1997 handover that we're talking about with Hong Kong. On top of that, 2009, the 100 years mounting. Like at that moment, China could take Taiwan because it does seem like a kind of value for history in China, and they take it very seriously. On the other hand, as you studied, there is tension, pleasure, and protest from the biggest in human history, Hong Kong. So, like, put all that together, so many possible connections.
Yeah, I mean, I'm particularly interested in youth movements. One of the things about, I think, generation is such an important factor. And people know that generation is important, but sometimes people think that, if you divide people up into economic groups, you divide people up into generation, that somehow is more tangible. But I think with things like the Hong Kong protests, there was a process of China's mainlandization, of Beijing just moving to make things that really distinct about Hong Kong less distinct, minimizing. And this process sped up dramatically after the protest. Partly the distraction of COVID and distraction of the world, there was the position of people of an older generation saying like, why couldn't they be more patient? Why did these protests force the hand of the people in power? And but I think that age has a lot to do with it. That if there was this kind of gradual erosion, there's going to be this process of doing away with the things that made Hong Kong special, that people love passionately about it, including this sort of freer press or just freer associational life and things like that. If you were 17 in 2019 and people were saying by 2047 it will all be gone, or maybe it'll be gone in 10 years, then you're talking about living most of your life in a Hong Kong that isn't the Hong Kong you really love. Whereas if you were 80, you were like, why not be paid? Why can't? And people are doing it, all kinds of things. This is one thing that often kind of logically, there's a rationality for younger people being more militant about certain kinds of things. I think we see the same thing with climate change, climate activism. You're talking about whatever projection is of when things are going to get worse. Now, the younger you are, the more of your life is going to live in that scenario. And there's a logic for of that kind of patience. There's also a sense of frustration with the older generation not having done enough to resolve things. Hong Kong, with Thailand, the place that I've been working with lately, one of the slogans in 2020 when there was a push for democracy was, let it end with this generation, which again expressed this kind of sense of gradual solutions are fine, but we're carrying more of a burden. So in 2019, also the protests, I mean, some of the things that were being chipped away at by Beijing, 2012, an effort to impose mainland-style patriotic education. It's like, well, who cares how big it's taught? But actually that has a lot to do with the larger kind of political story. And protesters that year, young people stood up and actually got the government to blame. The local authorities backed down on that, bringing in mainland-style education. 2014, the protest was try to get full voting rights to the executive. The government didn't boycott that. That was something where they held the line. It was a big, colorful, exciting protest, but in the end it hit a dead end. 2019, there's even bigger protests than at first. Like, surprising what the issue was. That would have people potentially who committed crimes in Hong Kong tried for them if the mainland wanted them in the mainland. They're really different court systems. Hong Kong never had democracy under the British, but it did have a stronger rule of law and more independent courts. Courts that sometimes decided things that went the other way than what the government wanted. And the mainland doesn't have that kind of court. 98, 99% conviction. In Hong Kong, if you're put on trial, if you're arrested even before 2020, you were arrested even for a kind of politically related charge. You were out on bail and giving interviews to the press. On the mainland, that didn't happen. So I think 2019, having lost the battle over voting, this idea that, okay, really got to take a last stand against law and a kind of degree of separation of powers. That doesn't sound like a really obvious thing for slogans, but it is something that I think we realize in this country and in other countries as well. It's something that can really be definitive about where things are going politically.
Well, I should also say, I mean, more dramatic than themselves, because they for mainland China, prison, political activists, and then try them in a very different way. So it's not just the different system, it gives another lever and a punish people that speak against China.
And, I mentioned the Hong Kong booksellers who were spirited over the border. One of them was still in prison for having published things in Hong Kong. It's supposed to be okay to publish in Hong Kong, but not on the mainland, and yet they ended up there was a clear sense that if they didn't protest then, would they be able to protest later?
One of the biggest protests in history,
percentage-wise, because the reason why I kind of make that claim is we're 1 billion to 2 million people is the biggest protest. So this is 7.5 million people. So if you think about what that means, it's just enormous. I mean, yeah, there were some very daring protests around that period, the Hong Kong ones. The year after that, protests in other places, Belarus were again very taking big risks, but if people have a feeling that it's kind of last moment. So yeah, and the protests kept growing, and I think they kept growing in part, and this happens. Why protests grow? It's always hard to figure out. But in the case of Hong Kong, if people feel that the sort of protesters have the moral high ground one way or another, but it's just that way in Hong Kong, I think, that for you, strong arm method, the government was never apologizing or never saying investigate that. And I think what really kept the protest going was they became a referendum on the right to protest itself. And what I think the government hoped, what they certainly hoped, was some of the protesters militant actions, violent actions that would make the populace the protest. And the protesters did do some of those things. They tended to attack violence often against property. And when there were occasionally violence against people within the movement would apologize or meanwhile, the government would never apologize for disinformation. That created a dynamic where you had these enormous numbers of people who were previously on the fence about things turning up protests. But even people, and this was a city that had the reputation, misunderstood reputation, one that where people didn't care that much about politics, focused on being a good life, but the sense that they wouldn't have that ability. And the police used to be really highly respected in Hong Kong, but it lost that.
Maybe you could speak some of the dynamics of, first of all, you were there in the early days, then how does a protest scale? It starts small groups, like speak in general, all of a sudden protest. How does the ideological optimism, the radical revolution for better times, small groups, how does that become a gigantic protest?
So protests, one of the things that most impressive books that have been reading other places have been the something is that protests are often preceded by other protests that may seem like dead ends, but actually provide people with the kind of skills and scripts and repertoires to then carry out things on a large scale. You often get captivated by a moment that seems to come out of nowhere, but doesn't. The ground has been laid by my generation passes on the stories about it, or it can be just a few years before. And sometimes the generation will say, look what they did, that was exciting, but we want to put our mark on things. So there was the 1906 protest fizzled out that helped lay the groundwork. In Hong Kong, there were the 2012 and 2014 ones that laid the groundwork for 2019. Some of them it was the same activists. Again, sometimes it was a younger generation that failed, so what can we do differently? And in the case of the U.S., world is kind of the percolating things that happen, sometimes conversations that continue to happen. failures seem like dead ends, but over a long period of time, we see them as succeeding. And you can seem irrational to try to do something after the last 3 times people have tried to do it have failed. But then occasionally history shows us that the third time or the fifth time or the 20th time actually does succeed. There's enough countervailing. In Eastern Europe, you would say, like in 1956, the rise. Poland, 1981, martial law imposed. 1989, what were German protesters thinking when they poured out onto the street? And then it happened. But this time it wasn't. So I think there's a way in which social movements are fundamentally unpredictable. And there are just times when, against all seeming odds, something that seemed like it would be there forever no longer is.
And that's the case you made for when the odds possible. It was worthwhile.
No, it doesn't mean that it will work. It doesn't mean it will work, but I think history has enough examples of things that thought. I mean, this is it explains why certain figures are so inspirational for generations of activists. That people. There's a reason why people talk about Václav Havel. Whereas if Václav Havel had died in 1988, people would have said, "Oh, maybe he was a great writer," but his political project didn't live to see. But then he lives to 89 and becomes, against expectations. So Rebecca Solnit has got a new book, No Straight Road, Essays for Uneven Terrain. And she's talking about taking a longer view of some struggles that achieve things after the point people might have imagined that they had run into dead ends. She's talking about keeping your eye on the gains that happen, even incrementally, and the ways in which the need to take a longer term perspective. I think it's a strange thing because there's also often an impatience, people wanting kind of immediate results. Korea looking at situations like I mentioned in Europe and South Europe, but Taiwan was a right-wing leadership or sort of a version of martial law for decades, and at each stage that people struggling to change it were on a quixotic, impossible kind of situation. South Korea was a similar situation, and then in the late 1980s, we started to have those things unravel. And it's partly because of a kind of steady distance. It's partly because something in the world changes. But there's often a combination of those things. So I'm interested in that whole. We know that what happened in Hong Kong in the short run didn't work. I don't see a way in which the national reverse that. But that doesn't mean that completely impossible effort, even though we know the result in that case was to have this failure.
The protests are generally worthwhile. I think as I look at the description of migratory routes, I think you see the ideas in mind. People, those ideas, they share those ideas, they proliferate those ideas. They might travel to different places in the world. Those ideas return, rise up again and again and again. There's two parts of the world that I think are fascinating and unpredictable. So one is Iran, the trajectory that takes might have a complete transformative effect on the Middle East. Then the other one is China. Protests honor Hong Kong, or maybe other influential parts of China. Those ideas percolating up and up again might have a transformative effect on the globe.
see, this is another case where, so Chinese Communist Party, leaders of the Chinese Communist Party, they do know about history. They care about history. And one history they know, the Chinese Communist Party was almost destroyed in 1927. I mean, it was, if you were taking odds on what are the chances of this ragtag sort of group being pursued by Chiang Kai-shek to try to destroy it, and yet over time they somehow managed to ride it out and eventually come to power. There's the awareness of the ways in which seemingly impossible can happen. It doesn't mean it will. I mean, this is why I think, it's and one of the really kind of tragic or heartrending have situations in which movements that seem to be pursuing an impossible and result, they achieve that result. And then after another period, the country goes into another difficult period, or it seems that the successes are being rolled back. The Alliance book that I just did, dedicated to two people who lived through a variety of. One is a Burmese activist involved in a failed uprising. He then was in exile, didn't know whether he could ever see brother loves back in Burma, and then something magical changed, and in 2010, it seemed that there was a kind of democratization. It turned out to be a false dawn. He was able to go back, and now he's again, when there's crackdown, he's now again cut off. And at one point, I was asking him about how he feels about this when he's still trying to sort of raise awareness about what's happening. And he said, I feel helpless but not hopeless. I think, how does somebody maintain hope in that? The other person I dedicated to Rabbi Rothschild, a Hungarian friend, was an activist before 80, saw the amazing thing happen with communism, the Communist Party ending, part of the process came, and friends with Havel, and Poland's changing, and all of this exhilarating moment, but ends up being critic Orban, following control of rolling back of many of the things that were victorious then. But this is kind of the no straight road, that actually there's something about quieting when the unexpected things load where you thought its direction is going. But history shows you that history doesn't have direction. It isn't a straight road.
Yeah, there's, the idealism view can lead to things like the Russian Revolution and Stalin was Holodomor and the Persians and all of that entails. So a successful protest and a successful revolution might have unintended consequences that far overshadow whatever ideals and as fighting for the working class, whatever it was in that case, that can cause a terrible. So the way we try to humanity flourish. Know what we're doing, know what weapons.
And some of it is also, though, sometimes the people who I find admirable, it's not about trying to create total change, but they focus on trying to do what they can for things they believe in within constrained circumstances. In Thailand, they've hit a roadblock now, kind of bring about electoral change. Well, was that disqualified? So the actions I know are focusing on local efforts in the neighborhood from suffering from a kind of unthinking gentrification. They're thinking small. They're thinking sometimes about just what can we do to improve the life of people. Then how can we build? How can we contribute to kinds of social groups that might make some kind of incremental improvement, being the kind of how to live in. That on all kinds of ways.
What kind of parallels from Taiwan and Hong Kong? Well, Taiwan thinking now.
Well, I think the way that things developed in Hong Kong undermined kind of trust. I think the story coming out of Beijing that there's a place in Xi Jinping's version, at least, of the kind of for a place where people live very different kinds of lives. And I think a lot of people in Taiwan think of it, they're living a very different. So that way, I think, was important that way. And there were connections between Taiwan protests in 2014 before big protests in Hong Kong by people who were people felt government then was moving too much toward working together with Beijing. So they've been interconnected. And I think we this how people in a region are looking at what other people in the region are taking from it about how to agitate for the things they care about, what the risks are, dangers are. There's autocrats within different parts of the region are looking at each other too, as well as globally.
It's hard to create kind of now with Taiwan for supply chains for electronics production for a lot of our been a lot of nervousness about Taiwan. What are the chances that some brewing military conflict over this question of Taiwan coming decades? How can
one of these really worrisome. There isn't a. I think experts who tell you they know what Y and Z about this are like, there's so many variables.
elaborate as possible to have?
So, with talking to people from Taiwan, there are a couple things that are. One is that daily life in Taiwan is not people waking up each morning, living their life based on the fact that there's such a perilous kind of predicament that life goes on, and a lot of people are, very, very fortunate to be in Taiwan. There are many reasons why it seems like a great place to live. Even though this is hanging, but that at the same time, there is awareness of things that increase precariousness. And there was a lot of concern the invasion of Ukraine and watching how the response to that was. And there was a sense of it being analogous that Xi Jinping would be watching the response to being but that. And so then there was a sense of relief, I think, when there was as unified a Western NATO United States response. And then there's a concern about Trump presidency because of, and at the same time, there are mixed signals. People are there. I'm sure there are people there who are both saying Trump is going to be tough towards the Chinese Communist Party, and others say, but not as supportive of Ukraine. What does that say? Or so they're not the same situations, but all people have, in a sense, sometimes is unknowable situations. Look at things that have any degree of parallel connections to places.
Do you think things though go to the next 5-10 years, Taiwan, or is it really there's a historical notion that Taiwan should be part of China? Paying that
idea was that Chiang Kai-shek and Mao both thought two places part of that's the same. After that period, Chiang Kai-shek thought, how long until I take over the mainland and all become China? This is not now something that any leader in Taiwan is. There is a degree to which that remains a kind of sense of Chinese Communist leadership as an eventuality. I don't think there's a set. I don't think there's a set plan. In part because I think it is also dependent on what the kind of cost various realms would be doing. I think it still does. I think it's still one scenario would be possibly sensibly strong enough to not have to worry about consequences. I think another, I still think, to some extent, more would be a sense of weakness or precarity of power domestically and do something draft.
And another complexity is not always one conflict. There's a lot of tactics, nonviolent pressure that China could also non-military violence, then escalate that to non-violent military intimidation. And all of this is consequences of the United States because message is going. And then, of course, that could then to full on do as you're told to actually become at a high risk of a don't military violence, full on pressure ordering Taiwan. There, in order, the only way to respond is violence. Crap, they know how to go with a military force they mounted. At every step, unstable, non-linear dynamical system where anything could just unintended consequences can happen, and it could just escalate in a matter of days, not hours. So like this is where I think it's really important to find mechanisms, tactics, strategy, why this trade war that's happening. One of the nice things of being connected by trade for any kind of agree with I think will start often as a kind of very steps posturing military power internal. That's China would create military conflict behind to do that. And how does that escalate?
If all that wasn't complicated enough, Taiwan isn't just one place or one island. There are islands closer to mainland Japan, and there are degrees of integration. Anyway, so it's but your comment about integration of trade and sort of having being a jack. Okay, but there's a Chinese writer, fascinating guy, Han Han, who was a race car driver, a filmmaker, bad boy novelist. Anyway, in his heyday, kind of blogger who was testing the edges of things. He had this blog post where he was talking about this was the early 2000s. He was talking about how China was building the massive Three Gorges Dam, and he said some people are saying building these dams it would be so easy for the Americans to just just bomb them and destroy our country because it would be a massive flood. That's really the argument because Americans know that downriver from there will be flooded out was the place with their iPhones. And they want their iPhones, so So this kind of notion, he's making a humorous way in which interconnectedness can be a check. And interconnectedness can be in all kinds of ways. It flows people between places. Um, Having people from one place living in another, traveling to another, studying in another, that can actually be something that helps to stabilize the world. I think that's an important thing to keep in mind.
You mentioned Long March and the unlikely coming to power of the Communist Party. Let's go back. Began Deng Xiaoping and Mao. Let's go back to Mao. How did Mao come to power?
The road to Mao coming to power, we need to first say that China was under by emperors until 1911, overthrown by a people that was partly by people who wanted to change China into a republic, but also some people who wanted to get rid of the last dynasty was a Manchu family. They saw them as outsiders. So it was a strange combination of kind of ethnic nationalists who wanted China back under control of Han Chinese, other people who thought the time ruled by emperors was over and wanted to establish a republic. And Sun Yat-sen became the first provisional president of the newly formed Republic of China. But then he got nudged out of power by a military. Then there was a period where the country was really divided. China didn't have a strong government, but there were then two groups. One rallied around Sun Yat-sen, had founded something that became a nationalist party. And then there was a small group of people who formed the Communist Party. Mao was one of them. These were intellectuals who were part of the fourth movement of 1919. They were inspired by Marxist ideas, but they were also just inspired by the Russian Revolution. Russia was nearby, it seemed good to think with, it's largely rural population. Somehow it seemed to be getting strong in the world, and there was this interest in sort of trying to do that. And the newly formed Soviet Union did something very important. There were a group of foreign powers, including Tsarist Russia, that had gained big concessions out of China. When 1900, the Boxer Uprising had taken place, then been crushed by a consortium of powers who had gotten privileges and indemnities. And the newly formed Soviet Union renounced those, said, that was order, that was imperialism. And so Marx's ideas were attractive to some Chinese thinkers, but Lenin, very attractive, a combination of imperialism and his notion of a vanguard party forward. So there was a small communist party, a bigger nationalist party. They were involved in protests against warlords, against imperialists. And while Sun Yat-sen was alive, Sun Yat-sen got the two parties to work together. Sun Yat-sen wasn't a Marxist, he believed in class struggle, but he admired Leninism. And so he said that actually the Communist Party and the Nationalist Party may have had different views of the path forward for China, but they agreed on who the enemies were. The enemies were the warlords who were China weak and willing to compromise and foreign imperialism. So China needed to get rid of the warlords and become a stronger country, and then they could sort it out what road. Sun Yat-sen dies in 1925. His successor, Chiang Kai-shek, initially keeps the alliance going with the Communist Party, but in 1927 he turns against the Communists to carry out a purge.
The head of the Nationalists.
He's the head of the Nationalists. And he has some very different, kind of culturally more conservative figure. But what's important in part about this, there are some members of the Chinese Communist Party who accept the basic ideas of Marxism. Revolution comes from the cities. But Mao this idea that actually partly loves this idea of peasant rebellions in China's past driving forward. And he starts writing about how, well, maybe in China's case, actually the peasantry, farmers could be a radical force. And so the Communist Party is on the run. It's being pushed around. The nationalists are trying to exterminate them. But eventually, then it's nationalist communists lie again after Japan invaded China in the 1930s. They form what's called a front. During this period, Mao is emerging as taking leadership in the Chinese Communist Party, and his idea of a different kind of vision of communist revolution that has revolutionary vanguard somehow being peasantry. After World War II, after the two parties brokered a truce worked together in Japan, the war between the nationalists and the communists, and against all odds, the Communist Party wins. The Communist Party gets support from the Soviet Union. The nationalists get support from the United States. Even though neither of them are quite doing things the way that their actor would like them to, but there also is a way in which, and this is something I think the Communist Party remember, the feeling that the Nationalist Party doesn't really believe its own rhetoric, that in fact all it cares about is having power, criminally corrupt. Chiang Kai-shek himself is personally corrupt, but family members, there's an idea that there's just a small band of people that are benefiting, and discuss the nationalists end up in retreat. Taiwan, that's why Taiwan then becomes the Republic of China. There's an uprising there that Chiang Kai-shek people, the nationalists repressed. It starts being from the late 1940s on this long period of martial law. Taiwan, and there becomes then this period where the mainland's under the control of a Leninist party, one party rule, that it was bad, very bad period in Chinese history when China was able to stand up to imperialism. Taiwan's controlled by Leninist party, it's one party rule, limits participation. That bad time when China was being ruled by imperialism. What distinguishes Chiang Kai-shek? Chiang Kai-shek has a personality cult. Mao has a personality cult. They have a lot in common. One clear thing that makes them different is Chiang Kai-shek says that what's wrong with the Communist Party is they've abandoned Chinese traditional values of Confucianism. Now, that on nationalists, the bad is they are wedded to values of Confucianism. Cycling back when it began, Mao and Xi, you could actually say Ping in some ways is like living out the dream that Chiang Kai-shek had. The one-party rule and also kind of celebrating Confucianism.
Yeah, there's always spoken about now that Chiang Kai-shek and Mao, that they kind of combined. You've also interesting, we had 100 hours to talk about it. Another area that you talk about where Xi Jinping's wife is out there, and known as a part of his image, and same was the case with Chiang Kai-shek.
Yes, and both of them, right, they had high-profile lives who were sort of celebrity figures, and made good impression globally, more like kind of first lady. But both Chiang Kai-shek and Xi Jinping oversaw a period of emphasizing more traditional patriarchal values in China. And one of the things I didn't mention before, Xi Jinping has been very this idea of trying to do away with difference within PRC, is pushing against feminism, any kinds of feminism.
Go back.
Yeah. I mean, there are people who will argue for patriarchal Confucius, but it fits.
So no, that gets us close to Mao consolidating power.
Then, story after 1949, Mao is there were divisions in within the Communist Party over sort of Maoist patient wanted to transform the country quickly. He had a utopian thought the peasantry didn't have to stick to the traditional pattern of lowly socialism and communism. He tried to greatly forward with disastrous policy of his that imagined China outdoing the West in kind of quick industrialization and work like this. And it was just didn't all kinds of things wrong. And that would be a whole need a whole other session greatly forward and the Cultural Revolution. But one of the simple ways to think about it is Mao made these kind of disastrous moves and then was partially sidelined and then wanted to get back to power. And there was this struggle between people who were more gradualist, more let's try to work more kind of rationally, and more utopian side with both the Great Leap Forward and then later the Cultural Revolution were Mao's efforts to do things dramatically, even at the risk of chaos, even at the risk of undoing a lot of the kind of slow building of state building going on. And then there were other figures who were more concerned with kind of incremental. And then after Mao's death, one of those figures, Deng Xiaoping, ends up being the next long-term paramount leader.
Like decades of economic progress, economic reforms led to record-breaking growth, Japan, and so on. I got to linger on Great Forward a bit, enough to understand modern day China. So, I'll talk about another episode. Great Leap Forward, agricultural collectification, rapid industrialized, killed one of the how the catastrophic saw the policy for it. And so suffering all the enough change.
So with the Great Leap Forward, it caused this incredible famine, incredible devastation. One of the things that happened was getting very bad information. In the sense that there was officials were afraid that if they gave bad news, if they admitted that they were failing to meet these giant targets that were being set, that would be seen as a political mistake. So it got to be a survival mechanism to pass on unrealistic reports of what was going. So some of it was culture of fear around a great leader that led to not getting accurate information. But that was one part of the dynamic. Ego was a big part of it. There were all kinds of things that were unmoored. When early in the Chinese Communist Party history of power, there was the connection to the Soviet Union. Stalin had a connection after Stalin's death. Wanted side towards decentralization and stuff, and that's laid the groundwork for the Sino-Soviet split. But there was also this kind of obsession of doing things differently that Mao had in it. And you have factional struggle, all kinds of things that are happening.
There's something I learned about called Gray's Law, which states any sufficiently advanced and competent malice. So I would say when 30 to 45 million people die, it doesn't matter what the explanation is. That's a longer discussion. But the interesting discussion that connects to was how is Mao China? What is Xi Jinping
70% right, 30% wrong.
I guess Mao's open now Stalin. That Stalin was 70% right, 30% wrong. So they apply the same kind of logic there. Yeah, analytical analysis. Mao.
Yeah. But Xi Jinping has had a different way of the first 3 years of China and the second 3 years. Says that not the one, the other, that we need where we are today, benefiting from both those first 3 years and the second. We implicitly, or he sometimes talks about a new era, suggests that in many ways China is now in a post-reform era. Think about a third stage, and the people write about it. And so he clearly, there's always been a way of trying to separate out a kind of Mao of the period when things were not going horribly. And I think Xi Jinping would think that Mao, having managed to fight the Korean War to a standstill, which is how things are, how the history of that period is described in the PRC, said, look, you had so many different forces of the more developed world fighting on one side, and that war did not end in a defeat for North Korea, for the Chinese. So yeah, Xi Jinping, I think, wants to be seen as an inheritor of Mao, continuer of one side of the legacy, but clearly back to where we began, not the Mao who liked to stir things up, not the Mao who believed in mobilizing youth on the streets, not the Mao who lets things get out of control, but the Mao who was responsible for strengthening the nation.
Can I ask you about the 19th watch real quick? This particular speech is about in 1986, at the end of the Korean War, saying China will not surrender. Speech reads, how long the world will last, we're not the ones to decide. Used to depend on President Truman, depend on President Eisenhower, or whoever will become the next U.S. president. It's up to them. No matter how long the war is going to last, we'll never use plan to. Yeah, so this is version of Model Years here. That is still celebrated today. And from the Chinese perspective, I guess they could tell the story about that particular concept of it. So what do you think about that speech? About these people? I don't know how much you allow speeches.
They got it. Yeah, there's a really difficult accent. People, native speakers of Chinese could have trouble with his speech. That one was less hard to follow than some of
What explains the accent?
well, he's just from Yunnan, and the accent. This is another complicated side of Mao.
Welcome.
He was both
How are you, Wayne?
intellectual and very
What's good? We're just watching podcasts for you to enjoy.
intellectuals, and if he had an animus for wanting to, even though he came, though he was, but actually had that. But no, I think what's interesting about that speech part is how even the depiction of the Korean War as being a war against America or Korea, fit with his idea that it wasn't just about China. It wasn't about China working self-interest, but siding with the underdog countries against the hegemonic one. That was another part of Mao's Mao's desire to see China as representing the kind of third world, the, the countries that had felt the brunt of Western imperialism, Japanese, and trying to find one or another country imperialism to focus on. At that point, he was focusing on America, which is something that kind of have particular resonance now. Now, to alternate, at certain points, he thought there should be an alliance with, where he said China should be able to work with Japan. Because at one point he said, well, without Japanese imperialism, the Communist Party would have had this ability to unite the people. We have seen in the post-Mao period something playing anti-Japanese sentiment because of the history of Japanese aggression, or there could be anti-American sentiment because of the history of American roles in imperialism, or it can be played in a different way in the United States, when the United States did formal colonies in Asia, the way that Britain and France did. These things are also flux. Now we're in this very flux period. At the beginning of the imposition of tariffs, were of China, Japan, and Korea, South Korea, all together. And photo op, not something that. So I think this is also just a kind of broader lesson. Not assume that configurations will all.
If you look out in the 21st century, what are some of the best possible things that could happen in the region and globally? China at the world stage. What is the possible trajectory culturally, economically, politically, partnerships, and all this kind of stuff?
Such a hard moment to be imagining how one wanted to turn China path sort of more kind of wasn't that there would be urgent China's urgent capital country, but I'd love to see a return to that or all of the variations in society. And hard time to imagine that because Hong Kong kind of represents that somehow with an amazing thing backward rather than forward. I think it's really extraordinary how much they was given to Hong Kong period there. That was really special. The Communist Party run country never had a city within it that had press as then tolerance protest. And I think it was I hope it could be seen some of these Beijing as a miscalculation too. Kind of wanted soft power. Hong Kong film live around the world. Way in which story. So I guess it would be the hope for more space for that kind of activity and openness data flourish. I love to think that they're actually Taiwan. If those could become broader norms. Not that Taiwan is perfect, it has no problems with many attractive things about it. And now, the kinds of things that flourish. Maybe studying which Taiwan is post partial post and an incarnation thing that.
Yeah, and you're right. Taiwan, especially Hong Kong, are a special place. actually um, China, not the other way around.
That was a hope early on, and there were ways in which some parts of Hong Kong style made it across the border. I think it's hard to see it now with how Hong Kong is. But I think the awareness of the ability to think, there's no way to know what kind of things that we can up later. I do think there are things about Hong Kong that even in the failure of the movement have had repercussions that are not all negative. I think the Hong Kong spirit being kept alive in diaspora communities around the world is really interesting. There are things that are spreading. I think Hong Kong represented a vision of way Chinese notion of Chinese, and I think that is something that exists. Um, and there have been protesters in a lot of other parts of the world. Belarus, I used to say from Minneapolis, because in 2020 there were protests in Belarus where there were activists who were talking about the Hong Kong, trying to focus on water, more flexible protesting. And clearly in Thailand, there were looked at things to learn from Hong Kong. The New Zealand-based China specialist, Jeremy Barmet, who talks about the other China, which can exist within China, physical China, or elsewhere. Um, Equally attached to Chinese traditions, but thinking of those traditions, not just Confucianism, but Taoism, not just hierarchy, but also openness, cosmopolitanism, not just nationalism, but cosmopolitanism. And I think there are some elements of that that even in failure come movements, from protests, or last flourishing of that, we can see some elements of that in Taiwan. Elements of that is another China as well. And I think recovering, not allowing a particular version of Chinese, the Chinese Communist Party under Xi Jinping wants to make people think of as Chinese. China has multiple cultural strands, multiple traditions that people can tap into something richer, um, more admirable, I think, than this narrowed down version.
And I hope for a future where both Hong Kong and have bookstores that carry that Game for Brave New World and all of your books. And I can't wait to enjoy the intellectual flourishing of incredible people, beautiful culture, Chinese people, all the people I've met, interact with totally different cultures, the root of ancient history, very different. And it's like amazing that Earth produced Chinese people, Indian people, well, all kinds of variants. We all have our works and so on. Everybody has brilliant. It all starts once in a while, but I hope now that we have new weapons, I hope now that we have technology that connects us to life, we'll actually collaborate more to fight each other. And thank you for being one of the shows of beauty. It's the entire region really about, and it's around it's awesome. Thanks for thanks for listening to this conversation with Jeffrey Watch for this podcast. Please check out our sponsor in the description. And now let me leave you with some words from anger, rising, think, consequence. Thank you, and hope to see you next time. I write this December, January Josh Arnett, Marley Shelton come down, fly Franken. We're shooting for 10 hours on the green. We shoot that open. Incredible. Visual look, we've never seen that. I want to make it. I just want the common. Any other studio make it look like a gritty crime movie. They would miss the point. And the visuals out. I want to like this boldest video thing because that's how it reads when I read the book. It's like a movie. Just by being around him and working, you get by osmosis, you learn, and it just ups your game because they're way beyond cameras like that. Like when I first met him, I was trying to impress the hell out of him because I was a big fan. I told him, hey, I just create Steadicam. I can't afford Steadicam operators. I'm operating Steadicam myself. Now, if he was my peer, he'd say, oh, I did the same thing. Just same thing. That would be like hanging out with somebody. You want somebody who's above them. But he said, I'm not a Steadicam. I'm not operating. I'm taking it apart. I'm a better one. That's mere mortals trying to learn how to operate the camera. He's just, that's the guy you want to hang out. Not someone who's, you put someone in the world, like we did the city, but like way in the back going. But we built the sets there, the town, everything very tangible, real. That way, has to fit into that world. He has realism. Because if it was all, but then now in budget, you put it in the environment, real. Like with our movies, you watch it all fall apart. You watch this thing blow up. You watch this thing not work. Everything just falls apart in front of your face. Then that's obviously and creatively figure out a way around it. And by the end, you have a result better than you thought out. That's the ashes of your failure. They keep your next there. We're not letting it find it. Following, sure, Robert, legendary city, Mariachi, Grotto, Spike, Shed, Dawn, Lita, Battleancho, Battle, and anymore. Robert, Dr. Hardy, generally, Mariachi, that show was not a director. Also the writer, cinematographer, editor, visual effects supervisor, sound designer, full stack filming. He has shown incredible versatility across genre, action, horror, family films, libraries, camera, and any action. I write this January, Josh Arnett, Marley Shelton come down, I break in, shooting 10 hours, incredible. Visual look, they appear and say, oh, that dumpty like hanging out with somebody else. Somebody who's a book. That's operating. Take it apart and find it. We're mortal. I don't operate the camera. Signing on those. That's the kind of not something put so much of the world. Like we put like a way. Built this there. Built this that way she had to into that one. It was all that's a watch it all fall apart. You watch the thing go up. Watch the thing falls apart. And that's all you figure out a way around it. I don't really thought out. Ash on it. Always conversation with brother, legend, bringing Yash, Desperado, Russell, on Battle Angel, Battle, Father, Starting, Generation, from the Yash, that was not only director, but also writer, producer, editor, visual effects, sound design, and complete that filming. As incredible versatility, genres, and action, for family films, epic collaboration, Cameron, and many other actors. Because often, conversation about the history of modern this lecture podcast recorded with our sponsor now friend Jeffrey compared to months ago in the past. What are the parallels usually where they differ? Xi Jinping, of course, is the current leader of China. For a couple of years, Mao Zedong was the communist leader of China from 1959 to 1970. So, what are the commonalities?
So the biggest commonality of them is that they're both subject of personality cult, and that Mao was the center of a very intensely felt one from 1949 when he died. Tremendous outpouring of grief on people.
As part of MIT Course 6S099 Artificial General Intelligence, what difference as part of MIT Course 6S099 science, and not only studied officer of the science of 80,000 professor of tech. For that, he's extremely well cited, over 100,000 citations. Writing have had impact on the scientific community. As part of MIT course 099 on artificial general intelligence, as part of MIT course 6.099 artificial general intelligence, MIT studying cosmological universe, also studied and delved into and the artificial amongst many other things, founder of the life history, author of two books, both of which I highly recommend. First, Our Mathematical Universe, second, Life 3.0. Truly out of the box and fun personalities. I really enjoy talking. If you'd like to see more things videos in the future, subscribe and also click the bell icon. Make sure you follow Twitter, LinkedIn, gi.mit.edu. Watch other lectures, conversations. But yet, we'll be back chapter on goals. Where it's really where philosophy and engineering come together, and like that's the why is not this thing alive? I need more. Lastly, that every failure affords an opportunity to learn. That's very fortunate to fail in new and exciting ways. And this conversation is different. I learned about radio Karen, RFI. Apparently, music conversation local radio station are the most rooms that are exceptionally difficult sound source to remove. So I've gotten the opportunity to learn how to avoid RFI features in recording sessions. I've also gotten the opportunity to learn how to use audition as a to audio repair. Of course, it's difficult voice to remove. I am an engineer. I'm not an audio engineer. Neither is anybody else in our group. But we did our best. Nevertheless, I thank you for your patience, and I hope you're still able to enjoy the conversation. Do you think there's intelligent life out there in the universe? Let's open up the question. I have a minority view here, actually. When I give public lectures, I'll ask for show there's life out there somewhere else. And almost everyone puts their hands up. When I ask why, they'll be like, oh, there's so many galaxies out there. There's gotta be. But I'm a numbers nerd, right? So more carefully at it, it's not so clear at all. When we talk about our universe, first of all, we don't mean all of space. We actually mean, I don't know, you can throw me the universe if you want, it's behind you there. We simply mean spherical regions of space from which light has had time to reach us so far during the 28 billion years, 28 billion years of the Big Bang. Space here, but this is what we call the universe. That's all we have access to. So is there intelligent life here that's gotten to the point of putting telescopes? My guess is no, actually. The probability of it happening on any given planet is some number we don't know what it is. And what we do know is that the number can't be super high because there's over 1 billion Earth-like planets in the galaxy alone, many of which are years older than Earth. And aside from some UFO believers, now there isn't much evidence that any supernatural civilizations have come here at all. And that's the famous Fermi paradox, right? And then if you work the numbers, what you find is that if you have no clue what the probability is of getting life on a given planet, it could be 10 to the minus 10, 10 to the minus 20, or 10 to the minus 2, or any power of 10 is sort of equally likely if you want to be really open-minded. That translates into it being equally likely that our nearest neighbor is 10 to the 16 meters away, 10 to the 17 meters away, 10 to the 18. So by the time you get much less than 16 already, you pretty much know there is nothing else that's close. And when you get beyond that, they would have been discovered as long ago, or if they're really close, we would have probably known engineering projects that they're doing. If it's beyond 10 to 26 meters, that's already outside here. So my guess is actually we're the only life in here that's gotten the point of building it back, which I think is very puts a lot of responsibility on our shoulders not to screw up. I think granted that it's okay for us to screw up and the war or go extinct somehow because there's a Star Trek-like situation out there. Other life forms are going to come and bail us out. And matters what I think loneliness is a false security. I think it's more privileged to say, let's be really grateful for this amazing opportunity. And things it is down to us. From a perspective, you think intelligent life, unique, but the basic matter of the universe, how difficult it is for intelligent life, what kind of advanced type of thing life. Is implied in your statement that it's really something like it. Well, I think what we know is that going from no life to having life to our level settling our whole universe with life. There's some major roadblock there, which is some great filter, as sometimes called, which tough to get to. It's either that roadblock is either behind us or in front of us. I'm hoping very much that it's behind us. I'm super excited every time we get a new report from saying they fixed any life on Mars. Yes, that's the hard part. Maybe with getting the first ribosome or very low level, stepping stone, home free, because that's true. Then the future is really only limited by our own imagination. It would be much sunnier if it turns out that this level of life is kind of the time it doesn't. But maybe there's some other problem, like as soon as civilization gets advanced technology, within 100 years they get stupid like themselves, and that would be a bummer.
So you explored the mysteries of the cosmological universe, one between us today. I think you've also begun to explore the other universe, which is mystery, mysterious mind, intelligence, intelligent life. Is there a common thread between your interest about space and intelligence?
Oh yeah, when I was a teenager, I was already very fascinated by big questions. I thought the two big mysteries of all in science were our universe up there and our universe in here. So it's quite natural after that quarter of a century. On my career, thinking about it, I don't know, the luxury of doing research. So cool. I feel the time is right.
Yo, what's going on, Smokey? How are things being a dad? Okay, what happened?
Oh no arguing. Well, because she doesn't understand that why I am with my mother is so I can feed myself.
Sure.
She has a home. She gets. I don't.
Okay.
So yeah.
So are you able to see your child?
Well, yeah, I can still see the child.
Okay. Well, then isn't that all that matters?
Oh, it's just the way she is. Not exactly. What can I do?
Is there any way to work it out with her and rekindle a relationship?
One of those. She doesn't.
Okay. Well, there's not too much you can do.
Yeah, I get on. Tomorrow is just she's glitched. She changed, and she does it every day. One day she's annexation. One mental strain to get one. Too much mentally to do.
Okay.
I'm just having to do it.
What do you mean? Like, what does she do that's too much mentally?
She's arguing.
Okay. Well.
Especially when she's out one of these. She realizes I'm the first one.
All right.
She's at about.
All right. Well, is it anything that you could be like, hey, we created life together. Let's do our best to be as amicable as possible and smoke a J?
It's now.
Thank you. Is there any way you can live with her? Does she live at home?
Next week I won't be.
Okay, that's good. Thank God. Are you going to invite her to live with you with the baby?
Yeah. So there's like
Okay. I mean, do you love her as a partner, or it's just kind of something that happened and you're just doing your best to adapt?
I'm just doing my best to go in.
Yeah,
Just to keep on pushing.
absolutely.
Also,
So, do you foresee ever being romantically involved with her again?
I don't know. I don't know at this point. Can do it.
All right.
Yeah.
Do you
Oh, I've got the signal update.
do you have any love for her?
Do I have what?
Any love for her
Oh yeah.
romantically?
Yeah. I can't.
Okay.
Normally, I'm quite chill. Get along with people. Do my thing.
Right.
She does her thing. But today it's just been different today, man.
Okay, what did she do today that was
Oh,
different?
Huh?
What did she do today that was different?
Just start.
Just,
Push me 3 times.
okay, so
So push that out.
she's physically abusive towards you?
Mainly mentally, but 3 times.
Okay. Can you tell her that you don't appreciate that?
I could. Yeah, I could. She don't listen.
Okay.
She doesn't listen one bit.
How did you meet her?
I met her. Well, I've known her for about a year and a half, 2 years. We've been on and off for about 2 years.
Okay, how'd you meet?
Yubo. You know what that is?
You love?
Yubo. Yeah. I-U-O.
What is
Shit up.
okay, what's Yubo?
Oh, check it. It's better if you check it out. Quite a lot to it. But think of Snapchat, Instagram, Facebook, but instead of it calling, you join someone's room, they invite you, turn your camera on, you can have about 20 people, you can have battle, that shit, like TikTok. But,
Okay, very cool. So you met her using this app, and then you guys were in
yeah.
a similar
But
look.
there's a lot of racism and a lot of reach on that app, so I tend to stay away from it.
Okay, and so you found each other, and now you were in close proximity, and you met up, right? Okay, and then she told you she was pregnant, and that came as a surprise.
Well, no, I knew she was. I knew she was in the state. Well, about a month after, I knew. I knew from like a month after she did it.
Okay, did you want to have a baby with her or no?
I mean, I don't know. To be fair, I'm just confused, dude. I'm just drained. So give me a few days and I'll be able to answer.
Okay,
No, but
living living the dream. I get people who talk about me all the time on an app called Blue Sky, which is like the liberal Twitter, and I'm just doing everything I can to create bots on it and go viral that way. So that's been very good, thankfully. Very cool.
that was fun.
I see.
Um, Because that's too big. No. Yeah, no. Oh, no. How much is that? £1. No. How much? No, you had £3. Sorry. Have a good day, man.
You're good, big dog. Have your parents been able to meet your child yet?
Huh?
Have your parents been able to meet your child?
No.
So they
No,
have.
not yet.
Okay, is that something you have planned?
Well, I'll get back to him.
Okay, is it a complicated
I
situation?
mean, well, I don't really like my mom, but I've got to stay civil with my brother. I can't do that. If I do, I'll fuck you. I'll kill you.
Okay, well, we
Sorry
don't
to
want
say that.
that. All right.
Huh?
I said we don't want that.
No, 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 no. I'm pissed off with you.
Okay, who has you pissed off?
My mother, daddy.
Hold on, one step at a time. What has her mother done?
Oh, God. She hit me again. She hit me.
So,
We last started, she hit me.
so,
It's just been a lot of shit.
so her mother hit you.
Are you sure you like it? Boring.
I'm listening intently, dog. I want what's best for you.
Oh, cheers. Cheers. Hey, it's actually nice. Sorry for rambling.
You're good. So her mother hit you
Well,
in addition to her hitting you, correct?
well, yeah.
Okay, that's not cool. Did you tell her mother that
Well,
you don't appreciate her putting her hands on you?
guess what? I told her. Well, I didn't want, but
All right, that's not a smart move.
she hit me.
It doesn't matter. You're a dude and she's a woman, and they're gonna put you in jail before they'll put her in jail.
No, I mean, we don't talk. We've settled it, I think. If you don't
I hope so.
mind, I'll be honest, I'm not the type of person to get someone. She was in my face, a foot away from my face. She was doing fucking screaming and shouting and she dragged me about. No, I'm sorry. Um, I'm, I hope you don't think.
No, of course not. You just need to watch yourself.
I know. I'm a little cunt. Well, I'm not. What's the Japanese one? I'm not. I'm not. What about 500? That's 500 pounds when you do. Come on, what's happening? Are they good? Take a shot. I'm trying. Hello? Hello? Sorry, Rabbi. Yeah, speaking. Speaking. £7. What? Hold on. Eh? Eh? Done it. Thank you. Oh, I'm sure. Sorry. Oh, no, that's not much anyway. Oh, thanks. Oh, no. I've been doing the garden 8 o'clock this morning. I'm like friend. Only finished about an hour, 2 hours ago. Sorry. Okay. Sorry. Um,
You're good.
been out on Sunday as well. Been really upset. Like super top. Really, like mega hot, and it's just good. Yeah.
All right. So, why did her mother hit you?
Oh, well, being her, I was having shit. And he goes to her friends was well. For days, he was seriously bad. She said, "Oh, you don't care about Beth. All you want to do is go see the game." I did, by the way, previously, 2 months. So that was the first time in 2 months that I seen him 3 4 days ago. And sorry.
You're good, big dog.
Okay. St. George's Day. Um, the whole fucking town was lit up with rainbow. Patriots.
You think caused that?
I don't know. One fucking, not enough. They just don't put any money into it anymore. They'll put it in the back of the pocket. Where people are on the street hungry and dying, you know.
Is-
Shit, that's a massive
Are you able to get public? Are you able to get public services?
thing. I don't know. I know it's me. 2 days a week, it's pretty like good. Because,
Have you been able to play your Have you been able to play your video games recently?
yeah, well, Xbox, the most place. Down it later. I'll join the PC.
Sure. Is Nan grandmother? Is Nana grandmother?
Or
Okay.
so
And then mother is mom?
mom, mommy, we say mommy, so like council,
All right. So are you going to be able to live with your grandmother?
I've seen that. Yeah, I did. I did Jumanji 3 days on a bike, on a bike, which is shit. And I got the next kids going, kids. Right, Rabbi,
Yes, sir.
I shall get back to you.
Excellent. You stay safe, man.
Thank you for
Absolutely. Come on back when you can. Best wishes. Love you too, big dog. Peace.
also not smarter than the water bottle because I'm made of different kind of quirks. I'm made of quirks, exactly. It's no secret sauce, I think, in me. It's all about the pattern of the information process. It means no law of physics thing that we can't create technology which help us by being incredibly intelligent and help us crack mysteries that we could. In other words, I think we really only seen the tip of the iceberg so far. Yeah, so Tromium. Yeah. Coin this amazing term. It's a hypothetical state of matter. So thinking from a physics perspective, what is the kind of matter that can help, as you're saying, subjective experience emerge, consciousness emerge. So how do you think about consciousness? Very good question. Again, I think many people have underestimated our ability to progress on this by convincing themselves it's hopeless because we're missing some ingredient. There's some new consciousness particle or whatever. I happen to think that we're not missing anything, and it's all not interesting thing about consciousness that gives us this amazing subjective experience of color, motion, but it's rather something at the higher level of the patterns of information processing. That's why I think about this idea of perceptron, for an arbitrary physical system to be conscious in terms of what this particle or its information is doing. I think carbon shot it, that you have to carbon atoms smart or conscious. That's something about the information. Yeah, matter. Yeah, you have my favorite equation here describing various fundamental aspects of the world. I feel that at least one day, maybe someone who's watching this come up with the equations, this information process can satisfy to be conscious of it. I'm quite convinced there is a big discovery to be made there. Because, let's face it, we know that some information processing is conscious. We are, yeah, conscious. But we also know that a lot of information processing is not conscious. Like most of the information processing happening in your brain right now is not conscious. Like 10 megabytes coming in and even just through visual system, and you're not conscious about your heartbeat regulation or most things. Even like if I just ask you to read, look at it, and then now you know what it's. You're not aware of how the computation actually happens. You're conscious of like CEO on an email at the end with the final answer. that makes a difference. I think that both of us great history, we're actually studying it a lab here at MIT, but I also think it's a really urgent question to answer. For starters, I mean, if you're an emergency room doctor and you have an unresponsive patient coming in, it'd be great in addition having a CT scanner, you had a consciousness scanner to figure out whether this person is actually having locked in syndrome or is actually comatose. And in the future, imagine if we build a robot or the machine that we can have really good conversations that are like in happen, right? Wouldn't you want to know, like, if your home helper robot is actually experiencing anything or just like a zombie? You prefer? What would you prefer? Would you prefer that it's actually unconscious so that you don't have to feel guilty about switching it off or giving boring chores? Or what would you prefer?
Well, certainly I would prefer the appearance of consciousness. But the question is whether the appearance of consciousness is different consciousness itself. And sort of question, we need to understand what consciousness is, solve the hard problem of consciousness in order to build something like an AGI system.
Something. And I think we'll probably be able to build things. We don't answer that question. If we want to make sure that what happens is solid first. So it's a wonderful controversy you're raising with basically 3 points of view about the hard problem stuff. There are two different points of view about the hard problem of consciousness. So on one hand, you have people like Daniel Dennett who say consciousness, yes, because consciousness is the same thing as intelligence, different. So anything which acts conscious is conscious, like we are. Then there are also a lot of AI researchers I know. Consciousness is bullshit. Of course, machines never be conscious. They're always resolved. They never have to feel guilty about having treated them. And then there's a third group of people, including Giulio Tononi, for example, and another, and Christoph Hoffman and a number of others. I would put myself down and say that actually some information from consciousness and stuff is not. So let's find the equation which can be used to determine which it is. But I think we're just a little lazy, kind of running away from this problem for a long time. They don't even mention the C word, right? Because but we should stop making excuses. This is a science question. We can have. There are ways we can even test. And coming back,
Pardon me? Did you say what time did you leave?
How did I leave? How did I leave?
Oh, it happens. Discord sometimes mutes people accidentally. Alright, so we're starting the Lex Friedman podcast from the beginning. We actually just watched the most recent one. So these are on self-driving cars, and this one's on like the creation of the universe. This is such a stupid thing that YouTube has that if like somebody creates a playlist and you want to watch it in reverse, you can't. So you have to watch them like from the beginning to from the most recent. So I had to go in and make my own playlist, which I absolutely never do. But I watch these better. I like to see how podcasts evolve. So this one's like the bare bones. This one's number one. So feel free to enjoy. I'm sure that is just absolutely fascinating information.
Actually happening or you actually not experiencing things that you feel you have to feel. like when you're in a relationship, I love you, I love you back. It's like asking, would you they really love you back, or are they just saying that? Don't you really want them to actually love you? It's hard to it's hard to really know the difference between uh, everything seeming there's consciousness present, there's intelligence present, there's affection, passion, love, and and the action being there. I'm not sure.
Can I ask you a question? Like, make it a different point that Mass General Hospital is right across the river, right? Yeah. Suppose you're going in for a medical procedure, and they're like, for anesthesia, what we're going to do is we're going to give you muscle relaxant, so you won't be able to move, and you're going to feel excruciating pain during the whole surgery, but you won't be able to do anything about it. But then we're going to give you this drug that erases your memory of it. Would you be cool about that? What's the difference? You're conscious about it or not? If there's no behavioral change, right?
Right. That's yeah. I feel like in that sense, experiencing it values qualities actually being have subjective experience. At least in that case, valuable.
And I think we humans have a little bit of a bad track record also of making serving arguments. Other entities aren't conscious. People say, oh, these animals can't feel.
Right.
It's okay to boil lobsters because we asked them if it hurt and they didn't say anything. And all the way throughout, lobsters did boil them and ran it in Switzerland. And we did this with slaves too often. Oh, they don't mind. And they don't maybe aren't conscious, or women don't have colds or whatever. So I'm a little bit nervous when I hear people machines can't have experience ever. I think this is really fascinating science question. What is research and trying to figure out what it is that makes the difference between unconscious intelligent behavior and conscious intelligent behavior.
So in terms of think of it, Boston Dynamics, the robot being sort of with a broom pushed around, the it starts pushing on this consciousness question. Yes, you think an AGI system, like a scientist, to have a physical embodiment, to have a body or something like a body.
You mean to have a conscious experience?
To have conscious.
I do think it helps a lot to have a physical embodiment to learn. It kind of makes the world more important to us humans. For sure. But I don't think physical embodiment is necessary to use our experience. When you're dreaming, right? Your eyes are closed. You don't get any sensory input. You don't be anyway, but experience when you see something dreams, your eyes process itself in your brain. Is that
To put it another way, because it comes from science, the reason you want to have a body and something like a physical, if you want to be able to preserve something, in order to have itself, to argue, you need to have the self you want to preserve.
well? Now we're getting a little bit anthropomorphic. That's anthropomorphizing things, and then maybe talk about self-preservation things. We are evolved organisms, right?
Right.
So Darwinian evolution endowed us and other evolved organisms preservation instincts. So it didn't have those self-preservation genes, but clean out of the gene pool. Right? But if you build an artificial general intelligence, the mind space you can design is much, much larger than the subset of mind have all. But AGI mind doesn't necessarily have any self-preservation instinct. It also doesn't necessarily have to be so individualistic as us. Like imagine if you could just, first of all, you're also very afraid of death. Suppose you could back yourself up every 5 minutes, and your airplane is about to crash. You're like, I'm gonna lose the last 5 minutes of experience. My last cloud backup. Dang, not as big a deal. if we could copy experience between our minds easily, which we could easily do with our based, and maybe we would feel a little bit more like a hive mind. Actually, maybe it's so. So, so I don't think we should take for granted at all that AGI will have to have any of the competitive as alpha male instincts.
Right.
On the other hand, this is really interesting. Some people go too far and say, oh, of course, we don't have to have any concerns either that advanced AI will have those instincts because we can build anything we want. There's very nice arguments going back to Steve Omohundro, Nick Bostrom, and others, just pointing out that when we build machines, we normally build them with some kind of goal, win this chess game, drive this car safely, or whatever. And as soon as you put in a goal into machine, especially kind of open the goal, the machine is very intelligent. You break that down into a bunch of goals. And one of those goals will almost always be self-preservation. If it breaks or dies in the process, it's not going to accomplish the goal, right? Like, suppose you just you have a little robot, tell us to go down to the market here and make Italian things, someone comes in and tries to break it on the way. That robot has an incentive not to destroy it, defend itself, or run away. Otherwise, it's going to fail and be bitter. It's not afraid of death, but it really wants to leave the cooking gold, so it will have a self-preservation instinct.
Continuing the functionality.
Yeah, and simply, if you give any kind of more ambitious goal to an AGI, it's very likely to want to acquire more resources to do that better. Exactly from those goals that we might not have intended, but some of the concerns about AGI safety come. We give it some goal which is completely harmless, and then we realize that it's also trying to do these other things we didn't want it to do. Maybe smarter than us.
So, and let me pause just because I am in a very kind of centric way. Fear of death is a valuable motivator. So you don't think? Do you think that's an artifact of evolution? That's evolution created, or sort of almost obsessed with all self-preservation, cytogenetic well, necessary, afraid of death, not just a kind of sub-goal of self-preservation, you think you keep doing the thing, but more fundamentally it has that finite thing, like, and for you, important.
Interesting. Do I think it's necessary
for intelligence, but consciousness? For those, you think really like a finite death and the fear of it is important.
So, before I can answer, before we can agree on whether it's necessary for intelligence or for consciousness, we should be clear on how we define those two words.
Sure.
A lot of really smart people define them in very different ways. I was in this panel with AI experts, and they couldn't agree on how to define intelligence. I define intelligence as the ability to accomplish complex goals. I like your broad definitions because, again, I don't want to be a garbage journalist. Right? And in that case, no, certainly it doesn't require fear of death. I would say AlphaZero is quite. I don't think AlphaZero has any fear of being turned off because it doesn't understand the concepts of that even. And really, consciousness, can you imagine a very simple kind of experience? But if certain plants they have experience, I don't think they're very afraid of dying because there's nothing to do about it anyway. But it wasn't that much value. But more seriously, I think if you ask not just about being conscious, but maybe having what we might call an exciting life, we feel passion and really appreciate the things. Maybe there perhaps it does help having a background that hey, finite. Let's make the most of this, live the fullest. But if you knew you were going to live forever, do you think it would change or?
Yeah, I mean, in some perspective, it would be be an incredibly boring life. Whatever. Sort of loose, objective terms instead of exciting other humans understand, I think. Yeah, find that.
Well, the good news for you then is, based on what we understand about cosmology, everything in the universe is probably finite, although
a crunch or a big,
yeah, we have a big chill or a big crunch or a big rip or snap or death bubbles, although are more than 1 billion years away. So we certainly have vastly more time than our ancestors thought. But it's pretty hard to squeeze in an infinite number of compute cycles, even though there are some loopholes that might be possible. But I think some people like to say that you're about to die in 5 years or so. That's sort of optimal. Maybe it would be good in some civilization aspect, but not finite to the other side.
Right, exactly. You mentioned in defining intelligence, the ability to solve complex goals. Where would you draw a line? How would you try to define human-level intelligence and human-level intelligence? Where is consciousness part of that definition?
No. Consciousness does not come into the definition. So I think of intelligence as there are very many different kinds of goals you can have. You can have a goal to be a good player, a good pro player, a good car driver, a good investor, a good poet, etc. So intelligence, by its very nature, isn't something you can measure with just one number overall. No. There's some people who are more better at this, people who are better than that. Right now we have machines that are much better than us. Some very narrow tasks like multiplying large numbers fast, memorizing large databases, playing chess, playing Go, driving cars. But there's still no machine that can match a human child in general intelligence. But artificial general intelligence, AGI, the name of your course, of course, that is, by its very definition, the quest to build a machine that can do everything as well as we can. The holy grail of AI from back inception in the 60s. If that ever happens, of course, I think it's going to be the biggest transition in the history of life on Earth. But the way the impact about it, the machines are better than us at thinking. The really big change doesn't come exactly at the moment they're better than us at everything. The really big change comes, but first there are big changes when they start becoming better at us at doing most of the jobs that we do. That takes away much of the demand for human labor. And then the really whopping change comes when they become better than us at AI research. Right? Because right now, the scale of AI research is limited by the human development cycle of how long it takes one release of some software or iPhone or whatever to the next. But once Google can replace 3,000 engineers by 40,000 equivalent pieces of software or whatever, but then that doesn't, for some reason that has to be years. It can be in principle much faster. The time scale of future progress in AI and all of science, technology will be driven by machines, not humans. So this simple point, which is incredibly controversy, whether it be intelligence explosion or singularity, as Barnaby just called it. The idea, particularly good, is obviously way back in the 50s, but you can see Alan Turing, others about it even earlier. You asked me what exactly would I define human level as. The glib answer is to say something better than us at all cognitive tasks, better than any human at all cognitive tasks. But the really interesting bar, I think, was a little bit lower than that actually, when they're better than us at AI programming and general learning, so that they can if they want to, get better than us at anything by just studying us.
So they're better is a key word, and better is kind of spectrum of complexity to accomplish. Yeah. Another way to, and that's a very clear definition of human love. So there's like a sea that's rising more and more and more things. The picture graphic you show, it's really nice when you put it. So there's some peak, the ocean level elevating. But, just kind of took a pause and took a bunch of questions from a lot of social networks. And a bunch of people asked a slightly different direction, creativity. What that perhaps aren't a peak. It's human beings are flawed. Perhaps better means having contradiction, being flawed. Let me start easy. First of all, a lot of cool equations. Let me ask, what's your favorite equation? I know they're all like your children, but which one is that?
Shredding equation is the master key of quantum micro world. Great to protect everything and all the way up.
So quantum mechanics is certainly a beautiful, mysterious formulation of our world. I'd like to sort of ask you, just as an example, it perhaps doesn't have the same beauty as it does, but in mathematics, abstract, Andrew Wiles, who the Fermat-Class theory. So they just saw this recently, and it kind of caught my eye a little bit. This 250 years after it was conjectured, it's a very simple formulation. Everybody tried to prove it, everybody failed, and so here's this guy comes along and eventually proves it, and then fails to prove it, and then proves it again. In '94, he said like the moment when everything connected into place. In an interview, it was so indescribably beautiful. That moment when you finally realized the connecting of two conjectures, he said, so indescribably beautiful, so simple and so elegant. I couldn't understand how I missed it. I just stared at it for 20 minutes. But then during the day, I walked around and I keep coming back to my desk, looking for people still there. Couldn't continue. I was so excited. It was the most moment of my work. Nothing I ever do again much. Particular moment. And it kind of made me think of what would it take. And I think we evolved in there at small levels. Maybe let me ask, have you had a moment like that in your life where you just had an idea? It's like, wow.
I wouldn't mention myself in the same breath as Andrew Wiles, but I certainly had a number of aha moments when I realized something very cool about physics. Completely made my head explode. In fact, some of my favorite discoveries I made later realized that I discovered earlier. There's one that's not quite famous for it. I basically published it, but that doesn't diminish in any way. The emotional experience you have when you realize it. Like,
wow. Yeah. What would it take in that moment, that wow, that was yours, that moment? So what do you think it takes for an intelligence AGI system, AI system, to have a moment like that?
Tricky question, because there are actually two parts to it, right? One of them is, can it accomplish that proof? Can it prove that you can never write A to the N plus B to the N equals 3 to equals C to the N for all integers, etc. When it's equal to 2. And that seems to be the question about intelligence. Can you build machines that are intelligent? And I think by the time we get a machine that can independently come up with that level of proofs, probably quite close to AGI. The second question is the question about consciousness. But when will likely is that such a machine will actually have any experience at all, as opposed to being like a zombie, and we expect it to have some sort of emotional response to this, or anything at all akin to human emotion, where when it accomplishes its machine goal, it views it as very positive and fine and deeply meaningful. I would certainly hope that if in the future we do descendants. Yeah. That I would certainly hope that they do some appreciation of life. In a way, my absolutely worst nightmare would be that at some point in the future, this future maybe our cosmos is teeming with all this post-biological life doing all this seemingly cool stuff. And maybe the last human, by the time our species eventually, that will be like, oh, that's okay because we're so proud of our descendants here. Look what all the... My worst nightmare is that they haven't solved the consciousness problem, and we haven't realized that these are all the zombies. They're not aware of anything any more than the tape recorders and any kind of experience. So the whole thing has become a play for empty benches. I feel like it'll be impossible. I mean, I much rather we have these beings who can really appreciate how amazing it is.
And in that picture, what would be the goal of creativity? What if people ask about creativity? Think about intelligence. Certainly, the story you told at the beginning, people are called, creating movies and so on.
Yeah.
Money, a lot of money in our modern world. So people are, just may want to get good at that. But that's not necessarily what I mean by creativity. Is it important on that complex goals for this rising, there to be something creative? Or am I being very human-centric and thinking creativity is all relative to intelligence?
My is that we should think of creativity simply as an aspect of intelligence. And we have to be very careful with human vanity. We have it's very often what I said. As soon as machines can do something, we try to diminish it. Oh, but that's not like real intelligence. They're not creative or this or that, the other thing. But if we ask ourselves to write down a definition of what we actually mean by being creative, what we mean by Andrew Wild's what he did there, for example, don't we often mean that someone takes very unexpected leap? It's not like taking 500 AC and multiplying it 224 by just but or cookbook like rules, right? To maybe make you the connection between two things people have never thought was connected, rising, or something like that. I think this is intelligence, and it's actually one of the most important aspects of it. Maybe the reason we humans are better at it than traditional computers is because it comes more naturally if you're a neural network than if you're a traditional logic gate computer machine. So we physically have a connection. Active here, active here, active here. My hunch is that if you ever build a machine, given the time, hey, you realize I travel around the world instead this month. Can you teach my AGI course for me? And it's like, okay. And it does it, everything is done. That would, in my mind, involve a lot of creativity.
Yeah, so I expect to be there, but I think we can try to perhaps grasp the definition of intelligence that we understand how to like because you try to find things we have and machines don't have. Maybe creativity is just one of the things, one of the words we use to describe that. That's really interesting. Right?
And I don't think we need to be that defensive. Internet goods comes out and says, "Oh, we're somehow special." It's contrary-wise, there are many examples in history of where trying to pretend that we're somehow superior to all other intelligent beings has led to pretty bad results, right? Germany, they said that they were somehow superior to other people. Today, we still see a lot of cruelty to animals by saying that we're so superior somehow, and they feel slavery was artificial general intelligence do things better than us. I don't think we should try to found our self-worth on bogus claims of superiority in terms of our intelligence. I think we should instead find our calling and meaning of life from experiences we have. I can have very meaningful experiences, even if there are other people who are smarter than me. When I go to a faculty meeting here and I'm talking about something that I certainly realize, oh, well, he has no prize, he has no prize, he has no prize. I don't have one. It doesn't make me enjoy life any less or enjoy talking to those people less. And contrary, I feel very honored and privileged to get to interact with a very intelligent being that is better than stuff. So I don't think there's any reason why we can't have the same approach with machines.
That's really interesting. People don't often think about that. They think about when there's if there's machines more intelligent, naturally think that that's not going to be a beneficial type of intelligence. You don't realize it could be, like peers with Nobel Prizes. They would be just fun to talk with. They might be clever about certain topics. You can have fun having a few drinks with them.
Well, also, another example that we can all relate to is of why it doesn't be a terrible thing to be friends with people who are even smarter than us all around is when you and I were both 2 years old, our parents were much more intelligent than us, right? Worked out okay.
Yep.
Because the goals were aligned with our goals. Yeah. And that, I think, is really the number one key issue we have to solve. If we have the value in life problem, exactly. People, you see too many Hollywood movies with lousy science fiction plot lines, they worry about the wrong thing, right? They worry about some machine suddenly turning evil. It's not malice that we should be concerned. It's competence. By definition, intelligence makes you very competent. If you have the more intelligent computer playing is the less intelligent one, and we define intelligence as the ability to accomplish goal winning, right? Maybe the more intelligent one that wins. And if you have a human and then you have an AGI that's more intelligent in all ways, and they have different goals, guess who's going to get their way, right? So I was just reading about the particular rhinoceros species that was driven extinct a few years ago, and was from our huge mommy rhinoceros, its child, Why did we humans drive into extinction? It wasn't because we were evil rhino haters as a whole. It was because our goals weren't aligned with those of the rhinoceros. It didn't work out so well. The rhinoceros was more intelligent, right? But I think it's just so important. If we ever do build AGI, before we unleash anything, we should make sure that it learns to understand our goals, that it adopts our goals, and it retains those goals.
There's a cool, interesting problem is being able to trying to formulate our values. So, the United States Constitution as a way that people sat down, time a bunch of white men, which is a good example. They formulated the goals for the country, and a lot of people goals actually held up well. Interesting formulation values. So, for the value alignment problem and a solution to it, we have to be able to put on paper or in a program values. How difficult do you think it is?
Very. But it's so important. We really have to put our best. Two separate reasons. The technical problem of figuring out how to make machines understand their goals routine. And then there's this separate part of it, the philosophical part. How do you anyway? It's not like we have any great conditions on this planet on value. What mechanism should we create that aggregates and optimize? That can can't just be left tech nerds like myself. Choose to talk about an AGI is built. It's going to be actually making the choice. It's going to be a bunch of some technology, okay? Are they necessarily so representative of all humankind that we want to just trust it to them? Are they even uniquely qualified to speak to future human happiness? They're good at programming AI. I'd much rather have the be really inclusive conversation.
I think it's possible, sort of, so you create a beautiful vision that includes sort of the diversity, cultural diversity, and various perspectives, freedom, human dignity. But how hard is it to come to that consensus? I think a really important thing that we should all try to do is
I think there's no better way to guarantee failure than to refuse to talk about it or refuse to try. I also think it's really bad strategy to say, okay, let's first have a discussion for a long time, and then once we reach complete consensus, then we'll try to load it into the machine. No, we shouldn't be perfectly the enemy of good. Instead, we should start with the kindergarten ethics that pretty much everybody agrees on and put that into machines now. We're not doing that even. Look at anyone who builds a passenger aircraft wants to never, under any circumstances, fly into a building or a mountain, right? Yet the simple lemon hijackers were able to do that. More embarrassingly, under the influence, the French Germanwings pilot, when he flew his passenger jet into the Alps, killing over 100 people, he just told the autopilot to do it. He told the computer to change the altitude to 100 meters. And even though it had the GPS maps, everything, the computer was like, okay. So we should take those very basic values. So, but the problem is not that we don't agree. The problem is just we've been too lazy to try to put it in our machines. And make sure from now on airplanes will just, which all have computers in them, but we'll just do something like that. Go into safe mode, they walk the cockpit door or the airport. And there's so much other technology in our world as well now where it's really becoming quite timely to put in very basic values like this. Even in cars, we've had enough vehicle terrorism attacks by now with driven trucks, vans, and pedestrians, that it's not at all a crazy idea to just have that hardwired into the car. Because, there are a lot of broken people who, for some reason, harm others. Most of those people don't have the expertise to how to work around something like that. So if the car just it helps. Start there.
That's a good point. Not perfect. A lot of things that most of the world agrees on.
Yeah, start there. And you start there, we'll also get into the habit of having conversations about, okay, what else should we be a gradual process then.
So, but that also means driving a machine. One thing we had a conversation with Stephen Wolf. I'm not sure if you're familiar.
Oh yeah, I know him quite well.
So he plays, works, bunch of cellular automata, things. And he kind of mentioned that we probably have already within these systems already something that's AGI, meaning like we just don't know it because we can't. If you give me this chance to try to at least form a question out of this, I think it's an interesting idea to think that we can have intelligence, but we don't know how to describe something to them, and they can communicate with us. You're doing a little bit of work in AI, trying to get AI to explain itself. So, what are your thoughts of natural language processing or some kind of other communication? How does the AI explain something to us? How do we explain something to machines? Or are you thinking
They're two separate. One of them has communication super. We already have AGI. Notice there, I beg to differ. I don't think there's anything in any automaton or any the internet itself or whatever. Artificial general intelligence that can really do exactly everything we humans. I think that if that happens, when that happens, we will very soon notice. We'll probably notice even before, and it's in a very, very big way. But for the second part, though,
wait, can I answer? You have a beautiful way to formulate consciousness as a as information processing, and you can think of intelligence. You think of the entire particle system forming around that have this information processing power. You don't think there is something with the power to process information in the way that we out there that that sort of connected to? It seems a little bit philosophical, perhaps, but there's something compelling to the idea that powers are there. There should be more in the being able to communicate.
Well, I agree that in a certain sense, the hardware processing power is already out there. Our universe itself can think of it as being a computer already, right? It's constantly computing what water waves, how to evolve the water wave for Charles, and how to move the air molecules around. And Seth Lloyd has pointed out, my colleague here, that you can even in a very rigorous way think of our entire universe being a quantum. It's pretty clear that our universe supports this amazing processing power because we can even, within the physical computer that we live in, right, we can build actual laptops and stuff. So clearly the power is there. It's just that most of the compute power that nature has, in my opinion, the boring stuff, like another ocean waves or when no one's looking, right? But the sense of what life does, what we are doing, real computers, we're rechanneling all this compute that nature is doing anyway and doing things that are more interesting than just yet another ocean wave. Here. So the raw hardware power, right, sure, and even just like computing what's going to happen the next 5 seconds of this water ball, it takes a ridiculous amount of compute to do it on the water ball that did it. That does not mean water ball has AGI. AGI means it should also be able to, like I read my book, done this interview.
Yes.
And I don't think it's just communication problems. I don't think it can do it.
Although Buddhists say when they watch the water and that there is some depth in nature that they communicate with.
Communication is also very important. Part of my job is being a teacher, and I know some very intelligent professors even have got a hard time communicating. But communicate with somebody else, you have to also be able to stimulate their own mind, build enough and understand model of their mind, you can say things that they will understand. That's quite difficult. And that's why today it's so frustrating if you have a computer that's cancer diagnosed, ask it, well, why you should have surgery if you don't want to reply, I was trained on 5 terabytes of data. Diagnosis, beep, and it doesn't really feel a lot of confidence, right? I think we have a lot of work to do on communication there.
So what kind of I think you're doing a little bit of work in explainable AI.
Yeah.
What do you think are the most promising avenues? Mostly about sort of the Alexa problem of natural language processing, of being able to actually use human interpretable methods of communication, being able to talk to a system and it talks back to you. Or is there some more fundamental problems? So
I think it's all of the above. The natural language processing involves, but there are also more nerdy fundamental problems. Like if you take, you play chess.
Russian. I have supposed to be that, but what did you learn Russian?
Ты очень плохо по-русски. Плохо. Так, я купил книгу Teachers of Russian, читал очень много, но был совсем трудно. Поэтому плохо.
How many languages do you know? Wow, that's really impressive.
I don't know, right? But my point was, played chess? Like, have you looked at Alpha Zero games? There are.
The actual.
And some of them are just mind blowing, really beautiful. And if you have, how did it do that? Talk to them as Abbas and others from mine. They will ultimately give you is a big table of numbers, big in the neural network, and you can stare at these lovely table of numbers that if it turns out, and you're not going to understand much about why it made that move. And, even if you have a natural language processing tell you in human language about 7.28, still not going to really help. I think there's a whole spectrum of fun challenges there involved in taking a computation that does intelligent things and transforming it into something equally good, equally intelligent, but it's more understandable. I think that's really valuable because I think as we put machines in charge of ever more infrastructure in our world, the power grid, the trading on the stock market, weapon systems, it's actually crucial to trust these AIs to do what we want. And trust really comes from understanding, right, in a very fundamental way. That's why I'm working on this, because I think the more, if we're going to have some hope of ensuring that machines have adopted our goals and that they're going to retain them, that kind of trust, I think, needs to be based on things you can actually understand, preferably to make perfectly good theorems on. Even with a self-driving car, right? If someone just tells you it's been trained on tons of data and it never crashed, it's less reassuring than if someone actually has a proof, maybe a computer verified proof that under no circumstances is this car just prevent oncoming traffic.
And that kind of information will trust and build the alignment of goals. The awareness that your values are aligned.
And I think for short term, if you look at today, right, this big state of cybersecurity that we have, what is it, 80 billion Yahoo accounts, hacked, almost every American's credit card, and so on. Why is this happening? It's ultimately happening because software that nobody fully understood or worked. That's why the bugs have been found, right? And I think AI can be used very effectively for hacking, but it can also be used for defense, automating verifiability and creating that are built in different ways so you can actually prove things about them. And it's important.
So, speaking of software that nobody understands how it works, of course, a bunch of people ask about your paper, about your thoughts, why does deep learning work? That's the paper, but what are your thoughts on deep learning, simplified models of our own brain, and has successful perception work, pattern recognition work, and now with Alpha Zero, what are your thoughts about the promise, limitations?
Great. I think there are a number of very important insights, very important lessons you can always draw from these kind of systems. One of them is when you look at the human brain, you see it's very complicated. And the neurons, and there are all these different kinds of neurons, yada yada, and there's been long debate about whether the fact that we have dozens of different kinds is actually necessary for intelligence. We can now, I think, quite convincingly answer that question, but no. Enough to have just one kind. If you look under the hood of Alpha Zero, only one kind of neuron, and it's ridiculously simple mathematically. But it's not it's just like in physics. But if you have a gas, waves, it's not the detailed nature of the molecules that matter. It's the collective behaviors of it. It's this higher level structure of the network that matters, not the our brain is sort of advanced because it doesn't evolve intelligence, it evolved to also be self-assembling and self-repairing, right? And evolutionarily attainable and
patches and so on.
Yeah. But I think it's my hunch is that we're going to understand how to build AGI before we fully understand how our brains work. Like we understood how flying machine long before we were able to build a mechanical bird.
Yeah, that's right. You're doing that the example is actually of mechanical birds and airplanes.
Yeah.
Airplanes do a pretty good job of flying without bird flight.
Even now, after 100 years later,
Did not.
Mechanical bird.
I heard you mention it.
Check it out. Right? Still don't fly mechanical bird. We're not keeping up with simpler, better bird. I think it might be. That's one lesson. And another lesson, which is more what our paper was about. Well, the first, I just thought it was fascinating. There's a very close mathematical relationship, actually, artificial neural networks. A lot of things that studied before in physics go by nerdy names like the denormalization equation and Boolean, yada yada yada. And look a little more closely at this. Have at first, it's crazy here that doesn't make sense. We know that if you want to build a super simple neural network, tell it apart cat pictures, right? Then you can do that very, very well. But if you think about it a little bit, you convince yourself it must be impossible because if I have 1 megapixel, each pixel is just black or white, the power of 1 million possible images, way more than the atoms in our universe, right?
Yeah.
So in order to, and then for each one of those, I have to assign a number, which is the probability of the dog, right? So an arbitrary function of images. The list more numbers than there are atoms in our universe. Clearly, I can't store that into my GPU or computer. It works. What does that mean? Well, it means that out of all of the problems you can try to solve with a neural network, almost all of them are impossible to solve within reason. Then what we showed in our paper was the fraction of all the problems that you could possibly pose that we actually care about given the laws of physics is also an infinitesimally tiny little part. And amazingly, they're basically the same part.
Yeah, it's almost as our world was created for everything to come together.
Yeah, you could say maybe when the world was created for us, but honest interpretation. Instead, evolution endowed us with neural networks precisely for that reason. Right? Because this particular architecture, as opposed to the one on your laptop, is very, very well adapted to solve the kind of problems that nature kept presenting our ancestors with. Right? So it makes sense. Why do we have a brain in the first place? Be able to make predictions about the future and so on. So if we had a study that was could never solve it, could never run. But this is I think a very beautiful fact.
Yeah.
We also realize that there's been earlier work on why deeper networks are good, but we were able to show an additional fact there, which is that even incredibly simple problems, like suppose I give you 1,000 numbers and ask you to multiply them together, right? 2 lines of code done. If you just try to do that with a neural network that has only one single hidden layer in it, you can do it, but you're going to need 2 to the power 1,000 neurons to multiply 1,000 numbers to get more neurons than there are atoms in our universe. That's fascinating. But if you allow yourself to make it a deep network with many layers, you only need 4,000 neurons. Perfectly feasible. So
that's it. Yeah. So on another architecture type, I mean, you mentioned Schrodinger's equation. What are your thoughts about quantum computing and the role of kind of computational unit in creating intelligence?
Hollywood movies that are all mentioned by name, don't want to spoil them. The way they get AGI is building a quantum computer.
Yeah,
because the word quantum is cool. Right. Right? First of all, I think you don't need quantum computers to build AGI. Your brain is not computer concept. He even wrote a paper about that many years ago. I calculated the appearance time, how long it takes the quantum computerness of neurons doing gets erased by just random noise in the environment. It's about 10 to minus 21 seconds. So as cool as it would be to have a quantum computer in my head, I don't think that fast.
Yeah.
On the other hand, there are very cool things you could do with quantum computers, or I think we'll be able to do bigger ones that might actually help machine learning do even better than the brain. So, for example, one is this shot, but okay, learning is very much the same thing as search. If you try to train a neural network to get really learn to do something really well, it has some loss function. You have knobs you can turn, represented by a bunch of numbers, and you're trying to tweak them so that it becomes as good as possible at this thing. So if you think of a landscape with some valley, each dimension of the landscape corresponds to some number you can change. Try to find the minimum. And it's well known that if you have a very high dimensional landscape, complicated things, it's super hard to find the minimum. Quantum mechanics is amazingly good at this.
Right.
Like if I want to know what's the lowest energy state this water can possibly have, incredibly hard to compute, but nature will happily figure this out for you. Just cool it down, make it very, very cold. If you put a ball somewhere, it'll roll down to its minimum, and this happens metaphorically in the energy landscape too. And quantum mechanics uses some little clever tricks. Machine learning don't. Like, you're trying to find the minimum and you get stuck in a little local minimum here. Quantum mechanics, you can tunnel the barrier and get unstuck again. So maybe, for example, we'll one day use quantum computers to train neural networks better.
That's really interesting. Okay, so as a component of kind of the learning process.
Yeah.
Let me ask, wrapping up here a little bit, return to the questions of our human nature and love, as I mentioned. So, do you think, you mentioned sort of a helper robot, but you could also personal robot. Do you think the way we human beings fall in love and connected to each other is possible to achieve as human love? Do you think we would ever see connection? Or, now this discussion about solving complex goals, is this kind of human connection? Do you think that one of the goals, the peaks, valleys, levels we'll be able to achieve, or do you think that's ultimately, or at least in the short term, approach to the other goals is not achievable?
I think it's all possible. I mean, in recent, there's a very wide range of guesses, among AI researchers when we're going to get AGI. Some people, like our friend Rodney Brooks, has hundreds of years at least. And then there are many others who think it's going to happen much sooner. And recent polls, half or so of AI researchers think it's going to get AGI within a decade. So if that happens, of course, I think these things are all possible. But in terms of whether it will happen, I think we shouldn't spend so much time asking, what do we think will happen in the future? As if we are just sort of pathetic bystanders, waiting for the future to happen to us. Hey, we're the ones creating this future, right? So we should be proactive about it and ask ourselves what sort of future we would like to have happen. Try to make it like that. Well, what I prefer is this sort of incredibly boring, zombie-like future where there's all these mechanical things happening and there's no passion, no emotion, no experience. No, I would, of course, much rather prefer it if all the things that we value the most about humanity are experience, passion, love. If we can create a future where those things do exist, I think ultimately it's not our universe giving meaning to us giving meaning to our universe. build it in such a way that meaning is part of it.
A lot of people seriously study this problem, think of different angles, have trouble, majority of cases, things through that happen, ones that are not beneficial to humanity.
Right.
And so, yeah, so what are your thoughts? What should people, I really don't like people to be terrified. What's the way for people to think about it in a way that what would solve it? Can you make it better?
Yeah. No, I don't think thinking is going to help in any way. It's not going to increase chances of things going well either. Even if you are in a situation where there is a real threat, does it help if everybody just speaks out?
Right.
No, of course not. I think, there are, of course, ways in which things can go horribly wrong. First of all, it's important when we think about about the problem, risks, to also remember how huge the upsides can be if we get it right. Everything love about society and civilization is probably good. If we can amplify our intelligence, machine intelligence, not anymore lose our loved ones with what we're told is uncurable disease, things like this, of course, we should aspire to that. So that can be a motivator, I think, reminding yourselves that the reason we try to solve problems is not just because you're trying to do something great. But then in terms of this, I think the really important question is to ask, what can we do today that will actually getting good, right? And missing the risk is not one of them. I find it quite funny often when I'm in discussion panels about these things, how the people who work for companies always like, oh, nothing to worry about, nothing to worry about, nothing to worry about. And it's only academics sometimes express concern. It's not surprising at all if we think about it. What the Sinclair quips, right, that it's hard to man believe in something when it depends on not believing. And frankly, we know a lot of these people in companies, they're just as concerned as anyone else. You're the CEO of a company. That's not something you want to go on record saying when you have silly journalists put a picture of a Terminator robot when they quote you. They're real. And the way I think about what the issue is basically, the real choice we have is, first of all, are we going to dismiss the risks and say, well, let's just go ahead and build machines that can do everything we can do better and cheaper, let's just make ourselves obsolete. Well, what could possibly go wrong? That's one attitude. The opposite attitude, I think, is to say, there's incredible potential. Let's think about what kind of future we're really, really excited about. What are the shared goals that we're really inspired of? And then let's think really hard about how we can actually get there. Don't start thinking about the risks, start thinking about the goals. And then when you do that, then you should think about the obstacles you want to avoid. But I often right here into my office for career advice, always ask the very question, where do you want to be in the future? Then cancer, maybe I'll get run over by a truck or some obstacle. I'm going to end up hypochondriac paranoid, right? Whereas if she comes in with fire in her eyes, how would I be there? And then we can talk about the obstacles, how we can prevent them. I think a much, much healthier attitude. And I feel it's very challenging to come up with a vision for the future, which we're unequivocally excited about. I'm not just talking about the vague terms like, let's cure cancer, fine. What kind of society do we want to create? What do we want it to mean, to be human in the age of AI, in the age of AGI? So if we can have this conversation, broad, inclusive conversation, and gradually start converging towards some future some direction that we want to steer towards, right? Then we'll be much more motivated to constructively take on the obstacles. And I think if I had to wrap this up in a distinct way, I think we can all agree already now that we should build AGI that doesn't overpower us, that empowers us.
And think of the many various ways that whether that's my own side of the world of autonomous people. I'm personally actually from the camp that believes human level intelligence is required to achieve something like vehicles that would actually be way part of one example, and a lot of other lots of medicine and so on. So on those, and then coming up with the obstacles, coming up with the ways that can go wrong, and
just because you can build an autonomous vehicle, even if you could build one that would drive this planet on you, maybe there are some things in life that we would actually want to do ourselves.
That's right.
Like if you think about society as a whole, there's some things that we find very meaningful about playing tennis. They someone build a tennis robot and beat me.
People are still playing chess and you can go.
Yeah, and in the very near term even, but advocating basic income, replace jobs. But if the company can be willing to hand out cash to people doing nothing, then one should also seriously consider whether the government can also hire far more teachers and nurses and the kind of jobs which people often find great fulfillment in doing, right? You're very tired of hearing politicians or hiring more teachers, maybe have income. If we can have more serious research thought into what if we think our lives, the jobs give so much more than income, right? And think about in the future, what are the roles that want to have people being fulfilling, empowered by machines?
And I think I come from Russia, from the Soviet Union. A lot of people in the 20th century going to space and inspiring. I feel like the universe of the mind, AI, understanding creating that in the 20th century. So it's really surprising. I've heard you mention this. It's really surprising, both on the research side, that it's not one that is great, but most importantly, on the politician side, that it's not part of the public discourse. The killer bots, Terminator kind of, that people are not yet, I think, perhaps excited by the possible future go together. So
it should be, because politicians usually focus on the next election cycle, right? I think the most important thing I feel we humans have learned is the masters of underestimation. We underestimated the size of again and again, realizing that everything that exists is a small part of the parameter on a solar system, the galaxy, clusters of galaxies, universe. And we now know that the future has much potential that our ancestors never dreamt of. This cosmos. Imagine if all of Earth completely void of life, except Cambridge, Massachusetts. Wouldn't it be kind of like all we ever aspired to was to stay in Massachusetts forever, and then go extinct in 1 week, so Earth was gonna continue on for longer. That's the attitude I think we have now. On the cosmic scale, life can flourish on Earth, not for 4 years, but for 50 years. I can tell you about how to move it out of harm's way when the sun gets too hot. And then we have so much more out here, which today, maybe there are a lot of other planets with bacteria or cow-like life forms, but most of this, all this opportunity seems surprising to be largely dead, like the Sahara Desert, but yet we have the opportunity that now life flourish around this billions of years. Like, been squabbling about whether some little border should be drawn 1 mile to the left or right. Look up into the skies, you realize, hey, do such incredible things.
And that's, I think, why it's really exciting that you and others connected with Elon Musk are doing literally out into that our universe.
Exactly why Elon Musk is so misunderstood, right? Misconstrued as some kind of big doom there. The reason he cares so much about AI safety is maybe more than almost anyone else appreciates these amazing opportunities and will squander if we wipe out here on Earth. It's not just going to wipe out the next generation, all generations, and this incredible opportunity that's out there, that would going to be a waste. And AI, people think that it would be better to do without technology. Well, let me just mention that if we improve our technology, the question isn't whether humanity is going to go extinct. The question is whether we're going to get taken out by the next big asteroid or the next super volcano or something else dumb that we easily prevent or check, right? And if we want life to flourish throughout the cosmos, AI is key. As I mentioned in a lot of detail in my book, right there, even many of the most inspired sci-fi writers, I feel, have totally underestimated the opportunities of space travel, especially into other galaxies, because they weren't thinking about the possibility of AGI, which just makes it so much easier, right?
Yeah, that goes to your a view of AGI that enables our progress, that enables a better life, and something to strive for. Max, thank you so much. Thank you for your time today. Awesome.
Thank you so much. Спасибо большое. Yes.
All right, knock yourself out, girl.
The following guiding company, incredible and a series of world one of the most impactful years in the era of internet and the powerful technology in our society. An honor with him as part of the MIT course on artificial intelligence and the artificial intelligence podcast. Now, my conversation with Eric. What was the first moment when you fell in love with technology?
I grew up where every boy wanted to be an astronaut. Like everyone else at my age, we would go out to the cow pasture behind my house, which was literally a cow pasture, and we would shoot model rockets. That I think, of course, generationally, today, video games,
The transformative, inspiring aspect of science and math that the rocket will bring. You mentioned yesterday the eighth math journey to the mathematical universe that four can way. There's a professor at the Berkeley at the I'm not sure if it's amazing book I recommend to everybody called Love. Two of my favorite words. He says that anything thoughts like math, then a student has to take defense, which is an analogy of actually how math is taught, and get a chance to discover the beauty of the art of painting or the art of so how, when, and where did you discover that?
I think what happens with people like myself is that you're math enabled pretty early, and all of a sudden you discover that you can use that to discover new insights. The great scientists all tell a story, the men and women who are today, that somewhere when they were in college, they discovered, and that sense of building, having an impact that you own, drives knowledge. In my case, it was programming, and the notion that I could build things that had not existed, that I had my name on that. And this was before, of course, but think of it as a contribution. Today, if I were 16 or 17 boy, I'm sure that I would aspire as a computer scientist to make a contribution like the open source heroes of the world today. That would be what would be driving, trying and learning and making mistakes in the ways that it works. The repository that GitHub represents, that open source libraries represent, of knowledge, all of I learned very big, awful, underused. Here's an opportunity. For example, building parts of programs, building new ideas, contributing to the creator side.
So in that moment, the inspiring moment where there was nothing and then you did something in the program, magical moment. So 1975, I think you created a program called Lex. I especially like because my name is Lex. Thank you. Thank you for creating a brand that's long-lasting, reliable, and as a in the world is today. Thank you for that. But seriously, in that time, in the 70s, as an engineer, when computers were being formed, do you think you'd be able to predict the 80s, 90s, and the aughts of where computers would go?
I'm sure I could not and would not have gotten it right. I was the beneficiary of the great work of many, many people who saw it clearer than I did. Lex, I worked with a fellow named Michael Less, who was my supervisor. He eventually the architect and delivers building today. After that, I worked at Xerox Palo Alto Research Center. The Alto was invented. The Alto is the predecessor of personal computer, Macintosh, and so forth. And the Altos were very rare to drive an hour from Berkeley to use them. But I made a point of giving classes, whatever it took to have access to this extraordinary machine, consequential. What I did not understand, $100 million, 100. So I have learned that I always look for things to scale platform, right? So, the world is numerous. There are many, many people in the world who really have needs. They really will and you build
Just technology, how you think, what will this technology look like?
So an example would be that the market is so competitive that you can't figure out a way for something to have a million users or a billion users. It's probably not going to be because something else will become the general platform. Your idea will become a lost idea or a specialized service for relative users. Path to generality, path to general platform use, path to broad applicability. There are plenty of good that are tiny. But if you want to have an impact scale, you have to look for things which are common value, common pricing, common distribution, common problems. The problems that everyone has. And by the way, people have lots of problems. Information, medicine, health, education, so forth. From those problems.
That you're a big fan of the middle class.
There's so many of them.
So any product, anything that has a huge impact in their lives, is a great business.
And there's nothing wrong with starting off in the high end, as long as you have a plan to get to the middle class. There's nothing wrong with starting with a specialized market in order to learn and to build and to fund things. Start in a luxury market to build a general purpose market. But if you find yourself as only a narrow market, someone else can come along with a general purpose market that can push you to the corner, can restrict the scale of operation, can force you to be a lesser impact than you might be. Very important to think in terms of broad impact, even if you start in a little corner somewhere.
So look at 70s, but also in decades to come, install computers. You see them as tools, or was there a little element of another entity? I remember saying AI began their dream to create God. Is there a feeling when you wrote that program that you were creating another entity, giving life?
I wish I could say otherwise, but I found the technology platform so
majority of people that I've worked with, there are a few exceptions, Steve Jobs being an example, really saw this as a great technology. It's relatively good, understood the I use predecessor connect internet and companies, Facebook and then Twitter and then politics never did that build, didn't have that vision. And I think most rare person see compounding at scale. Most people can see, if you ask people to predict the future, they'll say the answer is 6 to 9 months, 12 months. That's about as far as you can imagine. There's an old saying, actually contributed to a professor at MIT a time ago, that we overestimate what can be done in 1 year, underestimate what can be done in decades. There's a great deal of evidence that the core platform, that hardware and software, take a decade. Right? Think about self-driving cars. Self-driving cars were thought about in the 90s, projects around them. The first DARPA Grand Challenge, roughly 2000. That's roughly 15 years ago. And today we have self-driving cars operating in a city in Arizona. Right? 15 years, and we still have a way to go for the more general.
You spoke about the importance. Talk about future. Spoken about the importance of thinking 5 years ahead.
The way to say it is that almost everybody, almost no one has a proper 5-year plan. And the key thing on the 5-year plan is having a model for what's going to happen under the underlying platform. So here's an example. Moore's law as we know it, the thing that powered CPU, has largely halted traditional cost of discovery.
From the champion, possible, possible. In predicting the next 5 years, I could talk about possible. And again, great things. We dream. They have science is always harmed by such against some commercial wisdom. The knowledge at the time, the holding of the way that, and you can inspire about things you can wrong about being obviously right. Kind of tension. How do you balance the next 5 years? The impossible, planning for the impossible, letting them do, letting them run away and make the impossible happen. And as members and slowing things down, staying rational, pragmatic. Dream of helpful to have a model which encourages
education, organized, and these events are in areas of fundamental importance to the world. Intelligence, bars, on and on and on. And there's more. So one way you could express it is that the current business is successful enough luxury of making. And another one is business be able to see that corporate structure needs to be created enhance likely success. We turned ourselves into a conglomerate that's lying corporate health. In order to pull this off, you have to have a bunch of, and one of them bottoms up and bottoms up culture. The idea is that 20% whatever they want, and the top down are found have a technology, they're really concept. So an example would be hear about an idea or I'll hear about something that's interesting. Let's go visit them. To assemble pieces that's possible. And if you do it long enough, you can predict what the life is.
That's a balance. Some people wise and nobody else.
Survey 15 years ago. Came up with a concept.
World of artificial intelligence are very extensive and effectively the impact term positive machine, especially machine learning, medical application, education, just and kind of draw read up these and open share and you have there's a all this stuff that huge public AI technology being managed kind of source of education general and one thing I can assure you is not the no I think but right I'm not concerned much of the has to do with time frame. You can imagine human out. We're going to large number of science thinking and robots five over year disrupted broadly possible gain the maximum benefit of it. Primary benefit healthcare. Healthcare are all the same even though not medical matter they get better health, save lives, allow us to answers logical problems. There's people working on psychological I go on. Promise of AI in medicine. Many
better. Same argument. Imagine each generation of child and adult have a better educated AI. It's not a human part of the brain. Helps you be smarter, helps you express your language to happen. Why don't we gain society of making humans smarter, healthier, more, right? And those translate decades all benefit. There are people who are working on AI safety, which is there are conversations. Should there be example policy for AI safety, which I support, and I think most everybody supports. And it makes right side, but killer robots not arriving this year. I even
On that line of times in this topic or other topic, found it on the business side, the intellectual side, to think beyond 5G. Has it ever been productive in our industry?
there are those people here that's beyond AI, which was first invented at MIT, University playing for a decade or two. And when I was a PhD student, I studied AI a bit, entered my AI, which went on for about 50 years. The whole generation of scientists, the whole make a lot of progress. Not it took some quick mathematicians starting with Jeff Toronto Montreal. This power. The seminal work there was 20 years ago, and the last 10 years. So think about the time frame. That was very hard to do. Many people think we'll be flying around and people have flying cars. My own, if I want to go out on a limb, we'll couple more people alive. Know that we'll have to have platforms that are more sustainable. We all know. And that kind of platform that we build, describe, they will be much more empowering of individuals, much more sensitive to technology. I also think it's smarter. A lot smarter because of the tools that I've discussed with you and longer flight detention based orange chance. Right. It's pretty exciting. Well past. So we've got to take care of.
And you mentioned interesting thing on
more than half of people live one of the great candidates last rural to urban migration. It has occurred in Korean occurring in and it's occurring in people move to cities get more crowded. Believe it or not, it's been their IQ education. It's good to both have to make them full.
you, first of all, you are, but you also work with leaders in tech. What influence do you draw from the leadership yourself, jobs, us, age, founded CEOs, shine, others from the, I would say, stages, the mad genius?
One of the things that I learned as a young executive is that single formula. They try to teach one. That's not how it really works. There are people who just understand what they need to do, what they need to do. People are often entrepreneurs. They just know and they know that. There are other people who are system thinkers, planners, fly out, somewhat more conservative, more thorough in execution, a little risk. It's also people who sort of say, right? Since they are emphatic and charismatic, ability to drive it, and so forth. There's no formula. There's one thing all of them very high, right? And the thing that characterizes all of them is they solve the world quicker, faster, they process information. They didn't necessarily all the time. They were on top of it. Another thing that all started about starting Apple roughly at 1890, about the Gates starting roughly 2020. About by the time they were 30, Mark Zuckerberg about 20. By the time they were 10 years, so they 10 years dealing with people and products and press and business and so forth. Incredible how much experience they had compared to the rest of us in our view. We should celebrate. They just have more life. That helps form judgment. You're at the top of the organization. All the easy questions that we dealt with. Right? How should we design them? Where should we put the colors on our product? What should the box problem? That's why it's interesting to be in intro. Problem is right? Operate, they deal with employees, their customer communication. Now, each of the company monsters are cultural. Right? They are not, in fact, cut of the different input, internal culture, expectations, values. So diversity works. So, self-decision, you need a place. It says that one to find the best person in the world, give that advice, and find a way to them one-on-one and ask. So here we are. Let me ask a long-winded way and roll it down. In 1998, many search engines, Lycos, Light, Alta, Seek, G, Yahoo, stepped in, confronted in this nature of search, nature of our access to knowledge. Now, 2000 later, there are many good personal AIs being the first of us spoken in medical education impact of private personal, but I hope my situation represents that of another dreamer, crazy. My whole life, I've every step I've taken is a goal. Now I'm some AI here and I might take the next step facing my passion is to do what Larry Thurgy did. He startup. Here's my question. Given the low odds of timing of required, factors that can be controlled, all with variance, there's some calculation, strategy, follow that, or do you follow the passion just because there's no other choice? I think people who are in universities are always trying to study the extraordinarily chaotic nature of innovation. My answer is they didn't have that conversation. They sensed the moment. And in the case of Google, all of its data, they had a better algorithm. They've invented a better way. So today, with AI, there must be new approaches. It's such a deal. Must be new approaches. Different from what me and others are. Must be startups to fund. Research projects to try. Graduate student approaches. Here at MIT, there are people looking at learning and trying to children taking. Perhaps that's the best solution, or perhaps it's another one. But at the end of the day, the successful entrepreneurs, not as crazy as they sound, they see an opportunity based on what's happening. Choose for as an example. As Travis tells the story, he and his co-founder were sitting in Paris, and they had this idea because they couldn't have. And they said, "We have smartphones," and the rest is what's the equivalent of that Travis Eiffel Tower tourism have moment that you could, as an entrepreneur, take advantage of, whether it's internet or not. That's the next great story.
And the technology at that moment. And Larry talked about very nonchalant. That's it. And he now with that, or we playing around with that. Like that's a nice. And
I just happened. They thought that it was interesting to make in their room, and they had to power from the store because they were using power and an extension cord over. Right? And then they went and they found a house and they had world headquarters of 5 people, right, to start the company. And they raised $100,000 from angels fund, founder, and Dick Church. The point is, beginnings of people were based on powerful. That is a replicable model for any startup. It has to be powerful and simple. Beginnings are simple and it has foundation. In Larry and Sergey's case, it was Detroit, which was a brilliant idea, the most educated today. What's the
so you're one of the. I mean, just. And yet it seems that money is simply a side effect of passions, not an goal. But you're a fascinating person to ask. Much of our society, individual level, company level, as a nation, driven by the desire. What do you think about this drive? What have you learned about fantasize the mission, meaning of life, having achieved success on the dimensions?
many studies of love some threshold, which is typically relative. There's no different happiness. Happiness is correlated with meaning, sense of family. If you organize your life, assuming enough to get around, far happier, figure out what you care about, and work on that is often being in service to others. There's a great deal of evidence that people are happiest when they're serving others, not themselves. So there's directly against sort of excitement about powerful and wealthy. And indeed, if you are in a situation very fortunate, you also have to take that responsibility. You have to work both to give them that opportunity, but also use that wealth to advance. My case, I'm particularly interested in using the tools of artificial machine learning to do better. I mentioned education, quality, and middle class, all of which are powerful. It doesn't matter what you do. It matters that you believe in it, it's important to you, and that life will be far more satisfying.
And that discussion has been a lot. Thank you so much. The conversation about vertical how tech specializes in quantity. Roger, time when that goes on called particle verse 1 times as an upcoming one we now writes one of my favorite blogs like Foster. I recommend just arrow time, dark matter, dark energy, very positive. Then a question I about like finally have some post podcast I strategy along with the Joe Rogan and the Harrison Carlin Parkland John's Mindset podcast. They were factors and they thought I an honor a couple bit heartbreaking today. First time ever the audio recording of this podcast died in welcome. Technical reason and the power that I now understand. Boy, 1 hour into this problem. So let's make the healthy balance lost. Memories of share topic conversation podcast launch as a point artificial podcast. But I can down my conversation. What do you think is actual understanding how the universe works at a fundamental level or understanding?
You know, of course, the crazy meaningless unanswerable question is specifically to break them on. There's a good greatest part of or the first fundamental
At once understand the fundamental way first particle level forces we need to understand how the mind works.
Yeah, we can understand how ice cream works because it's a particle, right? So a big thing, a big we're just talking on most like the topic one, we talk about pairs, planets, people, not talking like particle technology. Understand today fundamental level, right? So first and all level part of it. I do think if it was more fair the question probably our general biology, information process, memory, knowledge, creativity that go beyond just maybe looking down to understand the closest part of us. Right, as far as we know, is the most thing. So there's certainly understanding the fundamental the particle that in the brain.
That from fundamental particle physics process. That's a lot of realistic take on what our of kind of a fictional place.
No, like the honest answer there is no. The sense in which the first process here, the sense in which we're like a customer, but I think I'm trying to say this once on my book, but the universe is more like a computation than a universe has one. Question is set up to answer the question. Universe is
are you saying it's rolling, but that's complexity. Nevertheless, like the process changes. There's a sense for a lot of people that the brain operates in that world, and it's just that there's no reason arbitrarily create intelligence.
Intelligence is tricky. I don't have a definition of it. But I remember that volume. After that gave us why the first claim that where we said ah. That's question much about the computer than everything is, right? And earlier the analogy came forth, but it forming a company. I can come up with that answer as under help from the first situation, certain context, as an information process. I'm guilty of writing a paper, model the whole physics. Yeah. Yeah. So, or more entangled. So, what I digress a bit. Here's a mystery about space, and we talk about interpretation of space. There's a number of degrees of a number of ways that the quantum particles in that region can arrange them. That number argue finite. We actually don't have many there are. Very good argument that this is finite. So, as the universe expands, are there more degrees? I think the number finite number, then more degrees versus more degrees and popping in. What we suggested was there are more. They're not entangled. I know of the baseline versus bands. There's a whole bunch of in their zero that come entangled with the rest of the time reaction.
So what does it mean that there is now more become more
Yeah. So as it that's right. So the more they're entangled parts, basic the underlying philosophy is space-time itself rises to the entanglement of
wow, okay, so
yeah.
in which happening close to
Yeah, so the idea is that Big Bang all the degrees of there they were and that's the reason why Big Bang had a planetary place as it expands more and more common.
well, I have to ask John Carroll, what do you think of the thought experiment from Boston, the limiting information? I think let me contextualize that a little bit more. I think people don't actually thought it quite interesting. It's not useful, but a lot of learning done happen example constructed to ask how are kind of a dual part of we're living. Somebody built this how hard
So obviously we could just on the physical possibility. what do I expect? The first thing I would say is I expect. Second thing, I would expect the resolution of the universe to be as it is. It's always possible that there are invaders on every part of it out there. The galaxies, it actually simulated. Okay. But in the obvious revelation, only I am being. The rest of you are just part non-player characters. I'm the beyond the smallest, but there is really nothing on the other side. This prediction of what it would be like. So none of that's quite. I don't. I hear the argument that is really lots of. I don't see any evidence about our universe like a simulated. Now maybe you say, well, we don't know. That's just abandoned responsibility. Like your job is to say under the theory, yes, simulation thing, like where only also, but say the entire all the entire universe had a yeah, okay, so that's not you what possible possible eventually but artists I wrote a little blog post and maybe but because not only does it possible but probably imagine that you actually contribute consciousness and agency little things part of it being. There's probably a lot more of them area but there will be in the future, right? So there's an argument that not only it's possible, it's probable because it makes them in consciousness. Most of them are being simulated. We're not a bit. I think that argument must be wrong because it follows from that argument that conspiracy also simulate other things. Well, but if we simulate other things, they if we give them enough power, and ultimately the bottom in our universe, the bottom. So there will be the cheapest possible simulation. And if you believe the original argument, we should be possible. That's what we want. But we don't just look at all like the edge of evolution. That is much easier, much lower level. So and also I question the whole the anthropic principle observer not actually a lot of selection do to observe. So there's intelligent mind person. My guess is that not the basic that likely number of other intelligent species using 0 per billion. There's been billions you can notice. Like a small number, like Star Trek, there's doesn't again, but not here. No, that's easy to go up. Bottleneck, life, hyper, hard. never been technology, you've never been something. Maybe the universe is full of technology. That's got a little data. And I think maybe what you're pointing at for something intelligent in like in the cloud, star, you have a giant arc. And on the other hand, all of us hear the same most of there might this make and here, right? We're made of atoms, atoms die, lifetime, not there's so find the I have find either couple, there's all sorts of reasons. But yet why our I often wonder our brain mind is a problem most mind kind of observation. Well, probably another that's important of this right? And I am the world and out radio basically older that's just again especially because contact forever. You have to be for millions of months for other like that exist like someday. Like from our point of view, 2001 and monolith. There could be an artifact. There could be artifacts that are looked at by others. That's how we become the independent. The reason why we think about that is patient, right? Like take my life actually if we have this mindset guided by Lamas, that's general it's the idea for you. Yeah. So I do think that space travel even to others and I think any overestimate say look 1% is yeah, right? And I think much therefore what not gonna go so we as once you do that, stars are right? So I think that that's the part of my lifetime. Yeah, but baby steps. Less than lifetime. Well, but it's in a race against time, right? Time to actually think about the I are gonna die. But I don't know. I don't know if you are. That's and so yeah, no, I think that as we are here, known and not unknown, right? Right? Biology. Kind of question I thought might think about some problems for us. difficulty knowing how it happened historically, actually on Earth, but starting life from non-life, right?
I think how of life.
Well, I've talked to people, podcasts. Life requires three things. Like as we know, difference in life. Um, life is what requires our mental brain around metabolism, but then replication. Have some information about large in the lab. Compartmentalization is pretty easy, not hard to make calls for metabolism and replication are hard. Replicate close to RNA like lab. I think we are not in like one molecule of cells. They're in molecules of each other. Yes, that's okay. Be close. Yes. Metabolism is hard to believe your body does obvious things. Metabolism, the actual cellular body is quite complicated. Hard to see popping in all by itself. But it's for me. In fact, I don't think money on it or NSF blood very money change our world. We could actually make one have some purple that so synthetic biology right now that's that is to borrow heavily creating artificial cell. But all he did was not all he did was his accomplishment, but all he did was take out the DNA from the cell and put it in the DNA and let it do that.
What about on Earth? However, I was my intelligence, but let's just say almost the modern intelligence. Do you have a sense of what's involved in that? How that is?
AI would count.
AI would count it.
Okay.
Yeah, of course AI would count it.
Let's say artificial consciousness, right? So I not think we are on the threshold of think it's possible. I'm not again very educated about how close we are, but my pretty close and how little we understand of consciousness. So if we don't have anything hard to imagine what the threshold of making it ourselves, possible enough to have the interest in that.
I think general consciousness. I think we'll be surprised how easy once intelligence.
Yeah.
I think consciousness is something that's something I'll take.
Well, no, actually, I'd like to say that consciousness is less specific is that all at every time, every less conscious. I think that plus the idea that body, robot body, that will help.
Yeah, I think creating consciousness in our artificial consciousness as say conscious and refusing to talk to others.
Could be.
I'm almost like well, other consciousness also a lot of our ideas are
spectrum. Robots and there are things that, by some strict definition, were unconscious, nevertheless walking along like there. The theory is right. So it might be the future has a lot more like, and in fact, rather than something going, aha, we have consciousness, creep up on it. Here, the present example, having that the time part. This might be question. Yeah, no, that's you know, almost photo can't trust, right? Getting worse, getting better opinion, right? Yeah, so physical people part of it. Very good conversation. So, I mean, you're doing it. So it's exciting to you, but well, we're very bad at imagining next to the basic position as we are. I find all of that. I am excited by the power of technology to solve, to protect us against the threats as they evolve. I'm not as much as optimistic about the world, but in everything I've seen, also plenty of people in the world that have that are the army of technology part. Okay, you're way more optimistic. I think the goodness of that is our now it's much of yeah, exactly. Yeah, opinions are more definitely without that more okay. So, what kind of question really well, the obvious one is what is good and bad? Right? Or question. Science tells us what the world is, what should be, what we're part of the world. But we are part of the world. We have the ability to know it. And make a long story very short. I think that and science did do. You know, you're kind of unique. Doesn't have to how like you reach out from that are outside of you. I hope that's what I got to I realized the deep very and question how at your own level conversation. How do you think about these conversations? How do you open your mind to have these conversations? Maybe a little bit broader. How can you advise other times? Not that the podcast, the fact that the podcast is awesome, though. I hear that, but also having it on. It's a question, but a tough one to answer. I think about Dino's was asked podcast. How do we psych ourselves up? How do we make that discipline to work out? Like, why are you asking me? Like, I can't stop working. Like, I make myself up. So, likewise, I think, like, how do you interdisciplinary conversation? Like, what, right? Like, that's, I couldn't stop that long before. In fact, a lot of motivation read all these books. I like all these books I wanted to read. Not enough time to read. Now, if I have an interview, I finally read her book, you know? And that's right. And in fact, I'm you know, like that's the first danger thing there for only that
I also have a right, and now your podcast not a doing this. So makes me realize that these kinds of conversations kind of with many ways. The reason we like change your it's been harder to communicate with better and conversation. So conversation with AI that's for using technology, science, having awareness, and so
Thank you very much.
never know how the world. The fact that the stuff is out there and where people want that's loving podcast inspired by it and probably has that ripple effect on that. And then on a balance between pessimism and optimism, thank you.
Alex, thank you very much.
Following both Tesla, Neuralink, co-founder of several other companies, part of the artificial series including those automotive, robotics, AI, and technology. The conversation happened after the group at MIT, a driver thought about it. The team reached out to me offering a podcast conversation with us. Except questions that they ask, choice, what is public. Ended up editing out nothing. Never spoken to Elon before the conversation, publicly or privately. Neither he or his company was on my opinion, or on the rigor, integrity, scientific methods I practice my position at MIT. Has never financially supported my research. I've never owned Tesla vehicle. I've never owned Tesla stock. Podcast is not a scientific conversation. I respect Elon as well other engineers I've spoken with. We agree on some things, agree on others. My goal is always with the conversation to understand the way to get the world. One particular point of view in the conversation is which camera-based driver monitoring to improve outcomes. How long will remain relevant for AI is driving. Someone who works on fascinated by method created camera-based driver monitoring is likely to be effective short term and long term. In contrast, Elon Tesla's focus on the intuitive autopilot statistical benefits override current utility and our Elon I may not agree on everything. We respect the engineering foundation behind the effort. My goal here is to catalyze a rigorous, nuanced, objective discussion in academic AI driving, one that ultimately makes a choice for the world. Now, here's my conversation with Elon. What was the vision, the dream of autopilot when in it was 2014? One is that I variation actually showing for mild to find these was the thinking behind that choice needs process. The whole point of health checking the video was primarily radar and electronic, and then that information then rendered into vector space and a bunch of objects with lane line, traffic light, other cars, vector space that re-rendered on space from whether the car by looking at the right. Be powerful one with understanding. Now, you consider computer vision like road segmentation, object underlying edges, some of the parts against certain probabilities. Yeah, right now it's confirm harmony into my car. I always look for where where control label as a basically representation summing up
You know, that's an excellent question. You're absolutely right. Thank you for bringing that up. What's going on? I made a. Oh, I hold on. I think I know why.
well, there's a conversation.
Yeah, that one wasn't in order either. Yeah, you're absolutely right. It isn't. Yeah, that's okay. Eric Schmidt. I wasn't even paying attention to the order, but this is not. Um, not playing
As part of MIT
the
course
way that it should be. I told it to play this playlist. Excellent point, buddy. Lex Friedman, oldest to newest. Playlist.
Part of psychology and generally conscious. He's the president, the chief scientific officer of science from 2013. Professor Tech. Before that, he is extremely well cited, 100,000 writing is at
Are you kidding?
scientific consciousness cells.
Okay. Sounds garbage.
As part of MIT course 6999, an article generally tells Crystal, one of the figures in neurobiology, neuroscience, generally in the study of consciousness, the president, the chief scientific officer of Allen Institute of Science in Seattle from 2000, professor. Before that, he was at MIT. well, cited over 100,000 citations, research, writing, and I've had.
Okay, you are very astute. Notice that. I mean, here I'm watching. I'm just doing other things though. Okay, so what happened? When I made the playlist, I ordered it 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, all the way to 25. I'll do them all, but I didn't have time. Okay, so because YouTube sucks and it does not give you a way to just reverse the playlist, when I played one, it just went on to random plays. So it went from 1 to 8 to 26 or whatever. So I had to like I had to download an extension to reverse it because YouTube doesn't have this as a feature, which it just doesn't make any sense. Anyway, it should work now. I can't guarantee it, but excellent observation. Excellent, like impressive. Bravo.
For several classical consciousness, logical approach, and more recent consciousness from action. If you enjoy this conversation, subscribe, like, and share.
If he says buy his book, I'm just seeing this. Nope, I don't think I've seen this one.
And that's how it's like. Whoever the universe has haven't seen stars and most stars. So how does that feel special? Because I have experienced it. I feel the world, I experience the world. And it depends on whether there are other creatures or they are, I still feel the world. I have access to this world in a very strange, compelling way. That's the core of human existence. Now you see those intelligent creatures out there. Their world, yes, if they're evolved, part of the natural evolution would have to also experience their own world constantly. Human divided much wider. It's probably spread across all of our. And the only that we have specially talk about it. Not all people talk about it. Little children can talk about it. People who have a stroke and epileptic frontal virus can talk about it. But most normal adult people can talk about it, and so it makes us special. Monkeys, cats, mice, all the other world overwhelming other aliens also. I would only suppose they also have pleasure in some sort of and all the language and world that you understand their poetry about. Yeah, that's correct. So, video, I've heard you mention that sound came up the blues party of young, but you're, I think, Western boy. Because after that, you traveled around a bit, literally. Well, supposed to that sound having these elements of humanness, of consciousness. So I just wanted to ask, look back at childhood, remember one time you realized you yourself from a third person perspective are conscious. The idea of stepping outside, there's something special going on here, right? I can't really, actually, it's a good question. I'm not sure I recall a distinct moment. Because that's the only world, no, the only world I know, you know, voice, touching, all the other things, only much later, a guided date when I became, when I enrolled in philosophy, I really thought about it, but well, this is really fundamental, mysterious, and there's nothing right now that transition from the brain come in. If you look at the potential equation of quantum mechanics, general relativity, you can develop the elements. We see chat in our genes. No way is consciousness. If I wake up in the morning, well, I've experienced it. So that's the heart of the ancient mind-body problem. How do experiences get developed?
So, what is consciousness?
Consciousness, any experience. People call it subjective feeling. Some people call it knowledge. Call it qualia. Lots of it. They all denote that it feels like something. The philosophy of nature, like something. Not to be angry, but to be love, but to and experience any possible experience. Could be one day just sitting in a chair because you felt in the moment.
So, if you were to sit down with maybe the next couple generations of IBM Watson, something that won Jeopardy, what is the gap? I guess the question is Watson, that much smarter than an awful but not have gap.
Well, so that's a big question. That's actually the last, certainly, this also happened the birth of the computers. That's a question now, and Turing tried to answer, and of course, he direct with that's this one. So, but that's not really, that's, no, you try to get it, but it means that's like you way for communication, and then you try to get after a while whether that is, or whether it's, no question now, or very simple, Alexa or Siri or Google now will pass like name it, but ultimately, certainly in your generation, will be machines that will speak complete voice, that will remember everything that was said, they'll remember everything that had, like answer, remember the movie. No question it's going to happen. But of course, key question is, does it feel like anything? Does it feel like anything? And there one has to very, very strongly think there are two different concepts that commingle. There is the concept of intelligence, natural or artificial, and there is a concept of consciousness, natural or artificial. Those are very, very different things. Now, historically, so consciousness intelligence. Why? Well, leaving a process of natural selection, where we are surrounded by creatures in our own kin that are less more intelligent. We go across. Some are more adapted to bigger environment, others are less adapted, whether it's whale or dog, or we'll talk about a termite or worm. And we see the complexity of the nervous system goes from one cell to a specialized cells, to a worm that has 30% of its cells are nerve cells, creature like a whale that has 100 billion nerve cells. Based on behavioral evidence, based on underlying neuroscience, just become more complex, they're better adapted to their particular ecological niche, and they become more conscious, partly because their brain grows, and we believe consciousness, unlike the ancients, almost every culture thought that consciousness with intelligence has to be still the same, actually. You see, honey, I love you with all my heart. But what you say is, no, honey, I love you with all my lateral hypothalamus. And for Valentine's, hypothalamic, the heart, right? Anyways, this language, but now we believe it's brain. We brain complexity, and well, they have different levels of consciousness, capable of experience. But now we confront the world where we're beginning to engineer intelligence, and it's critical unclear whether the intelligence anything
mathematics. Fine is the adaptation to new environment, to learn and quickly understand, the setup, what's going on, and so the action, what's going to happen next. It's all about function. Consciousness is not about function. Consciousness is about being. Sometimes much fundamental. You can see, for example, you can see in several cases. You can see, for instance, in the case of the clinic, when you deal with patients who are, let's say, had a stroke or had a traffic accident, they're pretty much immobile. Shivo was a person in the 90s. Her heart stood still. She was reanimated. The next 40 minutes was what's called thousands of people in the day. So, there's occasionally they eyes, 5,000, 6,000 people. They have seen wake cycle every day. Now, there's no way to establish a law for what you or the doctor said, what the mom said, and what the patient does. So there isn't any, yet in some people there is still experience. You can design and build a machine where you can experience something. And of course, the block instinct, so-called the driving wheel and the butterfly, editor, a French editor, did a stroke in the unable to move vertical eyes. Eye move. Could just move his eyes up and down. He dictated an entire book. Some people even can. But all the evidence seems to suggest that they still, in this case, no behavior is conscious. Second case is tonight, like all of us, you're going to go to sleep. Close your eyes, you go to sleep. You will wake up inside your sleeping body and you will have conscious experiences. They're different from everyday experience. You might fly, you might not be surprised that you fly, you might meet a long dead childhood dog, and you're not surprised that but you have conscious experience of life. They can be very emotional. Your body during the day, typically it sends an active signal to your motor neuron to paralyze, called atonia. Because you don't have that, like some patients, what do? You act out your dream. You get what's a behavioral disorder, which is bad to get. Okay? Third case is pure experience. I really had this, what some people call experience, poor and what so this is a big tub filled with water, body temperature, and absolute salt. You still completely it, you find complete darkness, sound. Very quickly you become body close, you make it, no ring, no watch, no nothing. You don't see the body. No sound, soundless. There's no it's a photon, sightless, timeless, because after a while, early on you actually hear your heart, but then that sort of adapted, and then time. And if you train yourself like in meditation, not to early on God, or uncomfortable, or you well, I'm going to get bored, but you try to not to so you find to there you are, body timeless, soundless, sightless, mindless, but you're in a constant experience, you never sleep, what you are a pure being, any function, unconditional, not remembering, not projecting, not planning. Conscious. It's something out there. It could be just a side effect. What is the maybe phenomenon? What's the side effect? Why? What is the function of you being able to play in sensory deprivation thing to have a conscious? Really? With rotation tanks in our environment. I mean, so biology is notoriously bad at asking why questions. Phenomenal question: why do we have two eyes? Why don't we have four eyes? Like some species also. But no, there's probably there is a function, but we're not very good at answering those questions. We can speculate, and biology is or science is very good about mechanistic questions. Why is there charge in the universe? Right? We find a certain universe where there's positive, negative charge. Why? Why does quantum mechanics hold? Why does some other theory hold? Quantum mechanics in our universe is very unclear why. It's a telenomical question. Why questions are difficult to answer. Clearly, there's some relation between complexity brain processing power and consciousness. But however, in these cases, in these three examples I gave, one is an everyday life, the other one is a trauma, and third one, well, everybody can have these mystical experiences. You have a dissociation of function of intelligence from consciousness.
You called me asking my question. Let me ask a question that's not a why question. Giving a talk later today on the Turing test for intelligence and consciousness drawing lines between. So, is there a scientific way to say that consciousness is present or not? And I get your answer. Your biological brain don't test for yet. How would you approach a test of the consciousness present?
That's a really good question. So let me take it in two steps. So as you point out, for humans, let's just say there's now a test called the rapid synthesis, which brain verbally. Then you can measure the complexity of the brain responses. People in normal people, awake people, and hypnotize it, and it has 100% accuracy. In all those cases, the information of the person, they're conscious or unconscious, the high or low. And eyes very simple. Now, of course, you point out that may not help you because you don't have a cortex, or if I set a magnetic my iPhone or my computer, so we don't have that. What we ultimately we need a theory of consciousness. We can't just rely on our intuition. Our intuition is, well, yeah, if somebody talks, however, then there are all these patients, children, babies don't talk, but we believe babies also have conscious experiences. And then there are all these patients I mentioned. They don't talk. When you dream, you can't talk because you're paralyzed. So what we ultimately, we can't just rely on our intuition. Theory of consciousness tells us what is it about a piece of matter, what is it about a piece of highly excitable matter, like the brain or like a computer, tries to conscious experience. None of us on the old story. It used to be the most common explanation that people accept, and still a lot of people. Well, there's God and only us with special things that animals don't have when they decouple. The dog who's a carrot doesn't have the magic salt. It doesn't have that cognitive soul. Now we believe so what is the difference between brain and the guys, silicon? And in particular, once the behavior matches, so if you have Siri or Alexa 20 years ago, that just as for humans account, you have to say she's not conscious in particular. Well, of course I'm conscious. So how are you doing? And she'll say, well, they'll generate some weight. She'll behave like a person. Now, there's several differences. One is, so this relates to the problem, the very hard. Why is consciousness a hard problem? Because it's subjective. Only I have it. Only I know I have direct experience of my own consciousness. I don't have experience of your consciousness. Now, I assume as a sort of a basic person, all of that, I can do abduction the best of your brain is very similar to mine. If I put you in a scanner, your brain is actually going to behave the same. If I gave you the briefly ask you how does it tell me things that that I would also think about this. So I infer this on all of that into your consciousness. Now with Siri, it tells me about anything, this or this that makes it conscious. We have such a
yes, so the information theory. Let me first give you an introduction for people who are not familiar. Car, you talk a lot about panpsychism, pride with physicalism or dualism, in the soul. What is the history of that idea? What is
the idea of panpsychism?
Well, no, the debate really out of which panpsychism can emerge of dualism versus panpsychism that. And
Or you can argue there's some. Well, okay, so let's step back. So panpsychism is a very ancient belief around. Plato and Aristotle talks about it. Modern philosophers talk about it. Of course, Buddhism, the idea is very prevalent. There are different versions of it. One version says everything, rocks and stones and dogs and people and forests and life, all of it. So, all matter is one version. Another version is that all biology, all creatures, small and large, from a single cell to a giant poiety, feel like something. I think somewhat more realistic. But different versions
I know.
it's like something. It may well be possible that it's like something to be a perception. I think it's pretty likely it feels like something to be, or a mouse, or a dog.
So okay.
So that you can say that's also so panpsychism is very broad, right? And you can, to some people, for example, Bertrand Russell, try to advocate this idea. It's called that panpsychism is really physics from the inside. The idea is that it's very good at describing a relationship among objects like charge or like gravity. Like, describe the relationship curvature and that's the relationship among things. The ultimate reality now is this relationship among quarks or all these other
From like a third person.
yes. And consciousness is what physics feels from the inside. My conscious experience is the physics of my brain, particularly my cortex. Right? And so if you're a paramecium, remember you say paramecium, well that's a pretty dumb creature, but it has already a billion different molecules, probably 5,000 different proteins assembled in a highly, highly complex system that no single person, no computer on this planet ever managed to simulate. Complexity vastly escapes us. Yes, and it may well be like it doesn't have a voice in it, like it doesn't have expectations, doesn't have all that complex thing, but it may well be like something.
Let me draw some lines. Maybe try to understand between life, intelligence, consciousness. How do you see all of those? You have to define what is a living, what is a consciousness, what is an intelligence. Those mixed, or are they totally separate?
But okay, so that's a question that we don't have a full answer.
Right. A lot of the stuff we're talking about today will miss fascinating.
Well, you can go to Aristotle, the most important scientist and philosopher in Western culture. What Heidelberg is quite popular these days. There are different forms of soul. The soul is a form of something. There's all biological creatures have a vegetable soul, life principle. Today, we understand something more that is biochemistry and non-linear thermodynamics, right? These have a only animals and humans have also a sensitive or an affective soul. They can smell, they have drive, they want to reproduce, they want to eat, etc. And then only humans call rational. Okay? And that idea that made it Christendom and that the rational soul is one that lives forever. He was very uncapable. Different of Aristotle, different whether did he believe that the rational soul was immortal or not. I probably think he didn't. But then that made it into Plato and Christianity and then immortal and then became the connection to God. Well, you asked me, what is our modern conception of these three? Aristotle would have called them different forms. Life, we think we know something about it, at least life on this planet, right? Although we don't understand how it originated, but it look rigorously pinned down in modern definition of death. In fact, right now there's a conference ongoing that tries to find legally and medically what is death. It used to be very simple. Stopping the heart stops beating. You can totally uncontroversial. If you're unsure for another 10 minutes, the patient doesn't know he's dead. But now we have ventilators, much more difficult to define what death is. It's defined as the end of life. I just define before death.
Before that.
Okay. So we don't have a good definition. Intelligence has a realistic definition. You know something how to measure called IQ or G factor, right? And we're beginning to build
build it in a narrow sense, right? Like Go AlphaGo and Watson and Google cars and Uber cars and all of that. It's still narrow AI, and some people are thinking about artificial general intelligence. But roughly, as we said before, it's learn and to adapt. But that also is radical difference from experience. And it's very unclear. Still, the GI, it's not at all a priori, not at all machine will have. I mean, not.
Let's ask it the other way. Do you think if we're to try to build artificial general figuring out how to build artificial consciousness would help you to GI? So, another way, do you think intelligence requires consciousness?
In human, it goes hand in hand. Human, or I think biology, consciousness, and intelligence goes hand in hand. Because the brain evolved to be highly complex. Complexity is integrated. So ultimately, is what is tied to consciousness. Ultimately, it's causal power upon itself. And so in evolved systems, they go together. In artificial systems, particularly in digital machines, they do not go together. And if you ask me point blank, is Alexa 20.0 in the year 2040, but she everything, because is she conscious? No. If she's conscious. In fact, you could even do a more radical version of the thought experiment. Build a computer of the human brain. What Henry Markham in the project, or the human project, all the success. Here's with perfect simulation of the human brain, the learning, the focus area, and of course they'll talk and they'll say, hi, I just woken up, I did great, okay? That computer simulation, that map of the human brain would not be conscious. Why? Because it's simulated. It's simulated in the field. So it's conscious. It might be, it will, if it's done properly, will have all the intelligence that that particular person they're simulating has. But simulating intelligence is not the same as having experience. Nice metaphor for engineers. I can write down Einstein's equation, right? The general relativity, curvature, and math. I can do that. I can run my laptop to predict that the black hole at the center of our galaxy will be so massive that it will twist time around it so no light can escape the black hole. Right? It's funny. Have you ever wondered why doesn't computer simulation simulates gravity, but it doesn't have the causal power? So it's a difference between the real and the simulated, just like it doesn't get wet inside the it's a weather. In order to have artificial consciousness, you have to give it the same causal power. You have to build a neuromorphic machine that has hardware that is very similar to the digital, not a digital clock for Neumann computer.
Let's clarify though. You think that consciousness is not required to create level intelligence. It seems to accompany in the human brain, but for a machine not. Correct. So maybe just because AGI, let's begin a little bit about what we mean by intelligence. One thing is G factor, these kind of IQ tests of intelligence. But I think if you look, maybe another way to say is going 2040, 2050, people have Siri as just impressive. Do you think people will say Siri is intelligent? Yes. Intelligence is an amorphous thing. So to be intelligent, you have to have some kind of connection with other humans. That impress them with intelligence. It feels somehow operating in this world full of people. That feels like. Do you think you can have just the world's best natural NLPs, understanding and generation, and that will get us happy? Know what we've created in AGI.
I don't know, happy. Yes, I do believe it's what we call high-level intelligence, because sort of, this fluid-like we cherish
companies like MIT, right? In machines, I see absolutely no reasons, and I see a lot of it that's going to happen very the next.
So, benefits of AI for creating an AI system that's mentioned ethics, intelligent, but also does aligns values, values. And then,
I think that is a very good argument. That the concern about AI and the threat of AI, allerdings was strong. But I think having intelligence, right? Why do we find using a dog? Most of us find that abhorrent of using any animal. Abhorrent because look at the Greek with, I feel a path of empathy. I see somebody else suffer that I constantly, I'm not a person who loves it, not my wife, my kids, or, but I feel naturally most of them empathic. And so it may well be the long-term interest of survival of Homo sapiens AGI really becomes very powerful that it has an empathic response and doesn't just exterminate humanity.
So, as part of the full conscious experience, to create a consciousness or in our human here, if you were going to get into earlier days, fear, suffering are essential to consciousness. Do you have to have a full range of experience to have it that has experience, or can you have a system that only has a very particular, very positive?
Look, you can have, in principle, people have done this in the rat, where you implant the electrode in the hypothalamus, pleasure center of the rat, and the rat up above and beyond anything else that go natural or drink anymore, just only itself because it's such a pleasurable feeling. I guess it's like an orgasm all day long. And so, a priori, I see no reason why you need why you need a great variety. Now, clearly, to survive, that would work. But if I engineer artificially, I don't think you need a great variety of conscious experience. You could have just pleasure or just might be a terrible existence, but I think at least on conceptual now. Because any real creature would artificially engineer, you want to give it feel that we all have. And you also want to give positive states. Want to feel encouraged to because it feel positive feedback.
So, you mentioned panpsychism, back about everything having some kind of mental property. How do you go from there to something like human consciousness? So everything having some elements of consciousness. What is it special about human consciousness?
So, just it's not everything like food. No, the form of panpsych I think about doesn't ascribe consciousness to anything like this or my liver. However, it is the theory, the integrated information theory, does say that even ones that look from the outside relatively simple, at least the internal causal power, they just feel like something. The theory a priori doesn't say anything what's special about human. Biologically, we know what is one thing special about human is we have an overblown sense of our own importance.
Right.
Exceptional and greatest gods to the universe. But the main thing that we have, we can plan long term with language that gives us enormous amount of power. That's why we are dominant on the planet.
You mentioned God, grew up a devout Catholic in a Roman Catholic family. So, consciousness, you're sort of exploring some really fundamental things religion also touches on. So where does consciousness growing throughout your life and change your views on religion?
Yeah, I mean, I'm now much closer to. So I'm not a Catholic anymore. I don't believe there's God. I was believe. When the fullness of time I'll be united with everlasting bliss. I just don't see evidence for that. Look, well, the night is large and full of wonders. Many things that I don't understand. Look, we don't even understand more than 4% of all the like dark matter, dark energy. We have no idea what it is. Maybe it's lost thought. I know. So all I can tell you is it's a sort of my current religious or spiritual sentiment is much closer to some form of Buddhism without the reincarnation. Unfortunately, there's no evidence for reincarnation. Guys are way too expensive. Well, so they talk about when I spent several meetings with Dalai Lama, and what always about him, he really unlike let's say was he always all so they have early beginning they look not just in people, but in every person, and of course by decay, like animal, will have nothing than a well-developed, normally developed human, and they think consciousness pervades the universe. They have these techniques, them like mindfulness, etc., and meditation that tries to access sort of what they claim of this fundamental aspect of reality. I'm not sure it's more fundamental as I think about it. There's a physical and there's inside you consciousness. Those are the two aspects. That's the only thing I've access to in my life. Remember, my consciousness is consciousness. I try to knowledge about the universe and things and molecules and all of that. The only thing we are acquainted with the world that's populated with sound and touches of questions. I'm originally talk about rock climbing and really love literature. Kind of all about experiencing things. So I think that helps your research on this. Yes. If you think about it, the various stages of what when you do rock climbing, but now I do rowing, crew rowing, and a bike every day. You can get into this called the zone. And I've always wondered about it with respect to consciousness, because it's actually a different state. When a people
What up, Smokey?
once people have a
What up, Smokey?
you're not conscious of it. But there's have you access all of those things out. So all of that's gone. Just one of those days where you're out in the climbing or you're going or biking or walk or whatever you do.
Someone gone. Gee.
We'll give it a shot. Getting very
People start talking about these sort of things. I know they're all of political well, but it's not usually also maybe connecting questions will which you talked about. I think I remember you saying that well we're uncomfortable. So what do you think about free will from the perspective, from consciousness perspective? Okay, so from the physics perspective, leaving aside quantum mechanics, we believe in the completely deterministic world, right? But then comes, of course, quantum mechanics. So now we know that certain things are principle, not principle. I prefer because that the initial condition of the universe, and then everything else is acting out in the condition of the universe. That doesn't not a romantic metaphor. Certainly not. it comes to consciousness, I think we do have we are much more constrained by physics, of course, and by our past and by our own consciousness eyes, but our environment. You all know that there's hundreds of experiments that show how. But finally, in the final analysis, when you make a life, you're not talking about physical decisions that marriage, that fertility, that judge, no. Sort of these are things for you to liberate. Under those conditions, as free as you can be. When you bring your highest, high conscious being to that question, try to analyze it on all the various conditions, make it as free as you can ever be. That is, I think, what is it not. So Jack mentioned blog, read amazing books from Russia. So I think that's kind of I mean, so what is the book that early transformed the way change? He was one of the first to discover unconscious. First discoverer of the great land of the conscious that would
Again, look.
relationship and it brings us analyze why am I not very, very difficult to those caverns mind cause coming eyes upon that they are making or lots of other places take you up to try to this story why did I you love it so otherwise what is
It looks
Yeah. Hold on. Let me hang out. I mean, yeah. I enjoyed that. I'm so tired.
go get some sleep, big dog.
Yeah.
Sleep in here.
Um,
Sleep in here.
yeah, I got it. Yeah. I'll do this. Then I can hop off. Yeah.
Okay. Get an extension cord if you have one, or just keep your phone plugged in so it doesn't die.
Yeah. Yeah, that's all good.
There you go. That's all right.
Then you, well, the other way first, some may have lots of light, which I wanted to ask about time scale in general. When you, the idea or in general, try to think about consciousness, try to think about these, kind of naturally think of human scale. Do you, larger or smaller, conscious, do you think, eons, operate conscious effect? It's a very good question. So yeah, I think a lot about small creatures because they expand, a lot of people buy them. Right? So I think they are automata, they act, right? But if you look at the data, like big data and technology, it's very complicated. If you've ever been involved, or your parents when they bought a house, agonizing once a year, like one swarm in the spring, and then they have a very elaborate way they have housing. They go to the site, they come back, hour, literally with several days, try to very complicated way when they finally once they the swarm, scouts warm up in swarm, then one location that they by themselves. Awesome. Look at this, look at complexity and that we have now. They don't have building blocks, but it's amazing complex. Complex behavior, very complicated. Look at this. They experience that is spend that for work fun. So I think ability in principle, some state of consciousness that recognizes our all possible spatial. When I think, for example, science fiction stories like cloud, classic by Fred Hoyle, the astronomer, he has this cloud in between the Earth and the Sun, and being to come to global 50. Turns out you can use the community and they convince to move away from have a rat and in principle IT as well you can measure the information in principle and if that maximum that occurs at a time scale of months rather than nothing but a fraction of a second, experience life where each moment is a month rather than or microsecond, right? Rather than a fraction of maybe forms of consciousness that don't recognize for what they are because radical that's why it's good to read or to watch science fiction movie or to think about it. I guess it's like, Stanislav Lem, Polish science fiction writer. He wrote Polaris. It was a good movie. Yeah. That's novel. He's very interesting. He's an engineering background. Most interesting novel is called The Victorian. Human civilization, they mission to this planet, and everything is destroyed. They discovered humans got killed, and then the machine took over, and there was a machine evolution. Vineyard talks about this very vividly. Finally, the dominant machine intelligence organism that survived a gigantic cloud of little hexagonal universal cellular automata. This was so typically they're all lying on the ground by themselves, but in times of crisis they can communicate as gigantic cloud of trillions of these cells, and then they become hyper intelligent. Human. So very beautiful and compelling. We have an intelligence, but finally the humans leave the planet is unable to understand, comprehend each other. They get well, either we a planet destroyed, or we just have fundamentally it's so alien from us and our community.
Yeah, actually, in the conversation with your Tom, Steel brought up a tricky idea. You already have the artificial intelligence, super smart or maybe conscious beings in cellular Tom, but you still know how to talk. Language communication, you don't know. So that's one sort of view of consciousness. You can measure consciousness.
So you're making an ontological and one is it's just like taking multiverses as my tool. I can't communicate. I don't have it may well be possible. Look, another case that's happening right now, people are building organoids. You know about this? So, you can take from under your arm, put it in a dish, and add 400 factors, and then you can grow large, 2 million, like a half bonds, like nerve cells, organoids. Harvard, Stanford, everywhere they're building. It may well be possible that they're beginning to feel like something, but we can't really communicate with them right now. Okay. So people are beginning to think about the ethics of this. So yes, you may be perfectly right, but they may be unquestioned are they conscious of our body.
Understanding knowledge or what you said.
Why?
So I mean, I suppose what is the perspective that they should take on neuroscience, computational cognition, computer science, robotics?
No, in a sense that so the only known system that have high level of intelligence is Homo sapiens. If you wanted to build it, probably good study. See what humans do cognitive science. Somewhere between cognitive science on the one hand, philosophy of mind, AI science.
My friend Audie.
Okay.
My friend Audie.
So it well be possible. Some people argue that AI implies that works. Certain things, but they can't really understand. But they can't really. I can't really show one image. I can show you a single image of somebody a pickpocket steals a wallet from. That's a computer system would just say, well, it's a man, it's a woman, it's a girl, right? Unless you train this machine on showing you the 100,000 pickpockets, right? So it doesn't have the understanding that right? So some people make the argument in order to go to the next step, or you really want to build machines that understand. Now we have to go to technology. You need to understand how we do. Therefore, it's also so exciting. I try to understand our nature, build to take some little and build it. So most exciting space, cognitive science, neuroscience, AI, computer science, philosophy of mind. Beautiful. Yeah, I'd say there's from a achievement work from the science perspective, the researchers kind of ignore the way the human brain works. They ignore even psychology or literature or studying the brain. I would, Josh Tannenbaum talks about bringing that in more and more, and that's, yeah. So you've worked on some amazing stuff throughout your life. What's the thing that you're excited about? What's the mystery you would uncover in the term beyond all the mystery you're already surrounded by? So there's a structure called the claustrum. Okay? This is a structure. It's underneath our cortex. It's big. You have one on the left, on the right. Underneath the slide, it's very thin. It's like 1 millimeter in wiring, in white matter. It's very difficult to imagine. And it has connection to every cortical region. Francis Crick, the last paper he ever wrote, correction, he died in hospital on this paper. Now we hypothesized, well, because it has anatomy, it gets input from every cortical area and projects back to every cortical area. The function of this structure is similar, it's just a metaphor, to the role of a conductor in a orchestra. You have all the different cortical players. You have some that do motion, some that do mind, some that do the action, color, and hearing, and all the different modules. But of course, consciousness puts it all together into one package, right? The binding form of that. And this is really the function, because it has relatively few neurons compared to cortex, but it talks, it receives the input from all of them, and then projects back to all of them. We're testing that right now. We've got these beautiful reconstructions in the mouse called crown of thorn neurons, and they're in claustrum. They've got the most widespread connection of any neuron I've ever seen. They're very big. The typical claustrum is tiny, but then they have this single neuron has this huge axonal tree cover both ipsi and contralateral cortex, and trying to turn fancy tools like optogenetics, trying to turn those neurons on or off and study what happens in the mouse. So this thing is perhaps where the part comes up. One of the structures, very good way of putting it, where the individual parts turn into the whole of the conscious experience. Well, that, thank you very much for being here today. Thank you very much. Excellent, Jack. Thank you very much. Study the mind, cognition, language, vision, evolution, psychology, child to adult, from the level of individual to the level of our entire civilization. So I feel like I can start with a simple question. What is the meaning of life? A, knowledge, Plato said. B, gain power, said. D, death, as Ernest Becker said. D, propagator of Darwin and others have said.
What'd you say?
There is no meaning. Nihilist said.
Why no?
Knowing the meaning of
Why
life is
no?
beyond our cognitive interpretation
What's
some
it
years
no?
ago. And G,
One more time. Why no? What'd you say?
Am I supposed to take notes?
No, you
Are
don't.
we gonna talk about it?
Oh, I had just intentions on playing it. What would you like to talk about?
Oh no, it's fine. We don't have to talk about it.
I mean, it sounds like you want to talk about something. What do you want to talk about?
We're gonna talk about why it was
You mean the people on there? Are they taking notes?
oh Rabbi. I just needed to know if I was supposed to.
No, just
Like,
just
am I supposed to talk to them?
no, just let it absorb.
I've seen little times one of them that is I felt deep times. Done my part. Alright. So, is that a fundamental aspect? So, if you talk about the power of technology, talk about nature or something, right? You know, we're striving to work our skills wise. We are unusual, to acquire knowledge, life, tools, like apply a language, poison, water, but how we to occupy a planet, drive other animals extinction. Point of health, having culture are being to the best of their knowledge of how the world works, how we work in order to prosper. And almost undeniably data driven way book. I like to focus on the artificial intelligence aspect and not just artificial intelligence, natural intelligence. 20 years ago, the book was written on how the mind works. You conjecture again, am I right to interpret it? You can correct me if I'm wrong, but conjecture, thought, brain, the result of a massive network of highly neurons. So from interconnectivity, larger thought, compared to artificial neural network used for machine learning today, there's something fundamentally complex, serious, magical about the biological neural network versus one we're starting over the past 60 years come to success and that. Something a little bit about that one of us knows conscious, conscious not in the person objective person um, artificial experience that not. I don't know. I can have quite experience and a perfectly lifelike robot interchangeable from future consciousness to it or oddly to it. Very hard to know. Putting that aside, that philosophical question. The question is, is there some difference between human neural network and ones of artificial intelligence? We learn on the current trajectory, not going to reach the point where we got a lifelike robotic. So the way their neural so-called networks are different. They are so organized. I think there's overlap, but I think there are some. Their current neural network, current learning systems are in reality not all that deep. They very good But why are something or whatnot? Do you think that kind of merges artificial neural networks are smaller, the number of connections and so on is current biological networks? But do you think does it go to consciousness or go to dialogue, reasoning about merge a larger network, a richly weird connected network, separate a complex? We ask the question whether it's free or conscious, incredibly complex. But let's just that part of it. But I think sheer size is not enough to structure. But if it's simply, then why not? That is, neural networks, natural is a kind of barbaric. Not only no sophisticated Orcon could never do what it's possible. Whether it'll ever happen depends not only on how clever we are, but whether we want to as even whole. That is, ask the question whether locomotion system that is as good as better than itself. We are a big car. They're better in some ways, not as maybe natural system because the point is so much cheaper that we're not going to brain power forces. So, for example, we have substitute access to houses out of wood, furniture out of wood, like look, like steel, that has certain properties, don't. It's not magical. That the extra steps of duplicating everything about rather because we have one. Like I say, cotton. I'm wearing cotton clothing now. It's much better poly. Not that couldn't ever buy something like cotton. But at some point, not what like what goal of artificial that is exactly right. A goal that we probably want tools to do things better than I'm not going to care whether I whether why benchmarking. But in general, I suspect also that even if you should have benchmark with imaging, there's a lot to be learned about how to create artificial device. Yeah, I think that language, whether it's possible aerodynamics, birds, but not getting view on AI, artificial intelligence, safety, that my perspective is refreshing, rational, or perhaps more important, as an positive, take inspiring, empowering, most for many people, including AI research, potential threat of AI, obvious, not only possible but obvious. For many others, including AI research, the threat is not obvious. So Elon Musk is famously in the highly concerned about AI. Things like AI is a weapon, that AI will likely destroy. February that Elon is really serious about AI, that's the threat of AI, stop building self-driving cars. That's that. Wow, his thinker doesn't understand that narrow AI, like a car, and general AI, that are literally 8 times more power and open-ended humanity trouble. So first, what did you mean by the statement about not the one trying to get Elon Musk fired off. Well, we live in a world where Twitter has power. Yeah, I think there are two kinds of best artificial intelligence. Okay. One of them over that animals less much so more advanced than us turn us into I think this uses power. It so happens that in we'll say we are products of selection, which is process together with a problem solving are a number of traits like exploitation, power, and glory. There's no reason to think that problem solving that is one of the goals we whatever we as long as someone is art. No reason we all might say, well, what if we need maximizing power source that's not on control. So if you look at the world, there's a lot of opportunities where engineers could fill in a constructive power, not just process. Well, it happens. The goal is to destroy people. And so, not that weapons, we do. So, maybe pause on that because that is one of the serious threats. Do you think that it was a mistake in a sense that should have stopped early on, or do you think just an unfortunate event of invention was invented? Well, do you think it was possible to stop, I guess, the question? It's hard to rewind the clock because, of course, into the context of World War II, where Nazi mind went first, and once issues that reason, hard to turn on, especially winning war against the Japanese Nazi, which is the only goal of every responsible person in Asia, sure victory. It's quite possible if World War II hadn't happened that we can't know. But I don't think by any more than some of the other weapons were like first poison gas things like crop dusters or systems to try to create earthquake tsunamis, to weaponize the weather, weaponize solar flares, all kinds of crazy that are of technologies rapid artificial intelligence are fundamentally guided the whole weapon destroy the point of artificial intelligence. So the analogy is so there's two artificial intelligence you mentioned. The first one I guess was the highly intelligent or power hungry system we design ourselves where we get goals. Those are our external if we don't design artificial intelligence maximize dominance, and it will maximize dominance. We're so familiar with why these two traits come bundled together, particularly again, have high intelligence and power. That's just an error. and it's smart, so idiotic route of not doing it. But I think the collateral damage scenario, the value alignment problem, is also
One of the challenges, of course, we don't know how to build either system of knowing. Are we close to knowing? Well, of course, they'll change overnight, but at the time, theorizing about it is very challenging direction. Probably the core without that ability to real engineering and your imagination runs away. But let me sort of ask, what do you think motivation in the thought process? Elon Musk, I put on I studied currently application, large scale application of artificial intelligence has a potential very positive. How does a person creating very narrow AI system so concerned about other general AI? What do you think the motivation is?
well. I probably have to ask you, but is flamboyant, impulsive, too, as we the detriment of rules. So I don't know what you don't have to ask them. But I don't think the distinction special purpose AI and called general AI is relevant. And in the same way that special purpose AI is not going to do anything routine goal. All it are trade-off cars, brakes, fast, brakes, cars, autonomous. Report. I'm going to take diagonal by the orders program, and that's more true. So general intelligence is not going to every other iteration. It's not artificial. I agree with you, by the way, on the promise of tactics. But it's got a little coverage. It's low. Like 40,000 people die on highways. Fast. Like dollars on a war to combat that's by terrorism, but doesn't care. Whereas here in drought, people are massacred on the highway, brought down to very quickly. I'm with you on the managed carry.
Let me just mention this person with cars is a little bit offensive. Is close enough not to. I often stay up at night thinking about everything I try to save those lives. Every invention I'm super excited about. Every and learning literature, our conferences, NIPS, everything I'm super excited about is all grounded in healthy. So I just don't see how that trajectory all of a sudden flips into fiction where intelligence.
I should be on. I think I'm going enormous jobs. But jobs are horrible jobs. The fact that our crops, yes, trucks, mining, are jobs, a whole literature, I think, not jobs. Imagine solve one problem, get the one of the people don't know when the claim goes, but eventually it's obvious. And because we don't know when, we should worry about it now. It's a very interesting argument in my eyes. How do we think about how do we think about existential threats? Really, no pseudo about the threat, unlike nuclear weapons, about this particular threat that could happen tomorrow, right? So very likely it won't. And it's very likely 100 years away. How do we think about it? Do we worry about it? How do we think about it? What is it? A threat that can impact the limits of our imagination, but not within our limits of understanding to active. Oh, AI, sorry, AI, AI being the AI. Oh, how? I think the most from Sam Harris' perspective, don't engineering, you don't implement a system with massive control before testing it. Now, perhaps the culture of engineering will radically change. I would worry. I don't see any signs of chaotic things like electric control. I have first, or all of the scenarios. Not only imagine magically powered intelligence, things like pure energy, which is coherent gold, so we or like that as a also imagine every all of which not only self start to connect to infrastructure testing has any kind of engineering. Amazing things will be responsible and
It's one individual.
regulatory
Or in total, he's got like 450.
every scenario. It's there's a power on mass engineering or the science very things that guides developing technology of safety currently part of it, for example. So yeah, I don't think actually it's one of all powerful, but there's no reason. And in fact, progress actually probably there'll be a step that all of a sudden all powerful kind of person kind of by technology now it passes pretty train on 100,000 or not 100,000 of techniques about AI last 5 years. Thinking about AI killing all people somehow fun intellectually. Now, I have to say, as a scientist engineer, I don't find it fun. But when I'm having beer with my non-AI friend, there is something fun and appealing about it. Like talking about an episode of Black Mirror, considering if a large meteor just told a large meteor something like this, and you relate to the sense of fun, understand the psychology. I personally don't find it fun. find it actually because there are genuine threats that we ought to be pandemic, like cybersecurity vulnerabilities, like possibilities, or and certainly climate change. Not just don't any conversation. And I think Sam finger on something. I mean, there is a sometimes called the rationality. The light brain power to come up with scenarios not occur or less cerebral. So there is a kind of intellectual skill in finding things to worry about, worried about. Yeah. I think so that not only is it kind of fun to be predictable, but I think there can be a side to overcome such so many guys highly aggressive that I enjoy like while we robot so let's enjoy it. Prioritize. We have to look at threats that are such as really imaginable probabilities. And we have to can't worry about everything. So bad here are fatal kind of numbness. Well, there's just problems of overwhelming and what's all. So let's explain the entire structure of technology, or let's like
There's this line of worry. I'm worried about a lot of things. Certain line of worry when you cross, about to cross, that it becomes paralyzing, productive here. That's kind of what they're highlighting.
exactly right. And we some know that not okay. In that a big tenet of cognitive psychology that perception is perception by ability, not by and so we intelligence has to count to terrorism. Goes on average about American we take trees and higher departments massive massive resource supply results in no risk. Guarantee one of them is talent. And even are not here but are also enough to worry about academics like or far too debates discussion of war, what's it terrible. They are budget of your brain to actual probability of harm.
So he asked this question. Speaking of imaginability, or to think about reason, my favorite people who likes the outskirts, the explanation of imagination, Joe Rogan. So who has who used to believe a lot of conspiracy, the reason that stripped away a lot of this that way. Fascinating actually to watch him. Rationality kind of is a, but I'm not sure.
Trail,
He no longer.
no, he's good.
You were on the Joe Rogan podcast. Very fascinating conversation. But as far as I remember, didn't talk much about artificial intelligence. I will be on this podcast. Joe is very much concerned about existential threat. I am not sure. So I was hoping that way he represents quite a lot of people who AI themselves. So as an exercise of communication, rational,
let me ask you, if you were to coach me, AI researcher, about how to speak to Joe and the general public about AI, what would you advise?
I like either by no, about AI. But one of the reasons I emphasize very well remind you really oriented that another question now I want with various crashes, car crash, occupational accidents, even death by lightning, all plummet because the culture of engineering out there by fire, drowning, by action, I gotta say, I did not myself is because back like you stay up at night. Oh my God, what am I inventing? Like the boy ingenuity like that from happening. Now I'm not an engineer. Well, I spent 22 years in IT, so I just way engineer. Potential that not be switched off when
One, there's not enough engineers up way for the excitement or the positive nature of what you're trying to positive. Like everything we try to invent, trying to do in the world. But let me ask you about the psychology of negativity. It seems just objective, not considering the topic, it seems that negative about the future sounds smarter, positive about the future, regardless of topic. Am I correct in this observation? So why do you
I think there is that phenomenon that there are particular of it. It may be part of our overall negative bias. We are as a to the negative, positive, dread loss, joy, and that may open up a space for profit to find it harms and risks, loss, and we may have overlooked. That industry,
some of my favorite books all over the place, starting from Minding The Better Angels of Nature, Mind Slate, How the Mind Works, one about language, Bill Gates, big fan too. Second most recent book that is my new favorite book of all time. For you as an author, what was the book early on in your life that had a
like that was by David Deutsch's community. Rather reflection on knowledge and the power of knowledge to just a method of solvable, get the right knowledge, solves in turn. I think about books that are excellent, or I have on my website. There's a book called Force. Self-published. I've lived my history on the historical decline of violence. That was one of the inspirations.
What early on? You look back when you were.
I love a book called The Infinity. As an adult, I read that book by George Cameron. Accessible in relatively of great way that I think I like time, life, science. These are books that arrive pretty much. I to one on a different topic. Forrest, what was online? I was intrigued by it.
Later on, you fell in love with studying flying.
That's
something that grabbed you? What's one of them? As a college student, book Reflections on Life by Bill John. We're here at MIT. Talking two books, Watchmaker and the Selfish Enormous. Partly, mainly for the content, but also for the writing style. Need to explain abstract concepts of life. Steve Jay Gould's first collection, Emerson and Darwin, also library writing. George Miller, both psychologists, up with where he has two chunks. A couple of books. Again, written and wonderful. Evan, thank you so much. That's it. My pleasure. Thanks a lot, Lex. What difference between biological networks and artificial networks? Most serious, captivating, profound. First of all, there's so much we don't know about biological networks. That's very mysterious, captivating. Maybe both key to being artificial neural networks. One of the thing that we don't know how biological networks do, but artificial is to do credit assignment very long times. There are things that can, in principle, artificial neural nets, but it's not very convenient, it's not biologically possible. This mismatch, and kind of mismatch, interesting study to understand better how brains don't have good corresponding artificial neural nets. Maybe provide ideas that we can explore about the brain that we can incorporate in artificial neural networks. Very great to sign up a little bit. Yeah, what beautifully technical term, but it can incorporate some. So more on the RNA memory side, that or knowledge, common sense knowledge over time, or is more in the reinforcement learning sense that you're picking up a word over time, particular churches. So I was thinking more about the first, whereby store all kinds of memories, brain, which we can access later, to help us both infer causes of things that are now and assign credit, vision, or interpretation with a while ago when memories were stored. And then we can change we would have reacted or interpreted things in the past. Now this assignment for learning. So in which way do you think artificial neural networks, current LSTM, the current architecture are not able to capture presumably you're thinking of very yes. So current CartNet are doing a good job for hundreds of times now. Then it gets harder and harder, and what you have to remember as long as you remember duration. Whereas humans credit assignment usually arbitrary times. Like I could remember something I did last year, and now because I see evidence, I'm going to change my mind about last year. Hopefully not do the same mistake again. I think a big part of that is probably forgetting. You're only remembering really very efficient.
Yes, collection of remember, and I think there are connections, higher level connections here regarding consciousness, dividing and emotion, studying what kind of consciousness, what memory, which are not trivial.
You've been at the forefront there all along, showing some of the amazing things in neural networks and the field of artificial intelligence broadly, and all kinds of applications. But we could talk about that forever. But what can you
Welcome, Connor.
thinking towards the future? You could ask of the neural networks of the world. What is the
Sounds like
current state of the earth training on
a
large on some level of planning is very level much as less track in general. Okay, so that doesn't tell us how to fix it. It encourages us to think about how we can maybe train our neural so that it focus, for example, on causal explanation, something that we don't do currently training. So one thing about is instead of learning separately from images, videos on one hand, text on the other hand, better jobs of learning about language and about the world first. So not both sides can help each other. Have world model our neural net for them to understand, talk about what's going on in the world, and I think language input help write clues about what high-level concepts, like semantic concepts, should be represented at the top level. And in fact, the pure unsupervised learning of representation doesn't comprise high-level representations that are as powerful as the ones we're getting from supervised learning. So the tools we're getting, just the label, is already very powerful.
that's architecture challenge or is it data challenge? I'm tempted to end it there. You elaborate.
Of course, data sets and architectures are all play with, but I think the whole thing is for the training objective, training frameworks. For example, going from passive data or agents which learn by well the relationship causes and effects, sort of objective function which wanted to allow the highest level explanations to rise from the learning, which I don't think we have the kind of objective functions which could reward exploration, the right kind of exploration. These kinds of questions are either in data sets or in architecture, but more in how we learn, what are objectives.
Yeah, I've heard you mention content. Yes, when children learn, they interact with objects. But fascinating because in some sense, some learning, that idea is not part of the learning process in artificial neural networks. It's almost like you envision like an objective function. They, you know what, you spoke this this object in this kind of way would be really helpful.
Yes.
Further learn.
Right.
So it's almost guiding aspects of learning.
Right. So I was talking to Rebecca Sachs an hour ago, and she was talking about lots and lots of evidence from infants to clearly pick what interests them in a directed way. So they're not passive learners. They focus their attention on aspects of the world which are most interesting, surprising, and non-trivial way that make them change theories of the world.
So that's fascinating to the future progress, but on a more maybe boring question, I think going deeper and larger. So I think just increasing the size of the things that have been increasing a lot in the past few years will also make progress. So some of the representational issues that you mentioned are kind of shallow in some sense. Understanding prior
in the sense of abstraction.
in a sense of not getting some.
I don't think that having more depth effort in the sense of we have 100 layers, we have 1,000 is solve our problem. I don't think
that obvious.
what is clear to me is that engineers, companies, and labs, grad students will continue to tune architecture and explore all kinds of tweaks to make the current state of the art slightly better, slightly better. But I don't think that really drastic changes in the way that considering learning to achieve the goal that the learners actually understand in a way the environment in which they are, learning.
But I guess I was trying to ask a question more interesting than just more layered. Basically, once you figure out a way to learn through interacting, how many parameters take to store that information? So I think our brain is quite bigger than most know about.
Right. Oh, I see. Oh, I'm with you. I agree that even build neural nets kind of broad knowledge of the world that will help. Probably the kind of computing power we have now is going to be sufficient. So, well, the good news is there are hardware companies building neural net chips, so it can get better. However, good news in a way, which is also bad news, is that our state of the art deep learning methods fail learn models that understand very simple environments like some curriculum. These fairly simple environments, of course, if you bring them with enough examples, eventually you get it. Just like what humans might need just dozens of examples will need millions for very, very, very simple tasks. And so I think there's an opportunity for academics who don't have the kind of computing power that, say, Google has, to do really important, exciting research, advance the state of the art in training frameworks, learning models, learning in simple environments that are static, trivial, but yet current machine learning fails.
Talked about prior common sense knowledge. Things like we humans take a lot of knowledge for granted. So what's your view of these priors of forming broad views of the world, of this accumulation of information, how we can teach networks or learning systems that knowledge up? Knowledge, for a while, the artificial intelligence was like there's a time where knowledge representation, knowledge position, expert system, symbolic AI was an interesting problem to solve. It was kind of what I'm hoping a little bit like it doesn't work. It doesn't work. That's right. But the goal kind of how do you think those goals can be addressed?
Right. So first of all, I believe that one why the classical experts approach it is because a lot of the knowledge we have, so you talked about common sense, intuition, a lot of knowledge like this which is not consciously accessible. There are lots of decisions we're taking that we can't really explain even sometimes story. And that knowledge is also necessary for machines to take decisions. That knowledge is hard to codify in expert systems, rule-based systems, classical AI. There are other issues, of course, with AI, like not handling and Aristotle, which I understand better now, but still is enough in the mind. It's something powerful that comes from patience. That makes neural net work somehow. And it's hard to replicate that kind of power in symbolic world. The knowledge in expert systems and so on is nice. You can code like a bunch of rules. Whereas if you go to a neural net, it's the opposite. Have this blob of parameters which work tensely together to represent everything in the network node. And it's not factor. So I think this is one of the reasons we have to take on classical AI in another kind of compositionality, which is common in language, for example, but that is so native to.
And on that line of single representation.
Yes. So let me connect with and say,
Right.
no,
Yes.
yes. So for many years, I thought, I still believe that it's important that you come up with algorithm, your unsupervised or supervised, reinforcement, whatever, that field representation, which the important factors, causal factors, are nicely separated and that's the representation. That's the transform the data into a space where and maybe just learn your models about it. And I still think this is important, but I think missing out on a very important ingredient, which classical AI systems remind us of. Let's say we have the learn about the relationships, variables, those high-level semantic variables. They're not going to be independent much of a function. You're going to have some interesting relationships that allow to predict things in the future, to explain what happened in the past. Kind of knowledge about those relationships in classical AI systems is what it is. Tool is just like a little knowledge that says, oh, I have four variables that are linked in an interesting way, then I can say something about one or two of them, given a couple of others. The elements of the representation, which are like the variable, you also need to angle the mechanics that relate those variables to each other. So like the rules. The rules are neatly separated. Each rule and when I change a rule then learning, it will break other rules. Whereas current units, for example, are very sensitive to what's called rapid forgetting, where after I've learned some things and I learn new things, I destroy the old things that I have learned. If the knowledge was better factorized, separated, angled, then avoid a lot of that. Now, you can't do this in the domain, but my idea is like but my idea is that if you check the data in the right semantic space, it's possible to now represent extra knowledge beyond the transformation from inputs to representations, which is how representations act on each other and predict the future and so on. It's a way that is entangled. So now it's
variables are disentangled from each other and not variables that are from each other.
And you draw a distinction between semantic space, like is it an architectural difference, or is
Well, yeah. So everything is entangled. Information, the variables are interdependent in very complex space, and computation, like not just variables, so how they are related to each other is totally different. But I'm hypothesizing that in the right high level representation space, both the variables, how they relate to each other, can disentangle, and that will a lot of generalization power.
generalization power?
Yes.
Distribution of the test set, assumed to be the same as the distribution of the training set.
Right. This is where current machine learning is weak. It doesn't tell us anything, not able to tell us anything about how they are going to generalize the distribution. And people may think, well, but there's nothing we can say what the new distribution will be. Because humans are able to generalize to
How are we able to do that? So
yeah, because there's something distribution looks very different from the we have things in common. So let me give you a concrete example. The science fiction novel. Science fiction novel, brings you in some other planet where it looks very different on the surface, but it's still the same laws of physics. So you read the book and understand what's going on. So the distribution is very different, but because you can transport a lot of the knowledge you had from Earth about underlying cause and effect relationship, physical mechanisms and all that, direction. You now make sense of what is going on on the planet where, for example, are totally different.
taking that analogy further and sorting it, science fiction world, Space Odyssey, HAL,
Yeah.
or maybe which is probably one of my favorite AI movies. And then and there's another one that a lot of people love that are outside the AI community is Machina. Right? I don't know if you've seen it. That's, by the way, what are your views on that movie? Are you able to
So
enjoy
there
it?
are things I like and things I hate.
So let me talk about that in the context of the question I want to ask is quite a large community of people from different backgrounds, often outside of AI, who are concerned about existential threat of artificial intelligence. Right? You've seen this community develop over time. You have a perspective. So, what do you think is the best way to talk about AI safety? Think about it, about it in the AI community and outside, grounded in the fact that Machina is one of the main sources of information for the general public about AI.
Right. The sort of discussion how to have within the AI community and the sort of discussion that would matter in general. So I think the picture of Terminator and AI killing people and super intelligence that's going to destroy us whenever we try speed so for the public discussion because the public discussion the things I believe matter are short-term and medium-term, very likely negative impacts of AI on society, whether from security, like for other scenarios with competition or killer robots, or the impact on the job market, or concentration of power and discrimination, all kinds of social issues which could actually, some of them could really threaten democracy, for example.
Just to clarify, when you say killer robots, you mean autonomous weapons?
Yes,
so
I think that's
become Terminator.
Right. So I think short and term should be important parts of the public. Now, potential risk is a very unlikely consideration, but still worth academic investigation. Same way that you say should we study what could happen if meteorite Earth and destroyed it. So I think it's very unlikely to happen. sort of scenario of AI getting my understanding of the current machine learning, it's not plausible to me. But of course, the crystal ball and who knows what AI will do. So I think it is worth study those problems. It's not a pressing question presently.
So, before I continue on that line, questions there, but what do you like and not like about Ex Machina as a movie? I actually watched it for the second time, enjoyed it. I hated it the first time, and I enjoyed it quite a bit more the second time when I sort of learned to accept the concept movie. What was your experience?
So the negative is the picture of science totally wrong. Science in general and AI in particular. Science is not happening in some place by some smart guy, one person, and we not how it happens. A team of people will not make science by small steps, thanks to the collaboration of a large number of people interacting. And all the scientists who are expert in their field can know what is information flow on, and the spirit of it is very different from these painted.
Yes, on that point. In the case at this point, that kind of even if the research happens at Google, if a company comes out, the ideas come out. Absolutely. Do you think that will always be the case now? Is it possible to bottle ideas to the point where there's a set of breakthroughs that go completely undiscovered by the general community? I think that's
Possible, but it's not how it is done now, not how I can future. Of course, I don't have all, and so no fiction. But you
kind of ominous lights went off during that.
well, I mean, the thing is a movie, and you can imagine all kinds of science fiction. The problem with going to the question about risk is this such a wrong picture of what is the actual science and how it's found that it can have unfortunate effects on understanding of current science. So, kind of sad. This is the principle in research, which is diversity. In other words, research is exploration. Research is exploration in the space of ideas. People will focus on different directions. It's not just good, it's essential. So I'm totally fine with people exploring directions that are contrary to mine or orthogonal to mine. I am more than fine. I and my friends claim to have crystal truth about, especially about what will happen. That being said, we have our intuition and act accordingly, according to where we influence our society has in order to should have those and not end up in a society where there's only one voice, one way, which might spread those. So
Is a sign of good science. The idea of bias. How do you think about instilling in machine learning something that's aligned values bias? We intuitively being some concept of a bias of what a fundamental or other being means, but how do we do that?
So I think there are short-term things that are already happening, and then there are long-term things that we do. Short-term, there are techniques that have been proposed and continue to be new alternatives will come up. Make data sets which we know there is bias, measure it. Pretty much any data set where decisions will have some sort of bias, discrimination against particular groups, and so on. And we can use machine learning techniques to try to use classifiers that are going to be less biased. We do it, for example, using adversarial methods to make our system less sensitive to variables. Clear, well-defined ways of trying to address the problem. Maybe you have weaknesses. But I think, in fact, they're sufficiently mature that governments should start regulating companies where it matters in the insurance system, so that techniques will reduce the bias, but at a cost. For example, their predictions will be less accurate, and so companies will not do it, they'll force them. All right, so short term. Long term, I'm really interested in thinking of how we can moral value. Obviously, it's not something we'll achieve in the next 5 or 10 years. How can there's already work in detecting emotions, for example, in images, sounds, text, and so studying how agents interact in ways they correspond to patterns of injustice, which could trigger anger. The things we can do in the term, and eventually train computers to model, for example, how humans react emotionally unfair situation, which trigger anger. Basic emotions that we share with other animals. What goal next year we can build systems and detect these kind of things. To the extent, unfortunately, we understand enough about the world around us, which is a long time away, but maybe in virtual environments, so imagine like a where agents interact in some way, some situations trigger an emotion. Train machines to detect the situation, predict that their emotion would likely be felt if a human was playing one of the games.
Someone excited done a lot of work with supervised learning, but there's been a lot of success in supervised learning. And one of the things I'm really passionate about is how robots work together. And in the context of supervised learning, that means annotation. Do you think about the problem of annotation, of put in a more interesting way, is humans teaching machines?
Yes. Yes, I think it's an important subject. Using it to annotation for somebody building a system tomorrow, but longer term, the process of teaching, because there's a lot more attention from the machine learning. So there are people going machine learning. What are good strategies for teaching learning agents? And design, train a system that's going to be a good teacher. So my group, we have a project called BBI or BBI game, where there is a game or a scenario where there's a learning agent teaching it. Frequently, the teaching agent actually we're not there yet. And the role of the teacher using knowledge of the environment, which require using whatever way, of course, help the learner learn as quickly as the learner is going to learn by himself, exploration and whatever. But the teacher can choose have on the interaction with the learner so as to guide the learner, maybe to the that the learner has more trouble with it, or just at the boundary between what it doesn't know, and so on. So the combination of these ideas from other fields, and like tutorial systems, for example, AI, and of course people in humanity about these questions. But I think it's time that machine learning is because in the future we'll have more and more human machine interaction. I think understanding how to make things work, or all the problems around that are very interesting. Not especially interesting. We've done a lot of work with language, with aspect of traditionally formulated Turing test, a test of natural language understanding generation. In your eyes, is the most conversation. What in your eyes is the hardest conversation to solve?
I would say it's everything having to do with the non-linguistic knowledge, which implicitly to make sense of things like the Winograd keep us sentences that are significant. In other words, you need to understand enough about the world to really properly. I think these are interesting challenges for machine learning. Point in the direction of systems that both understand how the world works and its causal relationships in the world and associate that knowledge with how to express in language or writing. French, another talk.
One of the Romance languages. I think passing the Turing test and all the underlying challenges on language. Do you think it might be easier in French than it is in English? Oh, kind of
The language, I would like to build systems that can same principles, same learning mechanisms to learn from human opinions, whatever their language.
Well, certainly us humans can talk more beautifully with the poetry. Some Russian is no poetry in Russian. Maybe easier, a complex idea than it is in English. But maybe I'm showing my bias. People can say that about French. But of course, the goal ultimately is our human being able to utilize it, just tools.
Of course, there are different languages, and some are slightly better. But the grand scheme of things, where we're trying to understand how the brain works and language, I think are like
You lived perhaps through an AI winter of sorts.
yes.
How did you stay warm and you and your research?
Stay warm with friends.
With friends. Okay, we're gonna have friends. And what have you learned from the experience?
Listen to your inner voice. Don't, trying to just be the crowds and fashion. If you have a strong conviction about something, not contradicted by actual evidence, or you can be contradicted by people.
But not your own instinct. Everything.
Well, of course, you have to adapt and your experiments contradict them. But you have to stick to your beliefs. Otherwise, what allowed me to go through the years, it's what allowed me to pursue in direction that took time, whatever that was, time to mature.
So, history of AI is marked with, of course, it's marked with technical breakthroughs, but it's also marked with these seminal events that capture the imagination. Most recent, I would say, AlphaGo World Championship, one of those. What do you think is next?
First of all, I think that so-called seminal events are overrated. They said science really moves by small steps. Now, what happens is one more small step, and it's like a drop that allows that fills the bucket, and then you have
drastic consequences. Now you're able to do something you were not able to do before. Or now, say, the cost of building a device or solving a problem becomes cheaper than what you have in the market. So especially in the world of commerce application, the impact of a small progress. But in the science itself, I think it's very, very gradual. And, where are the steps taken now? So the unsupervised, right? So if I look at one trend that I like in for example, in Eli and my these are the two hottest topics: GAN and reinforcement learning. Even though in Montreal in particular, like reinforcement learning was something pretty much absent just 2 or 3 years ago. So it's really a big interest from, and there's a big interest from people like me. So I would say this is something where we're going to see more progress, even though it hasn't yet provided much in terms of actual industrial rollout. And even though there's AlphaGo that Google is not making money on it, but for the long term, for many of you. So in other words, I would say personal learning, more generally agent learning, because you have to be good with words in kinds of ways that agent is learning about the environment.
Now, personal learning you're excited about, do you think GANs can provide something?
Yes.
At the moment.
Well, GANs or other generative models would be crucial ingredients in building agents that can understand the world. A lot of the success of reinforcement learning in the past has been policy, where you just learn a policy, you don't actually learn a model of the world. There are lots of issues with that, and we don't know how to model them now, right? But I think where we have to go in order to build models that can generalize faster and better, like distribution, that capture to some extent underlying causal mechanism in the world.
Last question. What made you fall in love with artificial intelligence? Back. What was the first moment in your life when you were passing the human mind or the artificial mind?
When I was an adolescent, a lot, and then I started reading science fiction. Then I got that's it. That's where I got hooked. Then I had one of the first personal computers, and got hooked in programming. So it just
start with fiction and make it a reality.
That's right.
Yosha, thank you so much for coming.
My pleasure.
Following is a comment from Vladimir Vatnik, co-inventor of support vector machine, vector clustering, many foundational ideas of learning. He was born in the worked at the Institute of Control Sciences in Moscow, then in the United States, NEC Labs, research, and now is a professor at Columbia University. His work has been cited over 170,000 times. He has some very interesting ideas about artificial intelligence and the future of learning, especially on limits of our current approach to open problems. This conversation is part of MIT course on artificial general intelligence and artificial intelligence podcast. Enjoy it. Subscribe on YouTube. Rate it on iTunes, podcast provider. Simply connect with me on Twitter or other social networks at Lex, spelled F-R-I. Now, my conversation with Vladimir. Einstein famously said that God doesn't fit dice. You have studied the world through the eyes of statistics. Let me ask you, in terms of nature of reality, fundamental nature of reality. God play dice. Can you describe instrumentalism and realism a little bit? Which one is instrumentalism? The way you see the world is instrumentalist. Let me just step back a little bit first to talk about, you mentioned, which I read last night, the parts of the paper by Wigner, Unreasonable Effectiveness of Mathematics and Natural Sciences. Beautiful paper, by the way. Made me feel, honest, confess my own past few years on deep learning, heavily applied, so that I was out on nature, way to uncover. Step away from the poetry of that for a second. How do you see the role of math in life? School is a poetry. Where does and the math have limits? But it can describe. God or use God or use God. wanted going someplace doesn't get something after thinking, understand great solution, but all you don't point observations, but when you understand that's but but then right
Some simple algebra, a few steps, take you to surprising think about.
so that group does not
So, let me take a step back. In general, yes, right? But what about human intuition, ingenuity, um, moments of brilliance? So, you know, you have to be so hard on human intuition. Are there brilliant intuition ahead of math, and math will catch up?
but if correct axiom Polish generation
So, beautiful. But if you maybe look at when you think of Einstein and special relativity, what is the imagination coming first there? Moment of discovery of an idea. Obviously, makes math and out of the box imagination there.
that's a very very sleep because I saw much better imagination features like nothing from him. I was Rabbi because not just not any drive
When you think about learning, intelligence, about the human brain, and trying to describe mathematical process of learning, that's something like what happens in right? Do you think we have the tools currently? Will we ever have the tools to try to describe that process of learning?
oh guy microscope right only he know the microscope he wrote it on the credit but credit that but when that like tried he all blood cells red cells and he imagines that it money like each other was his application he sent it for him at the time so when people right all sorts but he did
Right.
most important no I you some problem so much for example So also that I ask you does that is but you know from his mouth as what teacher
What, from a mathematical point of view, a teacher? No question.
Predicate or create variant have him like the home teacher knows reality can describe reality educate variant all variant of situations all the time.
No, but maybe try to pull that apart a little bit. I think you mentioned like a piano teacher saying to play like a butterfly. Right? I played piano, I played guitar for a long time, and it, yeah, that's maybe it's romantic, poetic, but it feels like there's a lot of truth in that statement. Like there's a lot of instruction in that statement. Pull that apart. What is that? The language itself may not contain this information. Not blah blah. Yeah. But yeah, it does. Well, it's not the language. It feels like the information being exchanged there. What is the nature of information? What is the representation of that information?
That's a desire. Because the best just like I discovered to time you can stop because what doesn't can what check all this there is English like dog like dog like dog and all dog not all looks like dog so you dog have up up to the dog
Individual characteristics of a dog.
you for the like to it's good it's well it looks like dog check out like you should know the dog maybe chest dog dog doesn't check it is legal indicate or how can recognize. So up to now, if you exist, so I will what is product
So you can't deny the fact that swims like a duck, quacks like a duck, has humor, has the beginning.
well, doesn't jump why
Uh,
you know how or right anyone is
Underneath, in order for us to understand swims like a duck, feels millions of other information pick up along the way. You don't think knowledge base. In those statements, there's some rich information that helps understand the essence of duck. How far are we from integrating predicates into so what it does? Critical function. Duck. Choose the function. And it just that function. Or you're not you talk about a divisible set of functions, you talk about functions, what makes what should smooth capacity was but by the way, people don't know the B and these so how would you describe first of all? How would you describe worship one function that we but function take whole continued function so many that function. But it can be capacity like a whole function the function that plus but this is a mention full amount. So the whole function cuts through that is the task of learning. It creates the principal function as a small dimension. Figure out a clever way of figuring out is that the whole shape still running. Create the function. Classical function but this size of nothing was supposed to a lot of functions that are function. Create function that finally dimensions function was all. So how what's the process? Fascinating. What is the process of creating data describing variance? Properties average model so problem is after pick up fun can any function fun the whole function what that does not change the task question jump like it does does not jump help but you know something which question to ask like they like it up it's like that general
guy who had a good type of like introspective. And that is not teacher
Incorporating specialized predicate. Uh, well, deep learning, neural networks, jury architectures, helping accomplish the task. Their effectiveness or lack thereof, what are missing and what are possible.
price, but totally like one of the church nothing running full time when war is over. Drink gas and forget most all of them were at cost which you don't have to create for green. Back at the general case, US that German clean for him last only because was not shot. It was but there are mathematicians looking for much. There are doesn't know their interpretation and lot of blah 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 why you doesn't know mathematics there just function. If you like piecewise function class of yeah. Then try to advantage of that through interpretation, which most and then it was about to break the classes or I think by because we was your question so right of the ten not only one way just but you chief was see don't more I was one of here which then optimal solution of much right on shadow network
Shallow network. Yeah, the ultimate problem is there. Absolutely. So in the end, what you're saying is exactly right. The question is, you have no value for throwing something on the table, playing with it, not that in your own network, or you throw a bucket. The biological example, kings and queens of cells of microscope. You don't see value in imagining cells or kings and queens and using that as inspiration, imagination, for where the math will eventually be. You think that interpretation basically deceives you in a way that's not productive.
I think very wise and especially discussion about nation not about
That's right, but aren't just surprised by the beauty of it. Not the mathematical beauty, but the fact that it works at all. Or are you criticizing that very beauty, our human desire to interpret, find our silly interpretation construct? Like, let me ask you this. Are you surprised and inspire you? How do you feel about the success of like AlphaGo at beating Game of Go? Saying neural networks estimate quality of a board, quality of yeah. But it works. It's not our interpretation. That is, that was better. Learning that we don't, I think, mathematically understand that well. Beats the best human player. That was impossible. That's you empirically have to discover. Not a very no problem. That's true. So maybe argue. So argue. And really, look. Yeah, but so I going to challenge can probably do well. So the concept of problems you can solve because of this create function to create architecture that's just okay. But it is possible to create a function. But actually, magician to consider Maria, it's law of large number. But bring this of the universe of large number, which is much more much more. But less big way of increase a lot of things. You could do the three, this like a duck, and quacks like a duck. But our so let's step back and think about human intelligence in general. Clearly, that has evolved in a non-mathematical way. As far as we know, God or come up with a model implanted in our brain of unmissable function kind of evolved. I don't know, maybe on this. But Alan Turing in the paper asked and rejected the question, can machines think? Not a very useful question, but they entertain this question. Machines think, talk about intelligence, your view of it. Describe computer can you understand what's completely understand what set up page. So now we understand. I'm not sure intelligence just us. Maybe also outside. I had so when I prove some theorem couple of years, several ways, people prove the same. So does
the guys who history hasn't defined who John said Lomachevsky and Gauss, Yai, and other guys, approximately 10 times that. I saw a lot of like that, which when she develops, they develop something general, which affects our and the past.
Our interpretation as
Connection.
you're almost like plugging in and
Yeah, exactly.
contributing to on that one. On the flip side of that, maybe you can comment on ego complexity, how you see classifying algorithms by running time. So that way of thinking about function. Interesting question.
Complexity, both worst case. There is a mathematical thing. When I came to United States, that's not story. That's not story. So Russia it was published to monographs, monographs, right? Learn. Somebody it's worst case, create real case. Till now, not because particle can only can should a clear clear action. Process to reduce complexity and easy because using actually those things like the part more mentioned you can some areas. We also create for case when you know that is the best thing it can happen. But for mathematical, you know the best sort of can drive it's not so
You think the edge is interesting?
edges because it's not so to get on that ball. Not many cases. But you discover the past.
Do you think it's interesting, challenging, and review interesting principles and allow you to get those bound? Or do you think it's interesting, actually very useful understanding the function of an algorithm? So it's like me judging your life by the worst thing, the best thing, versus all the stuff in the middle. It's not productive.
So because you can describe patient or you know general. So you can describe and clear but you can for okay. And
So, like, from a statistical point of view, functions, nature of learning in the world, do you think that the real world has a very long tail? The edge case is very far away from the stuff in the middle, or no?
I think my point is who's almost a will be all those large numbers. Variance just large numbers. Large numbers.
Did you describe that a little more? Or should we just take it?
No, except when talking about duck, I get three up. But that means that my weight looks like duck. Contains a lot of information. Formal that how much show now I don't like how people consider artificial as cheap. Just life people like lots of people try to cut can it's like dark or plain at that time. Not the teacher having how he chooses
That process, that is the problem of intelligence. That connected to the problem of learning. Are they?
choosing.
What is the line of work? Would you say, if you were to formulate it as a set of open problem, that will take us there. Play like a butterfly. We'll get to be able to.
Mathematical get have to be this problem and not start because to understand intelligence, try to understand teachers. How teacher teach. Why one teacher better than another.
So, you think we really even haven't started on the journey of generating?
Because if you do, no, I just I want why one teacher have effect teacher. But not because he repeated what teachers somebody part. Like some philosophy.
Yeah, that's a beautiful formulation of a question that is a problem. Why is one teacher better than another?
Right. It does better.
Why at every level? How do they get better? Need to be better? The whole.
Yeah, from whatever model. One teacher stop another jump that.
So, what is the most exciting problem is learning ever worked on or are working on now?
I just feel variance. I think that can show that no doesn't commit to the basic statistical part, intelligent part, nothing. You know, or teaching. So, yeah,
You will know it when we see it.
for example, I took last slide of the challenge. You have say function problem. Only claim like correct answer. But they use 60,000 coming. But compared to variant, what you want of that explain in variant should use 100 example or times.
Yeah, that last slide, unfortunately, talking quickly, that last slide was a whole challenge and formulation of the
No,
essence.
that's what everybody when learning part was the should much more trained human. But now again, after the setting from learning, it is not like anybody enough have a good variant that stuff. But now it is a question to intelligence after that. This happens as soon as suppliers is can do good job. The very challenges of the parents. I think it's about that. I would total sanity. So he has to as soon as you know can mathematically measure sanity verticals probability. Digital diseases that indicate which is shape something like how dark small pictures, something like that. Can rise.
Do you think such a predicate could rise out of something that's not general? It feels like for me to be able to understand the difference between 2, 3, I would have had a childhood of 10 to 15 years playing with kids, going to school, being yelled by parents, all of that, walking, jumping, looking at ducks. Now, then I would be able to generate the right predicate, tying the difference between 2 and a 3. Or do you think there's a more efficient way?
I know for sure was something wasn't to
The powerful
maybe there are like for distribution or I don't well show every can carry one big equation. So, because show example, say this is math. Can you a function which does a strategy half of but when you use one it's like a duck. Much more function you have. Exactly. Contain model. Have a general picture of the standards, general feels of and that can carry a lot of stuff. But all the math you go into work, mathematical work, learning AI, just math in general. I hear a lot of poetry and philosophy. Really kind of talk about philosophy and science. There's a poetry and to a lot of the work you're doing and the way you think about it. Where does that come from? Do you escape poetry? Do you escape music? Or not? That's ground truth. Yeah, and then one guy was sometimes I surprise deep always that some of them are a lot of stuff. But ground the ground truth. Poetry was so what piece of music empirical evidence gives you a sense that they are touching something ground truth to structure. The math of music. Yeah, but structure. Very clear, very classic. Action joint present and yeah. And if you look back at your childhood, you grew up in Russia, you maybe were born as a researcher in Russia, developed as a researcher in Russia, you came to the United States, and a few places. If you look back, what was some of your happiest moments as a researcher? Some of the most profound moments, not in terms of their impact on society, but in terms of their impact on how damn good you feel that day. You remember that. Every time. General, very my time. Try to be honest to make it, but try to love and like ground truth by blah blah blah. But you're allowed to get excited at the positive discovery. Oh yeah. You have to double check it. No, but how it was ground just for a little so always happy you found something of that. So when you discover the second guy dominate by in Russian voice machine, can machine. So
answer machines and learning. You were working on it. You had a sense of the profundity of it, how it seems to be right, seems to be powerful.
Right. Absolutely. I recognize that lost forever. Now, I found balance for it.
Feel the
So
same.
I could come to love. Of course, there are no different mechanisms. You can have some need you to can do, but in terms of balance, not exactly what present. Also, I'm happy we can that to separate from technical work.
Absolutely. Well, Maverick, thank you so much for talking. Donna. The following conversation with Guido and Rasa, creator of Python, one of the most popular programming languages in the world. In almost any application that involves computers, from web, back-end development, psychology, neuroscience, vision, robotics, learning, natural language processing, and almost any subfield of AI. This conversation is part of MIT Core General Intelligence and the Artificial Podcast. If you enjoy it, subscribe on YouTube, iTunes, podcast provider of choice. Connect with me on Twitter, Friedman, spelled F-R-I. And now, here's my conversation with Bill Rasa. You were born in the Netherlands in 1956. Your parents, the world around you was impacted by World War II, as was my family from the Soviet Union. With that context, what is your view of human nature? Are some humans inherently good, some inherently evil, or do we all have good and evil within us?
Ouch. I did not expect such a deep one. I guess we all have good and evil potential in us, and a lot of it depends on circumstances and context.
Out of that world, at least on the Soviet Union side in Europe, out of suffering, out of challenge, out of that kind of set of traumatic events, often emerges beautiful art, music, literature. In an interview I read or heard, you said you enjoyed literature when you were a child. Can you tell me about the books that had an influence on you in childhood?
Well, as a teenager, my favorite Dutch author was a guy named Willem Frederik Herman. Writing, certainly his early novels were all about sort of ambiguous things that happened during World War II. I think he was a young adult during that time, and he wrote about it a lot, and very interesting.
Non-fiction way.
No, it was all fiction, but it was very much set in the ambiguous world of resistance in Germany, where often you couldn't tell whether someone was truly in the resistance or really a spy for the Germans, and some of the characters in his novels sort of cross that line and you never really find out what exactly happened.
And in his novel, there's always good guy, bad guy, nature of good and evil is not clear. There's a hero.
His heroes are often more his main character anti-hero, and so they're not very heroic. They're often they
they are lofty.
And looking at the trajectory to the rest of your life, has literature, Dutch or English or translation, and outside the technical world?
I still read novels. I don't think that it impacts me that much.
It doesn't impact your work. It's
a separate world. My work is highly technical and sort of the world of art and literature doesn't really directly have any bearing.
I don't think there's a creative element to design. Some would say art, design of a language is art.
I'm not disagreeing with that. I'm just saying that sort of I don't feel direct influence from more traditional art.
Right. Of course, you don't feel doesn't mean it's not. Who knows? So let's go back to your early teens. Your hobbies were building electronic circuits, building mechanical models. What if you could just put yourself back in mind that young 12, 13, 14, was that grounded in a desire to create a system, so to create something, or was it more just tinkering?
I think it was more the latter, actually. Maybe towards the end of my high school period, I felt confident enough that I designed my own circuits that were sort of interesting somewhat. But a lot of that time, I literally just took a model kit and followed the instructions, things together. I mean, I think the first few years that I built electronics kits, I did not have enough understanding of sort of electronics to really understand what I was doing. I could debug it and I could sort of follow the instructions very carefully, which has always stayed with me. But I had a very naive model of like how a transistor works. And I don't think that in those days I had any understanding of coils and capacitors, which actually sort of was a major problem when I started to build more complex digital circuits because I was unaware of the sort of analog part of how they actually work. And I would have things that the schematic looked, everything looked fine, and it didn't work. And what I didn't realize was that there was some megahertz level oscillation going circuit off because it had a sort of the wires were too close, or the switches were kind of poorly built.
But through that time, I think it's really interesting and instructive to think about because echoes of it are time now. In the 1970s, the personal computer was born. Did you sense in tinkering with the circuit, did you sense the encroaching revolution in personal computing? So at that point, we would sit you down and ask you to predict the 80s and the 90s. Do you think you'd be able to do so successfully? Unroll?
No, I had no clue. I remember, I think in the summer after my senior year, or maybe it was the summer after my junior year. Well, at some point, I think when I was 18, I went on a trip to the Math Olympiad in Eastern Europe, and it was like I was part of the Dutch team, and there were other nerdy kids that sort of had different experiences, and one of them told me about this amazing thing called a computer, and I had never heard that word. My own explorations in electronics were sort of about very simple digital circuits, and I had the idea that I somewhat understood how digital calculus works. So there's maybe some echoes of computers there, but I never made that connection. I didn't know that when my parents were paying for magazine subscriptions using punched cards, that there was something called a computer that was involved and read those cards and transferred the money. Also, not really interested in those things. It was only when I went to university to study math that I found out that they had a computer and students were allowed to use it.
There was some you're supposed to talk to that computer by program. What did that feel like?
That was the only thing you could do. The computer wasn't really connected to the real world. The only thing you could do was sort of you typed your program on a bunch of punched cards. You gave punched cards to the operator, and an hour later the operator gave you back your printout. And so all you could do was write a program that did something very abstract. And I don't even remember what my first forays into programming were, but they were sort of doing simple math exercises and learn how a programming language works.
Did you sense, okay, first year of college, see this computer, you're able to program and it generates some output. Did you start seeing the possibility of this? Or was it a continuation of the tinkering? Did you start to imagine that the personal computer, that you see it as something that tool, like a word processor, maybe for gaming? Did you start to imagine that it could be, go into the world of robotics? It could, the Frankenstein picture that you could create an artificial being. There's like another entity in front of it. You did not see it.
I don't think I really saw it that way. I was really more interested in the tinkering. It's maybe not a sort of a complete coincidence that I ended up sort of creating a programming language which is a tool for other programmers. I've always been very focused on the sort of activity of programming itself and not so much what happens with the program you write. I do remember, and I don't remember, maybe in my second or third year, probably my second actually, someone pointed out to me that there was this thing called Conway's Game of Life. You're probably familiar with it. I think
in the 70s, I think is
yeah.
when it came up with.
So there was a Scientific American column by someone who did a monthly column about mathematical diversions. Also looking out on the guy's name. Very famous at the time. And one of his columns was about Conway's Game of Life, and he had some illustrations, and he wrote down all the rules, and sort of there was a suggestion that it was philosophically interesting, that was why Conway had called it that. And all I had was like 2-page photocopy of that article. I don't even remember where I got it. But it spoke to me, and I remember implementing a version of that game for the batch computer we were using, where I had a whole Pascal program that sort of read an initial situation from input and read some numbers that said, do so many generations and print every so many generations, and then out would come pages and pages of sort of things. Yeah, and I remember much later I've done a similar thing, but I sort of, that original version I wrote at the time, I found interesting because I combined it with some trick I had learned during my electronics hobby at times. I essentially first on paper I designed a simple circuit built out of logic gates that took 9 bits of input, which is sort of the cell and its neighbors, and produced new value for that cell. And it's like a combination of a half adder and some other clipping. No, it's actually a full adder. And so I had worked that out, and then I translated that into a series of Boolean operations on Pascal integers, where you could use the integers as bitwise value. And so I could basically generate 60 bits of a generation in like 8 instructions or so. I was proud of that.
It's funny that you mentioned the for people who don't know Conway's Game of Life, it's there's cellular automata where there's like single compute units that kind of look at their neighbors and figure out what they like in the next generation based on the state of the neighbors. Some concept at least, and there's simple rules that all of them follow. And somehow out of the simple rules, you step back and look at what occurs. It's beautiful. There's an emergent complexity. The underlying rules are simple. There's an emergent complexity. Now the funny thing is, you've implemented this, and the thing you're commenting on, you're proud of a hack you did to make it run efficiently. But you're not commenting on with like beautiful implementation. You're not commenting on the fact there's an emergent complexity that you've coded a simple program. When you step back, you print out following generation after generation. That's stuff that you may have not predicted would happen is happening. And it was that magic. I mean, that's the magic that all of us feel in the program. When you create a program and then you run it, and whether it's Hello World or it shows something on screen as a graphical component, are you seeing the magic and mechanism of creating?
I think I went back and forth. As a student, we had an incredibly small budget of computer time that we could use, but actually measure it. I once got in trouble with one of my professors because I had overspent parts of the budget. It's a different story, but so I actually wanted the efficient implementation because I also wanted to explore what would happen with a larger number of generations and a larger sort of size of the board. And so once the implementation was, I would feed it different patterns, and then I think maybe there was a follow-up article where there were patterns that were like gliders, patterns that repeat themselves after a number of generations, but translated 1 or 2 positions to the right or up or something like that. And there were, I remember things like glider guns. Well, you can Google Conway's Game, but people still go on over it.
For a reason, because it's not really well understood why this is what Stephen will. He just we don't have the mathematical describe the kind of complexity. What you can do is run it.
I'm not convinced that it's sort of a problem that lends itself to classic mathematical analysis.
One theory of how you create artificial intelligence or an artificial being, you kind of have to, and with a game of life, you kind of have to create a universe and let it run. Creating it from scratch in a design way, putting up a Python program that creates fully intelligence is quite challenging. You might need to create a universe just like the game of life.
Well, you might have to experiment with a lot of different universes, or there is a set of rules that doesn't essentially always just end up repeating itself in a certain way.
Yeah, and Steve Wolfram works says that it's kind of surprising how quickly you find rules that create interesting things. You shouldn't be able to, but somehow you do. So maybe our universe is laden with rules that will create interesting things that might not look like humans, but emergent phenomena that's interesting may not be as.
Sure.
Let me sort of ask, at that time, some of the world, at least popular press, was kind of captivated, perhaps at least in America, by the idea of artificial intelligence. That these computers would be able to think pretty soon. And
yeah,
that led you at all? Did that in science fiction or in reality? In any way?
I didn't really start reading science fiction until much, much later. I think as a teenager, I read maybe one bundle of science fiction stories.
Is there a background somewhere, like in your thoughts?
That's sort of the using computers to build something intelligent always felt to me, because I felt I had so much understanding of what actually goes on inside a computer. I knew how many bits of memory it had and how difficult it was to program, and sort of I didn't believe at all that you could just build something intelligent out of that would really sort of satisfy my definition of intelligence. I think the most influential thing that I read my early 20s, that was about consciousness, and that was a big eye-opener in some sense.
In what sense? So on your own brain, did you at the time, or do you now see your own brain as a computer? Or is there a total separation of the way, you're very pragmatic, practically know the limits of memory, the limits of the sequential computing or weakly parallelized computing. Just know what we have now, and it's hard to see how it creates. But it's also easy to see it wasn't 40s, 50s, 60s. Now, at least similarities between the brain and our computer.
Oh yeah, I mean, I totally believe that brains are computers in some sense. I mean, the rules they use to play by are pretty different from the rules we can sort of implement in our current hardware. But I don't believe in like a separate thing that infuses us with intelligence or consciousness, any of that. There's no soul. I've been an atheist from when I was 10 years old, just by thinking a bit about math and numbers. Well, my parents were atheists. Now I know that you could be an atheist and still believe that there's something sort of about intelligence or consciousness that cannot possibly emerge from a fixed set of rules. I am not in that camp. I totally see that sort of, given how many millions of years evolution took its time, DNA is a particular machine that sort of encodes information and an unlimited amount of information in chemical form, and has figured out a way to replicate. I thought that was maybe it's 300 million years ago, but I thought it was close to half a billion. That sort of originated, and it hasn't really changed. The sort of structure of DNA hasn't changed ever since. That is like our binary code that we have in hardware. I mean,
basic programming language doesn't change, but maybe programming itself.
Of the addiction that sort of it happened to be a set of rules that was good enough to sort of develop endless variability and sort of the idea of self-replicating molecules competing with each other for resources and one type eventually sort of always taking over. That happened before there were any fossils. So we don't know how that exactly happened, but I believe it's clear that did happen.
Can you comment on consciousness, how you see it? Because I think we'll talk about programming quite a bit. We'll talk about intelligence connecting to programming fundamentally, but consciousness is a whole other thing. Do you think about it often as a developer of a programming language and and as a human?
Those are pretty sort of separate topics. Right? Sort of my line of work, working with programming, does not involve anything that goes in the direction of developing consciousness. But sort of privately, as an avid reader of popular science writing, I have some thoughts which is mostly that I don't actually believe that consciousness is an all or nothing. I have a feeling that, and I forget what I read that influenced it, but I feel that if you look at a cat or a dog or a mouse, they have some form of intelligence. If you look at a fish, it has some form of intelligence. And that evolution just took a long time, but I feel that the sort of evolution of more and more intelligence that led to sort of the human form of intelligence followed the evolution of the senses, especially the visual sense. I mean, there is an enormous amount of processing that's needed. Interpret a scene, and humans are still better at that than computers are. And I have a feeling that there is a sort of the reason that like mammals in particular developed the levels of consciousness that they have and eventually sort of going from intelligence to self-awareness has to do with sort of being robots that have very highly developed senses.
A lot of rich sensory information. So the really interesting thought that whatever that basic mechanism of DNA, whatever that basic building blocks of programming, if you just add more ability, more high resolution sensors, more sensors, just keep stacking those things on top, that this basic programming trying to survive develops very interesting things to us humans, like intelligence and consciousness.
Yeah, so in as far as robots go, I think that self-driving cars have the sort of the greatest opportunity of developing something like that, because when I drive myself, I don't just pay attention to the rules of the road. I also look around and I get clues from that. Oh, this is a shopping. Oh, here's an old lady crossing the street. Oh, here is someone carrying a pile of mail. There's a mailbox. Actually, they're going to cross the street to reach that mailbox. And I slow down, and I don't even think about that.
Yep.
And so there's so much where you turn your observations into an understanding of what other consciousnesses are going to do, or what other world are going to be. Oh, the tree is going to fall. Yeah, I I see much more of I expect somehow that if anything is going to become conscious, it's going to be a self-driving car and not the network of a bazillion computers in a or Amazon data center that are all networked together to whatever they do.
In that sense, you actually highlight, that's why I work in Thomas V. You highlight between what we currently can't do, we truly need to be able to solve the problem. Under that formulation, then consciousness, intelligence is something that basically a system should have in order to interact with us humans, as opposed to some kind of abstract notion of consciousness. Consciousness is something that you have to be able to empathize, to be able to understand what the fear of death is, all these aspects that are important for interacting with pedestrians, computation based on our human desires and
if you look at the dog clearly knows. I mean, I'm not a dog owner, but I have friends who have dogs. The dogs clearly know what the humans around them are going to do, or at least they have a model of what those humans are going to do. Learn. Some dogs know when you're going out. They want to go out with you. They're sad when you're alone. They cry. They're afraid because they were mistreated when they were younger. We don't assign sort of consciousness to dogs, or at least not all that much. But I also don't think they have none of that. So I think it's consciousness and intelligence are not all or nothing.
Spectrum, really interesting. But in returning to programming language, the way we think about building these kinds of building artificial beings, I think one of the exciting ideas came in the 17th century with Leibniz, Hobbes, Descartes, where there's a feeling you can convert all thought, all reasoning, all the thing that we find very special in our brains, you can convert all of that into logic. So you can formalize it, formal reasoning. Once you formalize everything, all of knowledge, you calculate. That's what we're doing with our brains, is calculating. The whole idea that it's possible. That this
but they weren't aware of the concept of pattern matching that we are aware of it now. They sort of thought they had discovered incredible bits of mathematics, like Newton's calculus. And their sort of idealism, their sort of extension of what they could do with logic and math sort of went along those lines. And they thought there's like, yeah, logic, there's like a bunch of rules and a bunch of input. They didn't realize that how you recognize a face is not just a bunch of rules, but it's a shit ton of data. Plus a circuit that sort of interprets visual clues and the context and everything else, and somehow can massively parallel pattern match against stored rules. I mean, if I see him tomorrow here in front of the Dropbox office, I might recognize him.
I'm wearing a different shirt.
Yeah, but if I see you tomorrow in a coffee shop in Belmont, I might have no idea that it was or on the beach or whatever. I make those kind of mistakes myself all the time. I see someone that I only know as like, oh, this person is a colleague of my wife's, and then I see them.
But do you see those, you call it pattern matching, do you see that rules is unable to encode that? Everything you see, all the pieces of information, you look around this room, I'm wearing a black shirt, certain height, I'm human, and all these. There's probably tens of thousands of facts picked up along that moment about take them for granted. You aggregate them together to understand. You don't think all of that could be encoded when at the end of the day, put it all on the table and calculate? Oh.
I don't know what that means. I mean, yes, in the sense that there is no actual magic there, but there are enough layers of abstraction from effects as they enter my eyes and my ears, the understanding of the scene that I don't think that AI has covered enough of that distance. It's like if you take the human body and you realize it's built out of atoms. Well, that is a uselessly reductionist view, right? The body is built out of organs. The organs are built out of cells. The cells are built out of proteins. Proteins are built out of amino acids. The amino acids are built out of atoms. And you have to quantum.
So that's a very pragmatic view. I mean, obviously, I agree with that kind of view, but you also have to consider what Tim Harris. Well, intelligence is just information processing. You just, like you said, you take in sensory information, you do some stuff with it, and you come up with actions that are intelligent.
He makes it sound so easy. I don't know who Sam Harris is.
Philosopher. So, like, this philosopher, right? And essentially, that's what Descartes was. Wait a minute. If there is, like you said, no magic, we basically, it doesn't feel like there's any magic, but we know so little about it that it might as well be magic. So just because we know that we're made of atoms, because we know we're made of organs, we know very little how to get from atoms to organs, and it would be creatable. I mean, you shouldn't get too excited just yet about the fact that you figured out that we're made of atoms.
Right, and the same about taking facts that are sensory organs and turning that into reasons and actions. That sort of, there are a lot of abstractions that we haven't quite figured out how to deal with those. I mean, sometimes I don't know if I can go on a tangent about it.
Drag you back in.
Sure. So if I take a simple program that parses, say I have a compiler that parses, in a sense, the input routine of that compiler, of that parser, is a sensing organ, and it builds up a mighty complicated internal representation of programming thought. It doesn't just have a linear sequence of bytes representing the text of the program anymore. It has an abstract syntax tree, and I don't know how many of your viewers or listeners are familiar with compiler technology, but there's
fewer and fewer of these.
That's also true. People want to take a shortcut, but there's sort of this abstraction is a data structure that the compiler then uses to produce outputs that is relevant, like a translation of the program to machine code that can be executed by hardware. And then the data structure gets thrown away. When a fish or a fly sees, sort of gets visual impulse, I'm sure it also builds up some data structure, and for the fly that may be very minimal. The fly may have only a few, I mean, in the case of a fly's brain, I could imagine that there are few enough layers of abstraction that it's not much more than when it's darker here than it is here. Well, it can sense motion, because the fly sort of responds when you move your arm towards it. So clearly, its visual processing is intelligent, or well, not intelligent, but it has an emotion. And we still have similar things but much more complicated in our brains. I mean, otherwise you could drive a car. You couldn't, but if you didn't have an incredible abstraction for motion.
Yeah, in some sense, same abstraction for motion is probably one of the primary sources of information for us. We just know what to do. I think we know what to do with that. Build up other abstractions on top.
We build much more complicated data structures based on that, and we build data structures after some processing, some information stored in our memory pretty much permanently and on call. I mean, there are some things that you sort of, you're conscious that you're remembering it. Like, you give me your phone number, well, at my age I have to write it down, but I could imagine I could remember those 7 numbers or 10 digits and reproduce them in a while if I sort of repeat it myself a few times. So that's a fairly conscious form of memorization. On the other hand, how do I recognize your face? I have no idea. My brain has a whole bunch of specialized hardware that knows how to recognize. I don't know how much of that is sort of coded in our DNA and how much of that is trained over and over between the ages of humans. But somehow our brains know how to do lots of things like that are useful in our interaction with other humans without really being conscious of how it's done anymore.
Right. Our actual day-to-day lives, we're operating at the very highest level of abstraction. Pilers on top of, like turtles on top of turtles, or turtles all the way down, is pilers all the way down. But that's essentially, there's no magic. That's what I was trying to get at, I think. When Descartes started this whole train, no magic. I mean, there's others before.
Well, didn't Descartes also have the notion, though, that the soul and the body were fundamentally
separate? Yeah, I think he had to write in God in there for political. I don't actually, not a historian, but there's notion in there that all of reason, all of human thought formalized. I think that continued in the 20th century with Russell and with Gato's theorem debate of what are the limits of things that could be formalized. That's where the Turing machine came along. Exciting idea. I mean, underlying a lot of computing. You could do quite a lot with a computer. You can encode a lot of the stuff we're talking about in terms of recognizing things and so on, theoretically, in an algorithm, then run on a computer. And in that context, I'd like to ask programming in a philosophical way. What does it mean to program a computer? So you said you write a Python program or a compiled program that compiles by code. Forming layers. You're programming a layer of abstraction higher. How do you keep programming in that context? Can it keep getting higher and higher levels of abstraction?
I think at some point the higher levels of abstraction will not be called programming, and they will not resemble what we call programming at the moment. It will not be source code. I mean, it will still be source code sort of at a lower level of the machine, just like there's still molecules and electrons and sort of protein in our brains. But and so there's still programming and system administration. Who knows what to keep the machine running? But what the machine does is a different level of abstraction. As far as I understand the way that the last decade or more people made progress with things like facial recognition or the self-driving cars is all by endless amounts of data. At least as a layperson, and I feel myself totally as a layperson in that field, it looks like the researchers who publish the results don't necessarily know exactly how their algorithms work. And I often get upset when I sort of read a sort of fluff piece about Facebook paper or social networks, and they say, "Oh, algorithms." That's like a totally different interpretation of the word algorithm. Because for me, the way I was trained, or what I learned when I was 8 or 10 years old, an algorithm is a set of rules that you completely understand. They can be mathematically analyzed. You can prove, like, prove there's thus negative produce all prime numbers and only prime numbers.
So, I don't know if you know who Andre Kapati is.
I'm afraid not.
So he's head of AI at Tesla, but he was at Stanford before, and he has this cheeky way of calling concept software 2.0. Let me hold that for a second. Kind of what you're referring to as traditional, the algorithm, the concept of an algorithm. There it's clear, you can read it, you understand it, functioning of software 1.0. And what software 2.0 is exactly described, which is you have neural networks, machine learning, they use a bunch of data, and that neural network learns to do a function. All you specify is the inputs and the outputs you want, and you can't decide. You can analyze it. All you can do is train this function, map the inputs to the outputs by giving a lot of data. In that sense, programming becomes getting a lot of data. That's what programming is.
Well, there would be program 2.0.
2.0. Programming 2.0.
I wouldn't call that programming. It's just a different activity, just like building organs out of cells is not called chemistry.
Well, let's just step back and think sort of more generally, of course. But, it's like as a parent teaching your kids thing called programming. That same sense, that's how programming is being used. You're providing them data, examples, use cases. Imagine writing a function not with for loops and clearly readable text, but more saying, well, here's a lot of examples of what the function should take, and here's a lot of examples of when it takes those functions, should, and figure out the rest. So that's the concept. And the question I have for you is like, it's a very fuzzy way, the reality of a lot of these pattern recognition systems is the fuzzy way of quote-unquote programming. What do you think about that kind of world? Should it be called something totally different than programming? If you're a software engineer, does that mean you're designing systems that are very systematically tested, evaluated with various specification, and then other fuzzy software 2.0 world, machine learning world, that's something else totally? Or is there some interest that possible?
Well, the question is probably only being asked because we don't quite know what that software 2.0 actually is. And I think there is a truism that every task that AI has tackled in the past, at some point we realized how it was done, and then it was no longer considered part of artificial intelligence because it's no longer necessary to use that term. It was just, oh, now we know how to do this. And a new field of science or engineering has been developed. And I don't know if sort of every form of learning or sort of controlling computer computer systems should always be called programming. So I don't know, maybe I'm focused too much on the terminology. But I expect that there just will be different concepts where people with sort of different education and different model of what they're trying to do will develop those concepts.
And I guess if you comment on another way to put concept, I think the kind of function that neural networks provide is things close to being able to upfront that it should work for all cases you throw at. All you're able, worst case analysis versus average case. All you're able to say is it seems on everything we've tested work 99.9%. We can't guarantee it, and it fails in an unexpected way. We can even give you examples of how it fails. But it's like really good most of the time.
Yeah, but
there's no room for that in current ways to think about programming.
Programming 1.0 is actually sort of getting to that point too, where the sort of the ideal of a free program has been abandoned long ago by most software developers. We only care about that manifest themselves often enough to be annoying, and willing to take the occasional crash or outage or incorrect result for granted, because we can't possibly, we don't have enough programmers to make all the code bug free, and it's incredibly tedious. Trying to throw formal methods at it, it becomes even more tedious. So every once in a while, the user clicks on a link and somehow they get an error. And the average user doesn't panic. They click again and see if it works better the second time, which often magically does. Or they go up and they try some other way of performing their task. So that's sort of an end-to-end recovery mechanism. And inside systems, there is all sorts of tries and timeouts, fallbacks, and I imagine that sort of biological systems are even more full of that, because otherwise they wouldn't survive.
Do you think programming should be taught and thought of as exactly what you just said? Or I come from this kind of you're almost denying that fact always.
In sort of basic programming education, the programs you're having students write are so small and simple that if there is a bug, you can always find it and fix it. Because sort of programming as it's being taught in some elementary, middle school, high school, introduction to programming classes. In college, typically, it's programming in small. Very few classes sort of actually software engineering large systems. Every summer here at Dropbox, we have a large number of interns. Every company on the West Coast does the same thing. These interns are always amazed because this is the first time in their life that they see what goes on in a large software development. And everything they've learned in college was almost always about a much smaller scale. And somehow that difference in scale makes a qualitative difference in how you do things, how you think about it.
If you then take a few steps back into decades, 70s and 80s, you're first thinking about just that world of programming. Did you ever think that with these systems as large as underlying Google, Facebook, and Dropbox, when you were thinking about Python,
I was actually always caught by surprise by sort of this, pretty much every stage of computing.
So maybe just because you've spoken in other interviews, but I think the evolution of programming language is fascinating. And it's especially because it leads, from my perspective, towards greater and greater degrees of intelligence. I learned the first programming language I played with in Russia was the turtle logo.
Yeah.
And if you look, I just have a list of programming languages, all of which I've played with a little bit, and they're all beautiful in different ways. Fortran, COBOL, Lisp, Algol, C, Basic, Go again, C. A few object-oriented came along in the 50s, Pascal, Smalltalk. All of that leads.
They're all the classics.
The classic, the classic, right? That's built on top of on the database side, SQL, C++, and all of that leads up to Python. Pascal too. That's before Python, MATLAB, kind of communities, different languages. Can you talk about that world? I know that the Python came out of ABC, which actually never knew that language. Having researched this conversation back to ABC, and it looks remarkably, it has a lot of annoying qualities, but underneath those, like all caps and so on, but underneath that, elements of Python, they're already there.
That's where I got all the stuff.
But in that world, you're swimming in these programming languages. Are you focused on just good stuff in your specific circle, or did you have a sense of what is everyone chasing? That every programming language is built to scratch an itch. Were you aware of all the itches in the community, and not, or if yes, what itch were you trying to scratch with Python?
Well, I'm glad I wasn't aware of all the itches because I would probably not have been able to do anything. I mean, if you're trying to solve every problem at once, it's too overwhelming. And so I had a very, very focused problem. I wanted a programming language that sat somewhere in between shell scripting and now arguably there is like one is higher level, one is lower level, and Python is sort of a language of an intermediate level, although it's still pretty much at the high level end. So I was thinking about much more about I want a tool that I can use to be more productive as a programmer in a very specific environment. And I also had given myself a time budget for the development of the tool. And that was sort of about 3 months for both the design, like thinking through what are all the features of the language and semantically, and how do I implement the whole pipeline from parsing source code to executing.
So I think both with the timeline and the goals, it seems like productivity was the core of it. So, like for me, in the 90s and the first decade of the 21st century, I was always doing machine learning, AI, programming for my research. Always, and then the other people who are a little more mechanical engineering, electrical engineering, are MATLAB. They're a little bit more MATLAB to the world, and maybe a little bit Java too. People who are more interested in emphasizing the object-oriented nature. In the last 10 years or so, especially with coming of neural networks and Python, and it's just, I've noticed significant boost that I can't exactly, because I don't think about it, but I can't exactly put into words why I'm much, much more productive. Just being able to get the job done much, much faster. So, how do you think of whatever that qualitative, I don't know if it's quantitative, it's just feeling. I don't know if I'm actually more productive, but how do you think about it? Yeah, well, that's right. I think there's elements, it's just one aspect I think of my productivity is plus was I really enjoyed creating performant code and creating a beautiful structure where everything, kind of going into this, especially with the newer and newer standards of templated programming, of just creating this beautiful formal structure. I found myself spending most of my time as giving parsing a file and extracting keywords, whatever the task I was trying to do. So, what is it about Python? How do you think of productivity in general as you were designing it now, or through the last 3 decades? What do you think it means to be productive? And how did you try to design it?
There are different tasks, and as a programmer, it's useful to have different tools available that sort of are suitable for different tasks. So I still write C code, I still write shell code, but I write most of my things in Python. Why do I still use those other languages? Because sometimes the task just demands it. And, well, I would say most of the time the task actually demands a certain language because the task is not write a program that solves problem X from scratch, but it's more like fix a bug in existing program X or add a small feature to an existing large program. But even if you if you're not constrained in your choice of language by context like that, there is still the fact that if you write it in a certain language, then you you have this balance between how long does it take you to write the code and how long does the code run. And when you're in in the phase of exploring solutions, you often spend much more time writing the code than running it because every time you run it, you see that the output is not quite what you wanted and spend some more time coding. And a language like Python just makes that iteration much faster because there are fewer details. There is a large library. There are fewer details that you have to get right before your program compiles. There are libraries that do all sorts of stuff for you, so you can very quickly take a bunch of existing components, put them together, and get prototype application running. Just like when I was building electronics, I was using a breadboard most of the time. So I had this fallout circuit that if you shook it, it would stop working, not put together very well, but it functioned, and all I wanted was to see that it worked, and then, well, next schematic or design or add something to it. Once you figured out, oh, this is perfect design for my radio or light switch or whatever, then you can say, okay, how do we for this? How do we solder the components in a small space? How do we make it so that it against say fluctuation or mechanical disruption? I mean, I know nothing about that when it comes to designing electronics, but I know a lot about that when it comes to writing code. the initial steps are kitchen tasks, not stuff that gets in the way. You're kind of describing Darwin described the evolution of species, right? You're observing of what is. Now, if you take a step back, if the act of creating language is and you had 3 months to do initial steps, and you just specified a bunch of goals, but sort of things that you observe about Python, perhaps you have those goals. How do you create the rules, syntactic structure, the features that result in those? So I have in the beginning, and I have follow-up questions about the evolution of Python. But in the very beginning, you're sitting there creating the lexical analyzer.
Evolution was still a big part of it because I said to myself, I don't want to have to design everything from scratch and go borrow features from other languages that I like.
So exactly, first observe what you like.
Yeah, and so that's why if you're 17 years old and you want to sort of create a programming language, you're not going to be very successful because you have no experience with other languages. Whereas I was in my, let's say, mid-30s, I had written parsers before, so I had worked on the implementation of ABC. I had spent years debating the design of ABC with authors. Its designers, I definitely designed it. Fully as it was ended up being implemented when I joined. But so you borrow ideas and concepts, very concrete sort of local different languages like the indentation, certain other syntactic features from ABC. But I chose to borrow string literals and how numbers work from C and various other things.
So and then take that further. You had this funny sounding, but I think surprising, accurate, practical title of Benevolent Dictator by the last decade, whatever. Or no, not the actual title, but the function of but you had to make the design decision. Can you maybe let's take Python 2, release Python 3, for example. It's not backwards compatible. Python 2, a lot of people know. So what was that deliberation, discussion like? Yeah, what technology of that experience? Do you regret any aspects of how that experience on that?
Well, yeah, so it was a group process. At that point, even though I was VDFL in name, and certainly everybody sort of respected my position as the creator and current sort of owner of the language design, I was looking at everyone else for feedback. Sort of Python 3.0 in some sense sparked by other people in the community pointing out, oh, well, there are a few issues that sort of bite users over and over. Can we do something about that? And for Python 3, we took a number of those Python boards, as they were called at the time, and we said, can we try to sort of make small changes to the language that address those words? And we had sort of, in the past, we had always taken backwards compatibility very seriously. And so many Python boards in earlier versions had already been resolved because they could be resolved while maintaining backwards compatibility for a sort of very gradual path of evolution of the language in a certain area. So we were stuck with a number of boards that were widely recognized as problems
not like roadblocks, but nevertheless sort of things that people trip over, and you know that it's always the same thing that people trip over when they trip, and could not think of a backwards compatible way of resolving those issues.
Still an option to not resolve the issues.
And so, yes, for a long time we had sort of resigned ourselves to, well, okay, then we cannot go perfect in this way and that way and that way. And we sort of, certain of these, I mean, there are still plenty of things where you can say, well, that particular detail is better in Java or in R or in Visual Basic or whatever. And we're okay with that because, well, we can't easily change it. It's not too bad. We can do a little bit with user education. We can have a static analyzer or warnings in the parser or something. There were things where we thought, well, these are really problems that are not going away. They're getting worse in the future. We should do something about it.
But ultimately there is a
Yes.
So was that the toughest decision in the history of Python you had to make? The benevolent dictator for life? Or if not, what are other, maybe on a smaller scale, what was the decision where you were really torn up about?
Well, the toughest decision was probably to resign.
Alright, let's go there. Hold on a second then. Let me just, in the interest of time too, because I have a few cool questions. Let's touch a really important one because it's quite dramatic in kinds of ways. In July this year, 3 months ago, you wrote, now that PEP 572 is done, I don't ever want to have to fight so hard for PEP and find that so many people despise my decision. I would like to remove myself entirely from the I'll still be there for a while as an ordinary core developer, and I'll still be available to mentor people, possibly more of it. But I'm basically giving myself a permanent vacation from being PFL, benevolent dictator for life. And you all will be on your own. It's almost Shakespearean. I'm not going to appoint a successor, but what are you all going to do? Create a democracy, anarchy, dictatorship, a federation? So that was a very dramatic and beautiful set of statements. It's almost this open-ended nature. Call the community to create a future for Python. There's kind of a beautiful aspect to it. So, what and dramatic, you know. What was making that decision like? What was on your heart, on your mind, stepping back now, a few months later? Take it to your mind.
I'm glad you liked the writing because it was actually written pretty quickly. It was literally something like, after months and months of going around in circles, I had finally approved F572, which I had a big hand in its design, although I didn't initiate it originally. I sort of gave it a bunch of nudges in a direction that's together.
Sorry, just to ask, is async IO?
No,
No.
F572 was actually a small feature which is assignment expression. That had been, there was just a lot of debate where a lot of people claimed that they knew what was Pythonic and what was not Pythonic, and they knew that this was going to destroy the language, this violation of Python's most fundamental design philosophy. I thought that was all bullshit. I was in favor of it. I would think I know something about Python design philosophy. I was really tired and also stressed of that. And literally, after announcing I was going to accept it, a certain Wednesday evening, I had finally sent the email, it's accepted, now let's just go in. So
So I went to bed feeling really behind. I wake up Thursday morning, 7 a.m., and I think, well, that was the last one that's going to be such a terrible debate. That's the last time that I let myself be so stressed out about a pet decision. I should just resign. I've been sort of thinking about retirement for half a decade, been joking and sort of mentioning retirement, sort of telling the community point in the future I'm going to retire. Don't take the FL part of my title too literally. And I thought, okay, that's it. I'm done. I had the day off. I wanted to have a good time with my wife. We were going to a little beach town nearby. And in, I think, maybe 15, 20 minutes, I wrote that called Shakespearean. And the funny thing is,
You're gonna get so much crap for calling it Shakespearean.
I didn't even realize what a monumental decision it was. Because 5 minutes later, I read that a link to my message back on Twitter, where people were already discussing on Twitter, Guido resigned as the BDFL. And I had posted it on an internal forum that I thought was only read by core developers. So I thought I would at least have one day before it.
On your own aspect, there's also an element of fight. It's quite a powerful element of the uncertainty that lies ahead. But you also briefly talked about, like for example, I play guitar as a hobby, and whenever I play, people are super positive, friendly. They're like, "This is awesome. This is great." Sometimes I enter as an outside observer. I enter the programming community, and there seems to sometimes be camps on whatever the topic, and the two or plus camps, often pretty harsh at criticizing the opposing team. As an onlooker, I may be totally wrong on this.
Yeah, holy wars are sort of a favorite programming.
What is the psychology behind that? Is that okay for a healthy community to have that a productive force ultimately for the evolution of language?
Well, if everybody is patting each other on the back and never telling the truth, it would not be good. I think there is a middle ground where sort of being nasty to each other is not okay, but there is a middle ground where there is healthy ongoing criticism and feedback that is very productive. And you mean at every level you see that. Someone proposes to fix a very small issue in a code base. Chances are that some reviewer will sort of respond by saying, well, actually, you could do better the other day. When it comes to deciding on the future of the Python core developer community, we now have, I think, 5 or 6 competing institutions.
So that future, do you have a fear of that future? Do you have a hope for that future?
I'm very confident about that future. And by and large, I think that the debate has been very healthy and productive. And I actually, when I wrote that resignation email, I knew that Python was in a very good spot and that the Python core development community, the group of 50 or 100 people who sort of write or review most Python, those people get along very well most of the time. A large number of different areas of expertise are represented. Different levels of
experience in the Python core dev community, different levels of experience. Outside it, in software development in general, large systems, small systems. So I felt okay resigning because I knew that the community can take care of itself.
And out of a grab bag of future feature development, let me ask if you can comment maybe on all very quickly. Concurrent programming, parallel computing, async I/O. These are things that people have expressed hope, complained about, whatever, have discussed on async I/O, so the parallelization in general. Packaging, I was totally close on this. I used to install stuff, but apparently they've added poetry. There's these dependencies and so on. They're emerging, and there's a lot of confusion about what's I think used. Then also functional programming. You ever, are we going to get more functional programming or not? This kind of idea, and of course, the connected centralization, I suppose, the global problem. Comment on whichever you want to comment on.
Well, let's take the Gill and parallelization and async I/O as one topic. I'm not that hopeful that Python will develop into a sort of high concurrency, high parallelism. That's sort of the way the language is designed, the way most users use the language, the way the language is implemented, all make that a pretty unlikely.
So you think it might not even need to really look at it might not be something that should be a great concern.
I think async I/O is a special case because it sort of allows overlapping I/O and only I/O, and that is a sort of practice of supporting very high I/O, many connections per second. I'm not worried about that. I think async I/O will evolve. There are a couple of competing packages. We have some very smart people who are sort of pushing us in sort of to make async I/O better. Parallel computing, I think that Python is not the language for that. There are ways to work around it, but you can't expect to write an algorithm in Python and have a compiler automatically parallelize. What you can do is use a package like NumPy, and there's a bunch of other very powerful packages that sort of use all the CPUs available because you tell the package, here's the data, here's the abstract operation, fly over and go ahead, and then we're back in the buzzworld. But those packages are themselves
right. TensorFlow and all these packages come in where they parallelize across GPU. So in terms of packaging, comment on packaging.
Packaging has always been my favorite topic. It's a really tough problem because the OS and the platform want to own packaging, but their packaging solution is not specific to a language. Like, if you take Linux, there are two competing packaging solutions for Linux or for Unix in general, but they all work across all languages. And several languages like Node, JavaScript, and Ruby and Python all have their own packaging solutions that only work within the ecosystem of that language. Well, what should you use? That is a tough problem. My own approach is I use
system packaging system to install Python, and I use Python packaging and install third-party Python packages. That's what most. 10 years ago, Python packaging was a terrible situation. Nowadays, it is the future. There is a separate ecosystem for numerical scientific Python based on Anaconda. Can live together. I don't think there's. So that's packaging. That's
Well, at least for me, that's why I've been happy. That even though this was an issue until it was brought up. But in the interest of time, let me skip through a million other questions I have. So I watched a 5.5 hour oral history being done with the Computer History Museum. And the nice thing about it, it gave this, because of the linear progression interview, it gave this feeling of a life, a life well lived, interesting things in it. Sort of a pretty, I would say, a good spend of the life on Earth. So outside of your family, looking back, what about this journey are you really proud of? There are moments that stand out, accomplishments, ideas. The creation of Python itself stands out as a thing that you look back and say, damn, I did.
Well, I would say that Python is definitely the best thing I've ever done, and I wouldn't sort of say just the creation of Python, but the way I sort of raised Python. Like that I didn't just conceive a child, but I raised a child. Now I'm setting the child free in the world. I've set up the child to sort of be able to take care of himself. And I'm very proud of that.
And as the announcer of Monty Python's Flying Circus, and now for something completely different, have a favorite Monty Python moment, a moment in Hitchhiker's Guide or any other literature show that cracks you up?
Oh, you can always play me the dead parrot sketch.
Oh, that's brilliant.
Yeah.
That's my favorite as well.
Pushing up the daisies.
Okay, Rita, thank you so much for talking.
Pleasure. Been a great conversation.
Following this conversation with Jeff Atwood, co-founder of Stack Overflow, Stack Exchange, website, but much like with Wikipedia, it is difficult to understate the impact on local knowledge, productivity, networks of sites and create. Jeff is also the author of the game Coding Corner and founder of Discourse, an open source software project that improves the quality of our online community discussion. This conversation is part of the MIT course Artificial General Intelligence and the Artificial Intelligence Podcast. Subscribe on YouTube, iTunes, podcast provider of choice, or simply connect with me on Twitter at Lex, spelled RID. Now, it's my conversation with Jeff. Having co-created and managed for a few years the world's largest community like Overflow 10 years ago, what do you think motivates the program? Fame, fortune, glory, process of programming itself, or is it a sense of
Puzzle. I think it's this idea of working on puzzles independently of other people, solving a problem, sort of like on your own almost. So nobody really works alone. Everybody needs to work. But I will say there's an aspect of sort of hiding yourself away and sort of beating on a problem to solve it. Like to me, a lot of programming in. The computer's so fast, right? These things take forever. But you can do them like so many times and so often. Get the answer.
you're saying pure active tinkering code.
Yes.
It's the thing that has most joy, struggle, balance with the joy of coming, the process of pain, suffering, actually something that actually works.
Well, data's fun too. Like there's this thing called the shuffling problem, the naive shuffle that most programmers write has a flaw. There's a ton of articles online about this. Bad, like a and unsophisticated programmer writing your shuffle algorithm. I think ways to get this wrong, but the way to figure that out is to run your shuffle a bunch of times, see like how many orientations of cards you get cards, and with the naive method of shuffling data, of course, okay, I don't know what's going to happen. Just write a program that does it a billion times. Okay, and the Monty Hall problem is another example. You have 3 doors, but it gives you information about the door. The correct answer is you should always switch. It's not intuitive. It freaks people out all the time, right? But solve it with data. You write a program that does the Monty Hall, game, and then never switches, just compare. You don't have to be smart, but you don't have to figure out the answer algorithmically. That would take, well, I know the answer is this because I ran the program 2 times.
So empirically find it, but what's the joy of that? So for you personally, outside of family, what motivates the process?
Well, to be honest, I don't really write a lot of code anymore. Like what I do at Discourse is managery stuff, which I always kind of despise, right? Like programmers managers don't really do anything themselves. But the weird thing about code is you really like the ability to direct other people lets you get more stuff done than you could by yourself.
Right. Language is code.
Language is
meaning communication
yes.
with other humans.
Yes.
Think of it. Mathematics. What is it like to be? What makes the program? What makes it manage?
Well, I think that leader is all about leading by example. First of all, sort of doing and being the thing. It's kind of exhausting, particularly when you have kids. You realize that your kids are watching you all the time, even in ways that you stop seeing yourself. The hardest person to see on the planet is yourself, right? You see other people and judgments about them, but yourself, biased. You don't actually see yourself the way other people see you. Often you're very hard of yourself, the way that other people really aren't. That's one of the insights. Really diligent about thinking am I behaving in a way that represents how I want other people to behave, right? For example, there's a lot of examples of leaders that really mess up, right? That are wow, that's why would just a bad example for other people. Taking my example is one. The other one I believe is working really hard. I don't mean showing a real passion for the problem. Not necessarily your problem, but the problem itself is just one that you believe in. Like with Discourse, for example, the problem that we're looking at, which is my current project, how do you get people in groups communicate in a way that doesn't break down how right? How do you get rolling? Not technical problems. How do you use paragraphs? How do you use sentences? Those are problems as well. But how do I get people to get along? Right? Whatever problem solve or reach some consensus on discussion, or just not hurt each other, even, right? Maybe it's a discussion that doesn't really matter, but are people yelling at each other, right? Why, right? That's not the purpose of this kind of communication. So I would say, leadership is about setting an example, doing the things that represent what you want to be. You're actually doing those things, and there's a trick to that too. Things you don't do say a lot about what you are.
Yeah. So let's pause on that one. So those two things are fascinating. How do you have as a leader that self-awareness? It's really hard to be self-aware. For me personally, maybe for other leaders you look up to, how do you know both of the things you're doing are the wrong things you're doing, but you speak to others, behave, and the things you're not doing? How do you get that?
Two aspects. That one is the process of feedback you're getting. So
how do you get?
Well, right. So are you getting feedback? Right. So one way we do, for example, with Discourse, we periodically talk about decisions before we make. It's not one person take wow, that's part of group leadership. It has. I think systems where there's one leader, and the leader has the full absolute law, are just really think could happen to that person? Something. There's a lot of variables. But like at first, when you think about leadership, have multiple people leadership and have them talk amongst each other, their feedback that they're making, and then when you do get feedback, I think there's that little voice in your head, right, like or your gut or wherever you put it in your body. I think that voice is really important. Like I think most people have any kind of moral compass or like want to. I mean, there might be a handful of people out there that don't, but most people they want other people to think of them as a person. And I wouldn't. Why is it weird, right? So have that little voice, sort of like the angel, shoulder, sort of talking about what you're doing, how does it make you feel? And I think having some voice.
You said that voice also program situation too, where sometimes the devil on the shoulder be a little too self-critical. A lot of personality. How do you struggle with self-criticism others? So, one of the things of leadership is something potentially not popular or people doubt you. Go with it. So, what's that balance like?
I think you have to walk people through your this is where blogging is really important. It's important against code. Like, it's like here is the program by which I arrived at conclusion on it, right? It's one thing to say like this is the final, right? That's like people. But if you say, look, we've been thinking of this problem for a while. Here's stuff that's happened. Make this right. Here's our goal. Here's what we need. Look at these options. And if you this options, people will be like, oh, okay. Maybe I don't agree with you, but I can kind of see the just arbitrary decision delivered from a cloud of plain sky, right? Like, trying to reach kind of consensus about the goals, and their goals might be different than right? But if you're making that clear, that, oh, well, the reason we don't agree is because we have totally different goals, right? Like, how could we? It's not that you're a bad person. We have radically different goals in mind.
And the other one you said is passion or hard work, sorry.
Well, those are tied together. Like, I just really love the process because, in a way, it's like there's a vision of the world where it all devolves into Facebook, basically, in every aspect of communication, right? This has always been kind of a scary world for me. First, because I think Facebook is really good at execution. I got to compliment them. They're very competent in terms of what they're doing. But Facebook has not much of a moral compass in terms of Facebook cares about Facebook, really. They don't really care about your problems. What they care about how big they can Facebook, right?
Is it talking about the company or just the mechanism of how Facebook works?
Kind of both, right? Like, and the idea with this, the reason I'm so passionate about it is that I believe every community should have the right to own themselves, right? Like, they should have their own software that they can run that belongs to them. That's their space where they can set the rules. If they don't like it, they can posting or whatever they need to happen. But like this idea of a company town where all human communication is owned by WhatsApp, Instagram, it's really disturbing too because Facebook is really smart. Like they're great at buying in WhatsApp and buying Instagram work. They also do this thing, I don't know if you know, but they have this software that they give free on smartphones and directly feeds all the data about traffic. They see what's actually getting popular. Yes, right. They have level access to network data. So
let's just take a small pause here. You talk about you lay out the land of all the different ways in the community. Stack Overflow that you built, discourse. So Stack Overflow is kind of like a Wikipedia. Talk about very specific scalpel, very focused. But what is the purpose of discourse? And maybe contrast that with Facebook. Say, what is the
yeah,
start from the beginning.
Well, let me start from the very beginning. So Stack Overflow is very structured program, right? And that was the problem we first worked on. And when we started, we thought it was discussion. We looked at like programming crumbs and other things, but we realized we were doing Q&A, which is a very narrow subset of communication, right?
So, nice. You thought you didn't even know the Q&A.
Not
you
really.
Didn't know it would be Q&A.
Kind of. Well, we didn't know. We had an idea of like, okay, these are things that we were working online. We had a goal, right? Our goal was there was the site Experts Exchange with a very unfortunate name.
Thank you for killing that site.
Yeah, I know, right? Like a lot of people don't remember it anymore, which is great. Like that's the measure of success when people don't remember the things we're trying to stuff of like being able to edit posts, not just your posts, but other people's posts to make them better and keep them more up to date. Ownership of blogging of like, okay, this is me, I'm taking my voice, the stuff that I know, and reputation accrues and it's your recognition. So you asked earlier, like, what motivates programmers? Your recognition motivates them a lot. That was one of the key overflow was like recognition from your peers is why things money knows with your boss, but like your peers say, wow, person really knows their stuff. What value? So reputation. So we were sort of Frankensteining a bunch of stuff together. Stack Overflow, like stuff we had working, new work, and that became Stack Overflow. Over time, we realized it wasn't really discussion. It was very questions and answers. There wasn't a lot of room on the page for let me talk about this thing. It was more like, okay, it's a question, clarifying the question, or be an alternative answer to the same question, because there's more than one way to do it in programming. 10 ways. And one of the patterns we got into early on was there were questions where there would be like hundreds of answers. We're like, how can there be a programming question with 500, 200, 500 answers? And we looked at those and realized those were not really questions in the traditional sense. They were discussions. It was stuff that allowed early on that we eventually decided wasn't allowed, such as what's your favorite programming food? What's the funniest programming cartoon you've seen? And we had to sort of backfill a bunch of rules about like why isn't this allowed? Such as the real problem you're facing. Nobody goes to work and says, wow, I can't work because I don't know what the funniest programming cartoon is, so sorry, can't compile this code now. Right? It's not a real problem you're facing in your job. So that was one rule. The second, like, what can you really learn from it? It's like what I call accidental learning or Reddit-style learning, where you're just like, oh, I'll just browse some things. Oh, wow, tree frogs only live 3 years. I actually made that up. I don't know if it's true. But I didn't really set out to learn that. I don't need to know that, right? It's accidental learning. More intentional learning, where like, okay, I have a problem, and I want to learn about stuff around this problem I'm having, right? And it could be theory, it could be compiler theory, it could be other stuff, but I'm having a compiler problem, hence I need to know compiler theory, that aspect of it that gets me to my answer. Right? So kind of a directed learning. So we had to backfill all these as we sort of figured out what the heck it was. And this is over time, and a lot of people still complain about that, and I wrote my latest blog entry, what does Stack Overflow want to be when it grows up, celebrating the 10-year anniversary. Yes, 10 years, and it has trended towards a variety of reasons for this. One is people don't like to see other people get reputation for stuff as they view which I can actually understand. I saw a programmer got like 500 upvotes for funniest programming cartoon or funniest comment they've seen. I was like, well, why do they have that reputation? Did they wrote the joke? Probably not. I mean, they did, maybe, the cartoon. They're getting a bunch of reputation based on some work that's not easy to program. It's a later. So, that's not fair. And at some level, they're correct. And empathize is like, it's not correct. Reputation for that versus here's a really gnarly regular expression problem. And here's a really clever, insightful, detailed answer laying out, oh, here's why you're seeing the behavior that you're seeing. Here, let me teach you some things about how to work. That's great. Like, that's bold, right? You want people to reputation for that, not so much for, wow, look at the funny thing I saw.
Great. So there's this very specific Q&A format. Take me through journey towards this course. So you started at the beginning. That Stack Overflow evolved to have a purpose. What is this course? Passion you have for creating discussion. Where's that? When was that born?
Well, part of it is based on the realization the Stack Overflow is only good for very specific subjects, based on data, facts, and science, where answers can be kind of verified to be true. Another form of that is there's the book of knowledge, like the tome of knowledge, whatever it is. You've heard of that book and answer. There has to be. It only works on subjects where there's like semi-clear verified in some form. Now, again, there's always more than one way to do it. There's like flexibility and stuff around that. But where it falls down is stuff like poker and Lego. Like we had, if you go to stackexchange.com, have an engine that tries to launch different Q&A topics, right? And people can propose Q&A topics, sample questions, and if it gets enough support, the network can launch Q&A sites. So some of the ones we launched were poker, Lego, and they did it horribly, right? Because, I mean, they might still be there lingering on in some form, but it's an experiment test, right? And some subjects work well in the second, some don't. The reason Lego and poker don't work is so socially. It's not about, what's the what's happening. Like with Lego, I think like here's this cool Lego set, awesome. Like yeah, that's awesome, right? But a question, right? There's all these social questions that don't fit at all. Like we literally have to allow those overflow. It's not about being about problems that you're facing at work. You need concrete. You have a real demonstrated problem that's sort of blocked. Nobody's blocked by what should I do when I have a straight flush, right? Like a blocking problem in the world. It's just an opportunity to hang out. So this was a way to address that. You know, discussion for software had very, very bad. And when I came out of Stack Overflow, early 2012, it was still very, very bad. I expected it to improve in the 4 years since I left, but it had not improved at all. And I was like, well, that's kind of terrible because I love these communities of people talking about things they love. You know, that communities of interest, right? And there's no good software for them. Like startups come to me, yes, I want to, I have this startup, here's my idea. And the first thing I would say to them is like, well, first, why are you asking me? Like, I don't really know, right? Like, so early, like, why aren't you asking the community, like, people that are in this problem, people that are using your product, why aren't you talking to them? They say, oh, great idea, like, how do I do that? And that's when I started playing sand trombone, because all software involving talking to your users, customers, audience, patrons, whatever it is, it's all really bad. It's like stuff that I would be embarrassed to recommend to other people. And yet that's where I felt they could get the biggest and strongest, most effective input for what they should be doing with their product, right? From their users, right? That's what we did on Stack Overflow.
So when we're talking about reforms, the dark matter of the internet, it's still, I don't know if it's still, but for the longest time, has some of the most fascinating discussions. And what's the usual structure? It's linear, so it's sequential. We post one after the other, and so it's every 10 posts to the next page. And that format still is used by, like, we're doing a lot of research with Tesla vehicles. There's Tesla Motors Club forum.
We really wanted to run that, actually. They pinged us about it, I don't think about it, but I really would have liked to get that one.
But they started before 2012, I believe. I mean, they've been running for a long time. It's still an extremely rich source of information. What's broken about that system, and how are you trying to?
I think there's a lot of power in connecting people that love this stuff around that specific topic. I mean, Facebook's idea of connection is any human that's related to another human, right? Like friendship or any other reason. Facebook's idea of the world is sort of this status thing, right? Like a friend of yours that you meet at a restaurant. Whereas discussion forums were traditionally around the interest groups. Like I love electric cars, specifically I love Tesla, right? Like I love the way they approach the problem. I love the style of the founder. I just love the design ethic. What I like about Tesla, I don't know if you saw the open, he did a whole of comic Tesla. And it was actually kind of cool because I learned some stuff. He was talking about how great Tesla cars were specifically, how they were built differently. And he went into a lot of great detail that was really interesting. And to me, that open post, if you read it, is the genesis of all it. I just really love this. Right? Like these interesting things are just really fascinating. More connected. Yo-yo communities I do to friends that I don't see that much, right? Like to me, the powerful thing is interest. Facebook kind of dabbles in the interest graph. I mean, they have groups, you can kind of, but it's really about the relationship graph. Like this my coworker, relative, friend, but not so much about me. So I think that's the linchpin of which forums and communities are built on that I personally love. Like like I said, leadership is about passion, right? Being passionate about stuff. It's a really valid way to look at the world. And I think it's a way a lot of stuff in the world gets done. Like I once had someone describe it. He's like, Jeff, you're a guy who is super passionate about super team. And I was like, oh, that's kind of right. That's kind of what I do. I'll get into something, super into that for a couple years or whatever, and just learn all I can about it and go super deep in it. And that's how I enjoy experience the world, right? Like not being shallow on a bunch of things, being really deep on a few things that I'm interested in. So forums kind of unlock that, right? And I don't want a world where everything belongs to Facebook, at least I don't. I want a world where communities can kind of own themselves, set their own norms, set their own rules, control the experience, because it's about ownership, right? Like if you're meeting at the Barnes and Noble every
Thursday at Barnes and Noble said, "Get out of here, you guys don't have enough books." Well, oh, that's right, Barnes and Noble, right? Like, again, but if you have your own meeting space, you have your own clubhouse, your own rules, decide what you want to talk about there, and just generate a lot better information, like hanging out at Barnes and Noble. Yeah, right. So that's kind of this place where it's open source. You can take this software, you can install it anywhere, and you and a group of people can go deep on whatever it is that you're into. This works for startups, right? Startups are a group of people who go super deep on a specific problem, right? And they want to talk to their community. It's like, well, let's call Discourse, right? That's what we do at Discourse. That's what I did at Stack Overflow. I spent a lot of time on Meta Stack Overflow, which is our personal, public community feedback site, and experiencing what the users are experiencing. They're the ones that know the work in the system. They had a lot of interesting feedback, and there's that 90-10 rule, like 90% feedback is not really actionable for a variety of reasons. It might be bad feedback, it might be crazy feedback, it might be feedback you can act on right now. There's 10% of it that's like gold, literally gold and diamond feedback, really good improvements to your core product that are not super hard to get to and actually make a lot of sense. And my favorite is about 5%. Oh my god, I never even thought of that. That's a brilliant idea. Right? And I can point to so many features of Stack Overflow that we drive from Meta Stack Overflow and the Discourse, right? That principle, we're getting ideas from the community. I was like, oh my god, I've never thought of that, but that's right. Like I love that relationship.
Well, having built this community, what have you learned about what's the process of getting a critical mass of members? Luck, skill, timing, persistence. What is the tools like Discourse that empower that community? What key aspect of starting from one guy or gal and then building it and then 10 and 100 and 1,000 and so on?
I think where you're starting with a of one, I think it's persistence and also have to be interesting. Like somebody I really admire once said something that I always liked about blogging. He's like, here's how you blog. You have to have something interesting to say and have an interesting way of saying it. Okay? And then do that for like 10 years. So that's the genesis. Like you have to have sort of something interesting to say that's not exactly what everyone else is saying, and an interesting way of saying it. An entertaining way of saying it. And then as far as growing it, it's ritual. Like you have to say you're starting a blog. You have to say, look, I'm going to blog every week, 3 times a week, and you have to stick to that schedule, right? Because until you do that for like a year, you're never going to get where it takes years to get where you can get part of that having to stick with it. And it helps to get something you're passionate about. It works. Like I love this. I can talk about this all day, every day, right? You just have to do it in a way that's interesting to other people. And then as you're growing that pattern of participation within the community of like generating these artifacts and inviting other people to help you like collaborate on these artifacts, like even in the case of blogging, like I felt in the early days of my blog, which started in 2004, which is really the genesis of Stack Overflow. All my blog, it leads up to Stack Overflow, which was I have all this energy in my blog, but I don't like 40,000 people were subscribing to me. And I was like, I want to do something. And then I met Joel, and hey Joel, I want to do something. Take this ball of energy from blog and do something. And reading my blog, sometimes, oh, cool. You're involving us. You're saying, look, you're part of this community. Let's build this thing. Pick the name. Like we voted on the name for Stack Overflow on my blog. And it was super hard first of all. Hardest problem in computer science is the name for you, right? But there, back to my blog. There's the poll where we voted the name of the site, and all the early beta users of Stack Overflow were audience of my blog, right? So we started from like Genesis. I was just a programmer. Hey, I love programming, but I have no outlet to talk about it, so I'm just going to blog about it because I don't have enough people at work to talk to about it. Because at the time I worked at a place where programming wasn't important for the company, and I just love this to a third degree. So I was like, I'll just blog about it, and then I'll find an audience. And eventually found an audience. Eventually found Joel. Eventually built Stack Overflow from that one for right, but it's that repetition of feeding back in, feedback from my blog content, feedback from Joel, feedback from the early Stack Overflow. When people see that you're doing that, they will follow along with you. Oh, you're hearing good. You're actually not listening to everything that's impossible, but you're actually, waiting our feedback. Right? And why wouldn't I? Because who does all the work on Stack Overflow? Joel? No, it's the other programmers that do all the work. You gotta have some respect for that. And then, discipline around trying to do a very specific thing. We're not trying to solve all the world's problems. We're trying to solve very specific problems. jerks about it, but these tricks and rules help us get right. And programmers, that's an easy sell for the most part because programmers are used to ridiculous like constantly. That's basically their job. So they're very super strict rules that lets me get a fun. That's programming, right? That's
Make it sound easy, but 2004. Let's go back there. 2004, you started the blog, code for what you call that at the very beginning.
It was one of the smart things I did. A book by Steve McConnell, Code Complete, which is one of my favorite programming books. Still probably my number one programming book for anyone. One of the smart things I did back then, I don't always do when I start stuff. I contacted Steve. Hey, I really like this. It was a sidebar illustration indicating danger in code, right? Coding horror was like, watch out. And I love that illustration. I saw that illustration. Oh my god, that's me. Like I'm always my own worst enemy. Like that's insight in programming. And every time you write something, think, how am I going to screw myself? Because you will constantly, right? So that icon was like, oh yeah, I need to constantly hold that mirror up and look and say, look, you're very fallible. You're going to screw this up. How can you build this in such a way that you're not screwed up later? Like how can you get that discipline around making sure at every step I'm thinking through all the things that I did wrong or that other people did wrong? Because that is actually how you get to be a programmer a lot of times, right? So that sidebar illustration, I loved it so much. I wrote Steve before I started my blog and I have permission to like and Steve was kind enough to let permission to do that and permission. So
really, that's awesome. But in 2004, started this blog. You look at Stephen King on writing or Preston or Mark book. I mean, it seems like writers suffer. It's a hard process of writing, right?
There's going to be suffering. I mean, I won't kid you. Like, well, the work is suffering, right? Like, even the work. Like, even when you're every week, like, okay, that blog post wasn't very good, or people didn't like it, or people said disparaging things about it. You have to like have the attitude like, no matter what happens, I want to do this for me. It's not about you. It's about me. I mean, in the end, it is about everyone. Look at how good work is out into the world. But you have to be pretty strict about saying like, I'm selfish in the sense that I have to do it for me. You mentioned Stephen King, like book writing, but like one of the things I do, for example, when writing is like I read it out loud. One of the best pieces of advice for writing anything is read it out loud, like multiple times, and make it sound like you're talking. That is the goal of the writing. It should sound like you said with slightly different phrasing, more how to think of what you're saying, but like it should sound natural. And I think that's probably the single best writing advice. Read it over and over out loud. Make sure it sounds like something you would normally say. Sounds good.
And what's your process of writing? Usually a pretty good idea behind a post.
Ideas, right? So I think you gotta have the concept that there's so many interesting things in the world. Like, my God, amazing, right? Like, you never write about everything. But you can come up with like, let's say, one interesting thing per day to talk about. Then you're not trying. The world is full of super interesting stuff. And one great way to like find stuff is go back to old books. They bring up old stuff that's super relevant. And I did that a lot because I was like reading classic programming books. A lot of the early blog posts were like, oh, I was reading this programming book and they found this really cool concept. And I want to talk about some. And you get to, I mean, you're not claiming credit for people. You should talk about that evergreen. Okay? You don't have to I talk about it. So pick up some old classic programming books and find something, oh, wow, that's interesting. Or how does that apply today? Or what about X and Y? Or compare these concepts.
A couple of sentences from that book and then play off of it.
Yeah.
Agree or disagree. So 2007, you wrote that you were offered a significant amount of money to sell the blog. You chose not to. What were all the elements you were thinking about? Because I'd like to take you back to a lot of nonlinear, like what was that decision like?
Right. So one of the things I love is choose your own adventure books. I love this kids. I feel like the early programmer books they're all about if then or if. They're also very, very unforgiving. Like there's sites that have classic choose your own adventure books. How many outcomes are bad? A lot of bad outcomes. So part of the game, I got a bad outcome. Go back one step. Go back. How did I get here? Right? Like it's a sequence. And it's the true of life, right? Like every decision is a sequence, right? The individual decision is not just like right or wrong, but they right. So I do think there's some. So
particular decision, the blog had gotten fairly popular. There was a lot of RSS readers that I discovered, and this guy contacted me out of the blue from this like bug tracking company. Oh, I really want to buy your blog for like it was around $100,000, might be like 8,000. It was a lot, right? Like that's at the time like a year's worth of salary all at once. I didn't really think about like, well, you know, and I remember talking, wow, that's money, but then I really like my blog, right? Like, do I want to sell my blog because it doesn't really belong to me at that point. And one of the guidelines that I don't like to give advice to people a lot, but one of the pieces of advice I do give to the crew and generally helpful is whenever you're looking at a set of decisions like, oh gosh, not pick the thing that's a little scarier that list, because not like jump off a cliff scary, but the thing that makes you nervous. If you pick this thing, it's usually you're not really pushing, you're not choosing the thing that's going to grow. So for me, the scarier choice was to say no. I was like, well, no, let's see where this is going, right? I own it. It belongs to me. It's my thing. And I can just take it and some other logical conclusion. Because imagine how different the world would have been had I said yes. Well, the blog is like there probably would be overflow, a lot of other stuff changed. So for that particular decision, I think it was that same rule, like what scares me a little bit more.
Thing that scares you.
Yeah.
Speaking of which, startups. I think there's some more general questions that a lot of people would be interested in. You started Stack Overflow, started course. So what's here's 1, 2, 3 guys, whatever it is. What's that process like? Do you start talking about it? Do you start programming? Do you start where's the first catalyst actually?
Well, I can talk about it in the context of Overflow. So I think the thing initially is there is a problem. Something in the world that's unsatisfactory. Upset about it. In that case, it was expert. Joel's original idea. I approached Joel as like, well, I have all the energy behind my blog. I want to do something. I want to build something. I don't know what it is. I'm honestly not a good idea. I'm really not. I'm like the execution, but I'm not good at ideas. It's not my forte. I don't know why I like to communicate feedback. Like blue sky all day long, right? So when I can cherry pick a blue sky idea, even if I've spent 3 hours reading a good idea, it's worth it. But anyway, so the idea from Joel was, hey, expert change. Got great data, but this experience is hideous. I trick you if you parse it, but it's just bad. So I was like, oh, that's awesome. Community, commons. So I think the cores have a really good idea. Very strong. Long in the world, an injustice right process of for discourse. It was like, look, there's no good software. Hang out and do stuff, right? Like whether it's problem solving, startup, whatever. Forms are such a great building block. I'm like, and they're so bad, right? It was embarrassing. Like I literally was embarrassed to be associated with this software, right? I was like, you have to have software that you can be proud of. Competitive Reddit, this is competitive Twitter, this is competitive Facebook, right? I would be proud to have this software on my site. So that was the genesis of the discourse, was feeling very strongly about there needs to be a good solution. So that's step one, genesis that I use super strongly about, right? People galvanized around the idea. Like Joel was already super excited with that idea. I was excited about that. So forum software, I was posting on Twitter. I had researched, as part of my research, researching the problem, right? And I found a game called Forum Wars, which was a parody of forum. It's still very, very funny, of like forum behavior circa like I'm thinking 2000. It's aged some, right? Like behaviors from Twitter, but it's awesome. It was very funny. Games, like RPG. They had a forum attached to it. Think about forums. A forum attached to it. This is awesome, right? This is so cool. And the founder of that company, that project company, contacted me, this guy Robin from Toronto, and said, hey, I saw you been talking about forums. Like, I really love that forum space. I just love really good forum software because I don't think out there's good. And I was like, awesome. At that point, I was like, we're starting the company. It's like, I couldn't have wished for a better person to walk through the door and say, I'm excited about this too. Same thing with Joel, right? I mean, Joel's a legend, right? So people walk through, I'm excited about this problem. I was like, the man, you can do this, right? So that to me is the most important step. I mean, you're super excited about, and another person, co-founder, right? Again, you get that dual leadership, right? Of like, am I making a bad decision? Sometimes it's nice to have checks of like, is this a good idea? I don't know, right? But those are crucial. Starting to build stuff. Programming. There is prototypes. There's tons of research. Like what's out there that fits.
lot of people look at successes. Oh, look at how successful X is. Everybody looks at successes. Those are right. Show me the failures. That's where people are experimenting. That's where people are pushing. And they failed, but they probably failed for reasons that weren't directly about the quality of their idea, right? So look at all the failures. Don't just look at everybody else. Oh gosh, building successful. Look at the failures. Look at the things that didn't work. Research the entire field. And so that's the research that I was doing. Robin, right, was that. And then, for example, when Stack Overflow, we're like, okay, well, I really like elements of voting. Reddit, I like the hippie, everything's up to date, nothing is known that like has horrible out-of-date information. You know that works. Blogging, the idea of ownership, powerful, right? Like, oh, Joe wrote a good, right? Like, all these concepts were wrong. Again, researching all the things that were out there that were working, why they were working, trying to like hold the Frankenstein's monster of what Stack Overflow is. By the way, that wasn't a free decision, but there's still a ton of tension in the Stack Overflow system. There's reasons people complain about Stack Overflow. So strict, right? Why is it so strict? Why? Those are my questions. Because there's so much tension built in the system around like trying to get good system, and you know, it's not a free. That stuff doesn't come for free, right? It's not like we all have perfect answers and nobody will have to get their feelings hurt or nobody will have to get downvoted. Like, it doesn't work that way, right? Like,
an interesting point, a small tangent. You're right about anxiety. But I posted a lot of questions. And the questions that usually go to very specific something I'm working on. This is something you talk about. That really the goal of Stack Overflow is about the right question, not about you, about the question that will help the future.
right.
But
That's a tough sell, right? Because people are like, well, you know, I don't really care about this. What I care about is my problem. And that's fair, right? It's sort of that, again, that tension, that balancing. We want to help you. We also want to help everybody that comes behind you, right? The long line of people that comes out, I have that too, right? And if nobody's ever going to come up and say, I have this problem, then that question should be Stack Overflow question specific. And then even that's tension, right? How do you judge that? No. The reaction. So there's a lot of tension.
do you think that anxiety of asking the question, anxiety of that tension is inherent to programmers, is inherent kind of process, or can it be happy land where that tension is not quite so harsh?
I don't think Stack Overflow can totally change what it works. The thing they are working on finally is the ask page has not changed since 11. I'm kind of bitter about this because I feel like you have a Q&A system, and one of the core pages, first of all, the question on the end, and also the page, particularly when you're a new user or trying to ask a question, that's the point at which you need help. And we didn't adapt with the time. But the good news is they're working on this, what I understand, to be a more wizard-based format, and you could envision a world where, as part of this wizard-based program, when you're asking questions, come up with a good title, what are good words to put in the title. One word that's not put in the title is problem, for example. I have a problem. Oh, you have a problem. Okay, problem. That's great, right? Like, you need specifics, right? Like, so it's trying to help you make a question title, for example. That step will be broken out. All that stuff. But one of those steps in that wizard of asking could say, hey, I'm a little nervous. I've never done this before. Can you put me in a special opt into a special? I think that would be fantastic. Like, I don't any of it at all being opted. There are people that are like, you know, I just want to help them. I want to help the person no matter what. I want to go beyond. I want to empower this person. It depends what their goals are.
Great idea.
Who am I to judge, right? So that's fine. It's not precluded from happening. But there's a certain big ethos started with, like, look, you don't come to New York City and expect them to be, oh, welcome to the city, Joe. How's it going? Come on in. Let me show you around. That's not how New York City works, right? I mean, and, you know, again, New York City's reputation is rude, which I actually don't think it is. Here for the reason it's not rude. People are just like going about their business, right? Now, look, I have things to do. I'm a busy professional, as are you. And since you're a busy professional, certainly when you ask a question, you're going to ask the best question. Because you're a busy professional, would not expect anything less than a very well-written question with a lot of detail about why you're doing it, what you're doing, what you researched, what you found, right? You're a professional, like me, right? And it rubs people sometimes the wrong way. And I don't think people say, look, I don't want want that experience. I want just a more chill place for beginners. And I still think Stack Overflow was never designed for beginners. Right? There's this misconception that Joel says, oh yeah, Stack Overflow for beginners. I think if you're a prodigy, you can be. Right. But that's not really represented, right? Like, I think as a beginner, you want a totally different set of tools. So, like, live screen sharing, live chat. You want access versus you want a playground, like a playground you can experiment in, like tests and all the stuff that we don't get. That was never really the audience that we were designing the Stack Overflow. It doesn't mean it's wrong. And I think it'd be awesome if there was a site like that on the internet, or if Stack Overflow said, hey, you know, let's start doing this. That's fine too. You know, I'm not there. I'm not making those decisions. But I do think the pressure, the tension that you described is there for people to be, look, I'm a little nervous. I know I got to do my best work.
The other one is something you talk about, also really interesting question, Lord. It's a really difficult problem that you highlight.
Super problem, super hard.
You take one topic and probably write 10, 30 ways of asking about that topic, and they will be all different. I don't know if there should be one page that answers all of it. Is there a way that Stack Overflow can help ambiguate, like separate these, look at questions or connect them together, or is it a totally hopeless, difficult, impossible task?
I think it's a very, very hard science problem. Probably because people are very good at using words. It always amazed me. I go look questions that were identical. One question had 0 words in common with the other question. Like, oh my god! From a computer science perspective, how do you even begin to solve that? And it happens all the time. People are super good at this, right? Accidentally asking the thing and like and the other complexity. Some of those do this because 5 versions of words have those 5 versions points to one centralized answer, right? Like, okay, no worry. Here's the answer you wanted over here on this. The prime example that we have, rather than having 10 copies of the question and the answer, because if you have 10 copies of the question and answer, this also devalues the programmer's name. As I mentioned, you're getting a reputation for an answer that's okay. Well, it's an answer, but you gave that answer, so why are you getting a reputation for the same answer as the other guy who gave it? Get offended, right? So the reputation itself adds tension to the system, in that people who have a lot of reputation become very incentivized to reputation. And for the most part, this, I know it sounds weird, but for the most part, it's like strict systems. I think to use Stack Overflow, you have to have the idea that strict systems ultimately work. I do think in programming, you're familiar with typing versus scripting, right? The idea that you can declare a variable, not declare a variable, rather. Start using a variable, okay, I see the listen, bam, awesome. Duck equals 5. Well, duck is an integer 5. Right? And you're like, cool, awesome, simple, right? Why would I want to worry about typing? And for a long time, like, Ruby, like, yeah, this is awesome. Like, you do a bunch of unit testing, which is programs after the fact, catch any bugs that strict typing of variables is taught. And now you have to think of TypeScript. Microsoft, from the guy who shorthanders, greatest software development, right? Like language design. No, we want to bolt JavaScript is better. And now everybody's like, oh my god, we deploy TypeScript about 50 latent bugs we didn't know about, right? Like, common. So I think there is a truth in programming. Strictness is not the goal. We're not saying be super strict. Strictness is correct. No, it's no. Strictness is better. Right? So strict typing of variables, I would say you almost universally now is basically correct. It should be that way in every language, right? Duck equals 5 should generate an error. Because no, you didn't declare. You tell me duck is an integer. That's a bug, right? Maybe you mistype, you got that, right? So duck. Never know exactly. Right? So with that in mind, I will say that strictness is correct. Now that doesn't mean cruel. That doesn't mean angry. Okay? So I think where there's misunderstanding is cranky. Like another question you ask is like, why are programmers kind of mean? Well, who do programmers work with all day long? So I have a theory that you're in a job and you work with assholes all day long. What do you eventually become?
An asshole.
An asshole. And what is the computer? It's the world's biggest asshole. Because the computer has no time for your bullshit. The computer, the minute you make a mistake, everything is crashing down, right? One semicolon has crashed space missions, right? So that's normal. You begin to internalize that. You begin to think, oh, my computer is super strict, and kind of a jerk about everything. But that's kind of how I'm gonna be, because I work with this computer and I have to exceed its terms on everything. So therefore, you start to report that. You start to think, oh, well, being really strict arbitrarily really good. An error code 56249 is the error message that the computer gets, right? You kind of forget the person at some level. Now they say great detectives internalize criminals, kind of are criminals themselves, like this trope of the master detectives think like the criminal. Well, I do think that's true of programmers. Really good programmers think like the computer. But if you internalize it too much, you become the computer. You kind of become a jerk to everybody. You've internalized.
You're almost not a jerk, but you have no patience or a lack of strictness.
Yes, it's not out of a sense of meanness. It's accidental, but I do believe it's an occupational hazard of being a programmer is you start to behave like a computer. You're very unforgiving. You're very terse. You're very wrong, incorrect, fun. Well, can you help me? Like, what I do? Not wrong. Next question. Right? Like that's normal. Help next. Like I don't know if you remember in Saturday Night Live, like night had this guy.
Yeah.
The movie guy.
Was that Jimmy Fallon? No. Who played him? Yeah, I remember Moon.
Right. Yeah. He had no patience.
Might have been Mad TV actually.
Might have been. But anyway, that's always the perception. Start to make you're wrong, out of the way. No.
You've written so many blog posts about programming, about programs, programming, programmers. What do you think makes a good, let's start with, what makes a good solo programmer?
Well, I don't think I think to be a good solo programmer, it's kind of like what I talked about, well, not on mic, but one of the things John Carmack, one of the best points he makes in the book Masters of Doom, which is a fantastic book. Anybody listening who hasn't read it, please read it. It's such a great book. It's that at the time they were working on stuff like Wolfenstein and Doom, like they didn't have the resources they have today. They didn't have Stack Overflow. They didn't have Wikipedia. They didn't have like discourse forums. They didn't have places to go to get the help. They had to work on their own, and that's why a genius like Carmack to be a genius from first principles. A lot of stuff he like the hacks coming up with were genius, right? Genius level stuff, but you don't need to be a genius anymore, and that means not working by yourself. You have to be researching stuff online. You have to ask questions, really good questions that are really well researched. Like, oh, I went out and researched hours before I wrote this question. You should be doing. That's what's going to make you good. Right? The big difference between programming and like programming today is you kind of had to be by yourself. Back where would you go? And I remember in the early days when I was learning Visual Basic for Windows, like I would call the Microsoft helpline on the phone when I had like a program because I was like I don't know what to do. So I would like go and call, and they had these huge phone banks. And like, can you imagine how alien that is now? That's crazy. So there was just nowhere else to go when you got stuck, right? Like I had the books that came with it. I read those, studied those religiously. I just saw a post from Steve C++ version 7 came with like 10,000 pages of written material. Because where else were you going to figure that stuff out? Go to the library? You didn't have Wikipedia, you didn't have, Reddit, you didn't have anywhere to go to answer these questions.
You've talked about through the years, basically not having to go and not thinking that you're the best programmer in the world. So always kind of just looking to improve, come up better programmer than you were yesterday. So how have you changed as a programmer and as a thinker, designer around programming over the past? Was it really of being a public?
The insight that I had is typically as a programmer you have to kind of stop writing code, which is kind of disturbing. I really love it, but you realize like being effective at programming in the general sense doesn't mean writing code. And a lot of times you can be much more successful by not writing code. Writing code in terms of just solving problems. Yeah, it's like hiring people that are really good and like setting them free and like giving them basic direction, right? Like on strategy. A lot of the problems you encounter aren't necessarily solved like code, solved by conceptual solution, which can then be turned into code, but are you even solving the right problem? I mean, so I would say for me, the main insight I have is programmer, you eventually kind of stop writing code. That's kind of discouraging, probably to people hearing, but I don't mean it that way. What I mean is that you're coding at a higher level language. Eventually, like, okay, so we're coding in a sense at the beginning, right? You're hard-coded architecture. And you have stuff like C, where it's, wow, we can abstract across the architecture. Your code, I can then compile that code for ARM or whatever, x86 or whatever else out there. And then even higher level than that, right? Like Python, Ruby, Purpose. And then me as a programmer, like, okay, I want to go higher. I want to go higher. How do I abstract higher language? Well, you abstract language and written, right? Like, you're sort of inspiring people to get guides. What if we did this? What if we did this? You're writing in the highest level language there is, which is, for me, English, right? Wherever your spoken language. So it's all about being effective, right? And I think Patrick McKenzie, Patio 11 on Hacker News, right? Great post about this, how calling yourself a programmer is a career limiting once you get far enough. And I really believe, and again, I apologize, it's now discouraging. I don't mean it to be, but he's so right. Because all the stuff that goes on around the code, like that's another thing. If you look at my early blogging, it's about, wow, programming is about people more than it's about code, which doesn't make sense, right? But it's about, can these people get along? Can they understand each other? Can you explain to me what it is you're working on? Are you solving the right problem? Right? Another classic programming book out there with complete people where it's that software is people are the software first and foremost. So a lot of the skills that I was working on early in the blog were about figuring out the people parts of programming, which was the harder part. The hard part of programming, once you get to a certain skill level of programming, you can pretty much solve any reasonable problem that's put in front of you. You're not writing algorithms from scratch, right? That doesn't happen. So any sort of reasonable problem put in front of you, you're going to be able to solve. But you can't solve. Our manager is a jerk. You cannot solve that with code. That is not a code problem. And yet that will cripple way more than, oh, we had to use a stupid framework I don't like, or you know, Sam keeps writing code that I hate, or you know, Dave is off there in the wilderness writing God knows what, right? These are not your problems. Your problem is your manager or a coworker is so toxic to everybody else in your team that like just out. Right? These are the problems that you have to.
Absolutely. And so as you go to these high level abstractions, you develop programmer to higher level abstractions, go into natural language. You're also the guy who kind of preached, building it, diving in and doing it, and like learn by doing. Do you worry that as you get to higher level abstraction, you lose track of the lower level, which is like, do you worry about that? You know, even maybe now, but 10 years from now, 20 years from now.
Well, no, I mean there is always that paranoia around, oh gosh, I don't feel as valuable. So for me, like we started the course project was Ruby, which I didn't really know Ruby. As you pointed out, that's another valuable illustration of Overflow. You can be super proficient at C#, which I was working in, that's what Overflow built. And then switch to Ruby and you're a newbie, right? Like but I have the framework. I know what a version is. I know, stack traces, right? Like I have all the fundamental concepts to be a programmer. I just I'm still on a higher level, not like a beginner. Just on my programming, I already know Ruby.
But there's a question. So looking at Ruby, how do you go about learning enough to apply?
Well, that's
carry over.
That's what I'm trying to get to. What I realized, because when I started with just Robin, I realized if I bother Robin, I am now costing us productivity, right? Every time I go to Robin, rather than building our first alpha version of he's now answering my stupid questions about Ruby. Is that a good use of his time? Is that the answer to both of those was astoundingly no, right? Like we were getting to an alpha, and it was just okay, hire more programmers, right? Like we hired Neil, and then Sam, who came in as co-founder. Actually, Sam first, then. But the answer to the problem is just hire other competent programmers. It's not like teaching. Now I shall pull myself up or Ruby, but at some point, writing code was liability in terms of getting so many other things on in the project, like prototype. Like you mentioned, like, well, how do you? You're not writing code. How does everybody keep focused on like what are we building? Well, first, basic mock-ups are. There's a little bit of that goes on. Then very quickly you get to the prototype stage. Build a prototype. Let's iterate on the
funding for Discourse was the alpha version that had running ready to go, and it was very bad. I'll just tell you bad. We have screenshots of it. I'm just embarrassed. But it was a prototype. We're figuring out like what's working, what's not working. There's such a broad gap between the way you think things will work in your mind or even on paper, the way they work once you live in the software, like actually spend time living it, so different. So my philosophy is get to a prototype, and then what you're optimizing for speed rate, how you can turn the crank, how quickly you can iterate. That's absolutely critical metric for a project. And I had a tweet recently liked, and I fully, it's so fundamental to what I do, is like, if you want to measure core competency software tech company, speed at which somebody can say, hey, you really need this word in the product, change this word. Because users like respond, it's reply or something, but there's some, from the conception of that idea, how quickly that single word can be changed in your software, rolled out to users, that is your life cycle. That's your health, your heartbeat. Your heartbeat is like super slow, basically dead. No, seriously, like if it takes 2 weeks or even a month, that single word change, everybody's oh my god, this great idea. That word is so much clearer. I'm like it's super like everybody comes to change. Like let's just work this report. It's an awesome change. And then it takes months to roll out. It's like you're dead. You can't iterate. You can't. How can you do anything, right? Like so. Anyway, about the heartbeat, it's like get the prototype. And that's what I view central tenet of modern software.
Put it that way. It's actually so I work in those autonomous vehicles. You look at what maybe Tesla to most other automakers, the heartbeat for Tesla is literally days in terms of they can air deploy software out all their vehicles, which is markedly different than other automaker, which takes years to update software. So and that's reflected in that final product, reflected really how slowly they adapt to the times.
And to be clear, I'm not saying being a hummingbird is you don't want a heartbeat that's like so fast it's like when you forget. But like any measure of health, you should have a healthy heartbeat. It's up to for people listening to talk about that. But it has to be healthy because otherwise you're just frustrated. That's how you build software. You make mistakes, roll it out, live with it. It feels like say, oh god, that was a terrible idea, or oh my god, better if we fly, right? Right. The more you do that, the faster you get ahead of your competitors. Your rate of change, right? Delta T, right? How fast are you moving? Well, you're going to be miles away by the time you catch up with you, right? Like that's the way it works. And plus, users, like I as a software developer user, I love software that's constantly. I don't understand people who are off when like, oh, they changed the software on me. How dare they? I'm like, yes, change the software, change it all the time, man. That's what makes this stuff great is that it can be changed so rapidly. Something that is greater than. Now, granted, there's some changes. I admit, I've seen it many times, but in general, like that's what makes software cool, right? Is that it is so magical. Fighting that is like weird. It's like, well, you're fighting in essence the things that you're building. Like, you want to really embrace that, not too hummingbird, like embrace it to a healthy cycle of your heart.
Talk about that people don't change. True. That's why probably a lot of the stuff you write about in your blog probably true.
There's a side I think when people change. So investing and understanding people, it's like learning Unix because and nothing has changed, right? Like all those things you've learned about people, before you whereas you learn the latest JavaScript framework, that's going to be right.
Next. So, but you look at the future of programming. There's a people component, but there's also technology itself. What do you think? Will it or as far as you can tell, people are ultimately programming. It's not something that is changing way.
Well, you gotta go look back on sort of the basics. And one thing that always shocked me is like source control. I didn't learn anything. Granted, I graduated from college, but I remember hearing from people like as late as like 1988, like even maybe today, they're not learning source control. It's like, wow, not learning source control. It's so fundamental to working with other programmers, working in a way they don't work, like just basic software, the bedrock development in source control. Now you compare today, like GitHub, right? Like Microsoft bought GitHub, which I think is an incredibly smart acquisition move on their part. Now they have anybody who wants like reasonable source control to go set up GitHub is all set up for you, right? There's tons of walkthroughs, tons of tutorials. So from the concept of like as programming advanced from say 1999, it's like, well, hell, we have GitHub. Oh my God, yes, right? Like it's massively advanced over what it was. Now, as to whether programming is significantly different, I'm going to say no, but I think the baseline of like what we do like, fundamentals continue to go up and actually get better. Like source control, one of the fundamentals that has gotten hundreds of orders of magnitude better than it was 10, 20 years ago.
Those are the fundamentals. Let me things that maybe comment on. The one is mobile phones. So that could fundamentally transform what programming is, or maybe not. Maybe comment on that. The other one is artificial intelligence, which promises to, in some ways, do some of the programming for you. So really what a programmer is using the intelligence inside your skull something useful. The hope with artificial intelligence is that it does some of the parts for you when you not to think about it. Do you see smartphones, the fact that everybody has one, and they're getting more and more powerful as actually changing programming? The AI is changing.
Well, okay, well, that's good. So smartphones have definitely changed. I guess 2010 is when they really started getting super popular. In the last 8 years, the world has really changed, right? Like everybody carries a computer around, and that's normal. That is such a huge change in society. I think we're still dealing with a lot of the positive, negative communication. Everybody's connected all the time. Everybody's on the computer all the time. That was my dream world as a geek, right? Like, be careful what you ask for, right? Like, wow, no, everybody has a computer. It's not quite the utopia that we thought it would be, right? Computers can be used for a lot of stuff that's not necessarily great. But to me, that's the smartphone that puts a computer in front of everyone. Granted, it's small touchscreen, smallish computer. But as for programming, like I don't know. I don't think that I've kind of over time come to subscribe to the of the world of programming. You want to teach these basic command line things. That is just what programming is going to be for I think a long, long time. I don't think there's any magical like visual programming that's going to happen. I don't know. I've over time I've become a believer in that Unix philosophy. They kind of had it right with Unix. That's going to be the way it is for a long, long time, and we'll continue to, like I said, raise the baseline. Get better, it'll get simpler, but it's still fundamentally command line tools, make some fancy IDEs. That's kind of it for the foreseeable future. I'm not seeing any programming stuff on the horizon. You gotta think, like, what do you do on a smartphone directly analogous to programming? Like, I'm trying to think, right? And there's really not much.
So, not necessarily analogous to programming, but really the kind of thing that kind of programs you need to write might be very different.
Yeah.
Kind of language, but I probably also start to think just because everything is like JavaScript.
Oh yeah, that's already happening. I mean, discourse is a tough JavaScript. You put that on that side of the table, and so I would say smartphones have a cultural shift more than a programming shift. Yeah, your other question was about artificial intelligence, like sort of devices predicting what. I do think there's some strength to that. I think artificial intelligence kind of overselling it in terms of what it's doing. Like people are predictable, right? People do the same things. Like, let me give you an example. One check we put into Discourse that's in a lot of big commercial websites. Say you log in from your, and then an hour later, how did you get from New York to 1 hour? So at that point, you're like, okay, this is suspicious login. It alert you. Okay, that's an AI, right? That's just heuristic of like, how did you in 1 hour get 2,000 miles? That doesn't. Maybe you're going to be other reasons happen, but that's the basic prediction based on the idea that pretty much don't move around that much. Like they may travel occasionally, but like nobody, unless you're a traveling salesman that's traveling the world every day, like there's so much repetition and predictability in terms of things you're going to do. And I think the software, like for example, an hour or whatever that
predicts your commute, predicts based on your phone location, like where are you every day. That's probably where you work. That kind of stuff. I do think computers can get a lot better at that, but I hesitate to call it like computers get better at like what they haven't done because everybody has a smartphone. And all of a sudden, all this data that we didn't have before, about location, about like location, and feeding that into some basic heuristics, maybe some fancy algorithms that turn it into predictions, anticipating your needs, like a friend would. Right? Like, oh hey, you're home, would you like dinner, right? Like, let's go get some food. We do this time of day, right?
In the context of actually active programming, ID improving and making the life of programming better.
I do think that is possible. There's a lot of repetition in programming, right? Oh, Flippy would be that example. Oh, I see. Looks like you're writing a for loop. But there are patterns in code, right? Like, and actually libraries, that, right? Like, rather than go, code up your own HTTP request library, it's like you use one of the existing ones that already troubleshot, right? Like, it's not AI per se. It's, building better Lego bricks, bigger Lego bricks that have more functionality in them. People don't have to worry about the like WordPress, for example. To me, it's like a tool for somebody who isn't a programmer to do something. I mean, you can turn WordPress into anything. It's kind of crazy actually through plugins, right? And that's not programming per se. It's just Lego bricks picking WordPress up, right? A little bit of configuration glue. So I would say maybe in a broader sense, what I'm seeing, like, there'll be more gluing and less like actual programming. And that's a good thing, right? Most of the stuff you need is kind of out there already.
And Unix, PHP, and these kind of old remnants of the early birth of programming remaining with us for a long time, like you said. So, see, ultimately, this stuff just being there out of momentum.
I kind of do. I mean, I was a big believer in Windows early on, and I was like, time. But over time, I've completely flipped on that, where I was like, okay, the guys were right. Microsoft and Windows were wrong, at least on the server. Not on the desktop, right? You had the two philosophies of Apple, Unix, actually Darwin. On the desktop, it's slightly different. But on the server side, where you're programming, now it's a question of where the programming is going to be. It's going to be a lot more like client-side programming. Technically, discourse is client-side programming. The way you get discourse, we prefer a big ball of JavaScript, which is done locally. So we're really using local computing power. We'll still retrieve the data, obviously, we have to display the post on the screen. But in terms of like sorting and a lot of the basic stuff, we're using the post to process. But to the extent that a lot of programming is still going to be server-side, I would say, yeah, the philosophy definitely won. There'll be different figures over, but still, if you peel away one or two layers, for a long, I think one so definitively.
It's interesting to do that because you've done so much excellent work on the Microsoft side. So what's future hold for Jeff Atwood? Of course, continuing, of course, strategy conversation on the web.
Well, what I mean is and originally I called it a 5-year project. Really, we started in early 2013 as we launched the version, so we're still 5 years in. This is the part where it starts. Like, we have a good product now. Of course, if there's any project you build in software, it takes 3 years to build what you want it to build anyway. Like V1 is going to be terrible, which it was, but you ship it anyway. It's better. It's about turning the crank. It's not about V1 being perfect. That's ridiculous. It's about V1, then let's get really good at V1 1.2, like how fast can you iterate. And I think we're iterating like crazy. It's a really good product. And serious momentum. And my original vision was I want to be the WordPress of discussion, meaning someone came to you and said, blog, so very questions, archaic now, it's like actually blogs anymore, but I wanted the answer to that to be WordPress normal, because it's obvious choice for blogging at the time. But if someone said, hey, I need a group of people to get together and do something, the answer should be that should be the default. Open source is free, it costs you anything, well, you can run it. Minimum server cost for Discourse is $5 a month at this point. They actually got PS prices down to $10 a month, 1 gigabyte of RAM. Our dependency, we have a heavy stack, like a lot of stuff in Discourse. You need Postgres, you need Redis, and Rails, you need
sidekick for scheduling. Not a trivial amount of stuff. The architect, look, we're building for the next 10 years. I don't care about shared PHP hosting. That's not my model. My idea is like, hey, actually, it's very cheap for everybody and build it right. Again, hire bigger building block levels, right, that have more requirements.
The WordPress model, WordPress.org, WordPress.com, there are central source or no?
There is. We're not strictly segmenting the open source side. We have a hosting business. That's how this money is. We have a really good relationship with our customers. Back on the product. We definitely wait feedback from customers a lot heavier than feedback from feedback. But that's where we get all our money. But we don't have a strict vision. We encourage people to use the course, like the free, right? Anybody can set it up. I don't want to be the only person that hosts the course. That's absolutely cool. But it is a primary way for us to build a business, and it's actually kind of a great business, going really, really well in terms of hosting.
So Google Research is a company that's basically funded on advertisement. So it's Facebook. When you ask comment on it, I think advertisement at its best. So you be extremely critical on what ads are, but at its best, actually serving the concept, giving people, connecting what want. So it's like related posts, the related content. That's the best of advertisement. So, of course, is connecting people based on their interest. It's like a place where advertisement at its best could actually serve the user. That's something that as a way to financially support the platform.
That's interesting because I agree. Actually, I'm contrarian to advertising, which I kind of agree with. I recently installed ad blocker, like reluctantly. I don't like to do that, but like the performance of ads, like, they're so heavy now and like crazy. So like it's almost like a performance argument more than like actually pro ads. And I have a contrarian view. I agree with you. But ads right, it's showing you stuff you're interested in anyway. I don't mind that. That actually is kind of a thing. So plus, I think it's rational to want to support work for ads. But that said, I run ad block now. Didn't want to do, but I was convinced by all these articles, like 30, 40 megabytes of stuff, or a few ads.
Yeah, it feels like ads now are like the experts of various overflows. A little bit.
Oh, there's so many companies in ad tech that's like you see the logo charts of like just the whole page. Many companies based. But since you brought it up, I do want to point out that very, very few sites actually run using a keyword model. It's not effective. Like it's weird, it doesn't pay well, and like users hate it. The combination of like users hate it, doesn't actually work that well in practice. Like in theory, yes, I agree with you. Clean, fast ads that exactly would be interesting. Awesome. We're so far from that, right? Like, Google is an okay job. They retargeting. In the real world, discourse sites rarely doesn't work. You know what does work is subscriptions, Patreon, affiliate codes for like Amazon, of like just, oh, here's a cool yo-yo, click on Amazon, they get 12%, which is fair, I think. You saw the yo-yo on the site and click through it and bought it, right? That's fair for them to get 5% of that or 2% of that. Those things definitely work. In fact, on a site that I used to participate on a lot, I helped people. One of the things I got them to switch to Discord. I hate them. I can't come here from this terrible software. But I was like, look, and on top of that, like you're serving ads as like you should just go full on Patreon because he had a little Patreon. Go full on Patreon, the Amazon affiliates thing, the Amazon links to get posted, and just do that and triple down on that stuff. And that's worked really well for them, Creator in particular. So that stuff works, but traditional ads, I mean, definitely not working.
The last question. You created the code keyboard. I've programmed most of my adult life in a keyboard. I have one upstairs now. Can you describe what a mechanical keyboard is? Why is it something that makes you happy?
Well, this is another fetish item, really. Like, it's not required. You can do programming on any kind of keyboard, right? Even like an on-screen keyboard. Oh god, terrifying. Like, but you could. I mean, if you look back to the earliest particular keyboards, which are awful, right? But particular keyboard. Oh god. Okay. Well, it's
Oh, the rubber ones. Oh no.
super bad, right? So it's a fetish item. All it really says is, look, I care really about keyboards because keyboards are primary. So it's just like having a nice mic for this podcast on a nice keyboard, right? Because it has very tactile feel. I can tell exactly when I press click. Oh, feels good. It's also kind of a fetish. Wow, I care enough about the program. I care about the tool, primary tool, that I use to make sure it's as good as feels good for me, and like I can be very productive. So, to be honest, it's a bit of a fetish item, but a good one. It indicates that you're serious. It indicates that you care about the fundamentals, because you know what makes you a good programmer? Being able to type, right? Like, it's true, right? So, the core skill is being able to type fast, your ideas, your head, and code base. So, practice typing for programming.
It is also something that, well, enjoy typing, right? The actual act, something about the process. You can play piano.
Tactile.
There's a tactile feel that ultimately feeds passion, makes you happy.
Right. No, totally. That's it. I mean, and it's funny because artisanal keyboards have exploded. Like Mass Drop is going on the list. Probably like 500 keyboard projects. Some other guy I follow on Twitter, I used to write for this the Tech Report way back in the day. And he's like every week he's just posting like what I call keyboard porn of like keyboards. Like, oh, those look really cool, right? Like how many keyboards this guy has, right? Got like yo-yos. How many yo-yos? How many do you need? Well, technically one, but not like a lot. I don't know why. So, same thing with keyboards. So yeah, they're awesome. Like I highly recommend. Studio doesn't have mechanical research, but if you like it, you know, it's also a fetish item. But I think these sort of items, religious artifacts we have, are part of what make us human. Like that part, yeah.
Kind of what makes life worth living.
Yeah. It's not necessary in the strict sense, but that's the necessary. Think about it, right? Like, so yeah, why not? So sure.
Jeff, thank you so much for talking.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Following conversation with Eric Schmidt, CEO of over 4 years, chairman for 6 more, guiding the company through an incredible period of series of world-changing. He is one of the most impactful leaders in the era of the internet and a powerful voice of the promise of technology in our society. It was truly an honor to speak with him, part of the MIT course on artificial general intelligence and the artificial intelligence podcast. Now, here's my conversation with Eric. What was the first moment when you fell in love with technology?
I grew up in 1960s, boy, where every boy wanted to be an astronaut, part of the space program. So, like everyone else at my age, we would go out to the cow pasture behind my house, which was literally a cow pasture, model rockets. And I think, of course, generationally, today, video games, amazing.
There's a transformative, inspiring aspect of science and math. Rockets would individual. You mentioned yesterday that 8th grade math is where the journey mathematically first emerges. Working roadway. The professor of math at Berkeley, Edward Frankel, I'm not sure with him. It's written an amazing book I recommend called Love of Math. My favorite words. He says that if painting was taught like math, then students would be asked to make fence, which is an analogy to how math is taught, and never get a chance to discover the beauty of the art of painting or the art of math. So, how, when, and where did you discover that?
I think what happened, people like myself, is math had been pretty early. All of a sudden, you discover that you can use that to discover new insights. The great scientists will all tell a story. Women who are fantastic. Somewhere when they were in high school or college,
discovered that the first something building, having an impact that drives knowledge and in my case, it was programming, and the notion that I could build things did not exist. I had built that it had my name on it, and before, of course, but you think of it as a first contribution. Today, if I were 16 or 17 employed, I'm sure that I would aspire as a computer scientist to make a contribution like the first heroes of the world today. That would be what would be driving. I'd be trying and learning and making mistakes, ways that it works. The repository that GitHub represents, that open source libraries represent, enormous thing, knowledge, all of the people that are doing that. One of the lessons that I learned that the world is a very big place, awful lot of them underutilized. But here's an opportunity, for example, building parts of programs, building new ideas, contribute to the careers.
So in that moment in the 70s, the inspiring moment where there was nothing and we created programming, that magical moment. So in 1975, I think we created a program called Lex, which I especially like because my name is Lex. Thank you for creating a brand, establish a reputation, long-lasting, reliable, as a big in the world is today. So thank you for that. But I'm curious, in that time, in the 70s, an engineer, personal computer, do you think you'll be able to predict the 80s and the aughts of where computers would go?
I'm sure I could not and would not have gotten it right. I was a beneficiary of great work of many people who saw it better than I did. Lex, I worked with a fellow named Michael West, who was my supervisor, eventually helped